digital, or what do they call it, the I-9 form paperwork. They have a digital form of that. And all their paperwork came back as good until ICE came and double-checked and said, actually, no, this is duplicate paperwork. So all the validated paperwork that they digitally submitted, now they have 30 workers that were told they had to leave. And, yeah, ICE raided, but they told these people, yeah, you got to leave the country. They didn't lock them up and handcuff them and take them all from the dairy as they were milking cows. They just said, hey, you get done with the work today, you got to get yourself sent back home. So I just think it's funny that some people in all these rooms on Clubhouse say that they're only doing the worst of the worst. And while, yeah, that's happening in some cases, if you're decent with ICE and with the enforcement agencies, they'll work with you and they aren't necessarily going to shoot you out of this country.
Hey, Brian, I have a question for you, man. It's one of these dog whistles. See, both sides have dog whistles, right? But I like to go against the libtards because they drive me crazy because of their hypocrisy. Do you have an issue with these ICE agents wearing masks when they're arresting these people? Because it seems like the libtards are having a really big issue with a federal agent wearing a mask. What do you think, Brian?
I mean, I don't necessarily have a huge issue with it. There's still some people that want to force us to wear masks for COVID for some reason. So reasonably, yeah, wear a mask. I don't think that's a big issue to protect themselves from vitriol of the AI and digital age.
Thank you, Brian.
Wait, JB, they're mad that they're wearing masks because they can't dox them. They can't identify them on social media and dox them like they've been doing, like they were doing with the
Wish we could.
Well, usually
one should not be able to dox a federal employee and make their life harder simply because you disagree with the federal agency's mission. That should be something taken up with Congress, not with the individual agents.
Okay, I'll submit that.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine how weirdo you have to be that you're so outraged that these agents are doing their job, and you're so mad that they're doing their job that you now want to identify them, dox them, threaten them, show up at their homes,
let's not
their families.
just the left being weird about that, as if right-wingers haven't just doxed random trans people because they won a sports competition and they got mad about it.
Men don't belong in women's.
I don't, to be frank, I'm not sure that's the exact answer. Like, the answer is yes, Republicans have had problems with that, but that doesn't mean that the Democrats going after ICE agents or Border Patrol agents and like ruining their lives makes any real sense.
Why would it ruin their lives? Is everything they're doing is so perfectly okay and not bad at all?
Excuse
me, have you ever known, hold on, do you know about doxing? Do you know what the law is with doxing?
Yes, I do.
What
because
state
I've been on
do you live in?
Twitter 24/7.
Sweetheart, what state do you live in? What state do you live in? Is it civil or criminal in your state?
Criminal.
Okay, and what's involved when you dox someone? What happens?
Taking out their personal information that I can't take out through public means. So if it's a publicly available piece of information, I just spread that about them. Tough shit. If it's a private piece of information, for example, their banking statements, their numbers their SSNs, et cetera, all that type of stuff that would be privately accessible, or ones that aren't accessible through public means, and I would get incriminated for that. That's how it works.
You think that's how it works? So if you take their address and you go and make that public, you think that's okay?
And their address was already public.
Where was it?
Law enforcement addresses are protected by the county.
No, what I'm saying is that in a regular person's case, like what would happen if well, their address was available through public means? Quite literally, fucking nothing happens because they're
regular people are not law enforcement officers, and at least where I live, actually. If these people make their identity known,
doxing is when you get non-public information. If the law enforcement officer's info is not public information, then yeah, it's doxing. Like, I don't know.
Where do they publicize their address on social media?
Smart ass. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, well, where do they publicize their address on social media? Where are you seeing that? Where do they go out of their way?
If you want to be like Miss Lawyer Smart ass, go ahead. But I don't have time for that right now.
Well, I mean, he's a Trump hater no matter what you ask him. He's always
But what's concerning is he's also advocating breaking the law and also advocating for something that is a felony. And
Well,
fucking cry about it. We just had a room where everybody was advocating for fucking smoking weed or doing drugs at some point, which is breaking the law. I don't know how many fucking states. So please don't put on this legal fucking moral shield as if you're, he's gonna break the law. He's advocating for breaking the law. As if we haven't done the worst shit in this room. Fuck, what a brand.
XG, I need you to hold on a second. So, hey, check this out, Curtis. I know you like to gaslight a little bit, but actually, no, that's not what I did. I didn't put his address. I didn't put any personal information in that chat. So don't gaslight the chat with some bullshit, okay? And know the context of the conversation before you comment on it. Do you know how many times you put my address, my family's addresses in chats, said it on stages? So respectfully, shut the fuck up and mind your business. Thank you, sir.
Can I say something to Serenity's comment? I agree with you. I wish all states, there's no federal doxing law. I wish there was. There are laws with respect to harassment and stalking, but actually with doxing, and it differs in each state. In my state, it's a civil penalty. It's not criminal. California, the neighboring state, it's criminal. But I don't disagree with you. I think that there probably should be a federal statute dealing with it. And I think the states should be more uniform because it's really dangerous and really can hurt people. And I had a friend whose house, the address got doxed. They showed up at his house. They vandalized his house. They beat up his neighbor. This is in Los Angeles because someone didn't like his political views on something. And this guy, he was a president or chairman of a board of directors of a charity or of an organization that they didn't agree with. So they doxed his address and went to his private home. It's really dangerous to do. And
Well,
thank God it was a felony in California.
Counselor, you know how many times I've been doxxed on this app? Like,
It's
my
horrible.
personal information?
It's horrible.
All the time. I get it. And especially when you open rooms, you're the bullseye. But I have a question for you that's off the doxing. But it was something that was said this past week by AOC. They call him Donald Trump a rapist. I think she did it in a tweet.
Yeah, she's deep shit for that one.
Is that, hold on, is that libel? Can she be sued for that?
ABC News paid $15 million because George Stephanopoulos said that, and it's not true because there's no criminal conviction, and it is a problem. Will she have some type of immunity? Did she do it within the chambers of Congress? You know, in a congressional statement, and can she claim I forget what they call it, the immunity when they say stuff on the floor. There's a term for it. But ABC paid out, and I believe there's another settlement. I don't know if it's CBS, also with the same thing. I mean, it's the disparagement is she verbally said it's slander. But look at the Stephanopoulos case.
But Abby, I think she did it. She sent it as a tweet.
Then it's libel, not slander.
It is confusing though because he was found liable in court for some weird thing.
Sexual assault agent civilly, liability on a civil, but not no criminal conviction for it, and that's what cost ABC $15 million.
But another thing about like the payouts from the news agency, partly I've heard they're just paying just to be on Trump's good side and have, just for business reasons, these big companies are like, oh, let's just settle rather. Normally we would fight, but let's settle just to pay them off and everything else goes smooth.
Hold on, Agent. Let me just say this. First off, I put a new article on top. Ocasio-Cortez slammed over the defamatory Trump-Jeffrey Epstein post. They wanted to sue AOC into bankruptcy. Donald Trump's also come out this week and said, Abby, it was more than 15 million, but he didn't give a number.
From ABC? ABC, I could have sworn it was a $15 million settlement. Look at Stephanopoulos.
No, I think I'm talking about the CBS one.
Yeah,
60 Minutes.
Yeah, that's different. That was that's a different one.
Let me say hello to Certainty. Certainty, how you doing? Certainty, you there?
Hey, JB, how you feeling?
I'm doing great, man. Good to see you. What grade would you give Donald Trump? Thank you. What grade would you give Donald Trump up to this point? A through F, and why?
Well, he's tested me, right? Because, he had an A all the way up until they said there's no Epstein list. I find that believe. I know someone is not capable of doing the things that Epstein was doing without cohorts. It concerns me that his name might even be on the list. I'm gonna go ahead and drop him down to a C+ for now.
Wait, what did you say? You said it concerns you that whose name might be on the list?
That his name might be on the list.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't hear that part. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna drop him down to a C+ for now. But mind you, he was competing with John F. Kennedy for me. That's my favorite president, based on what he tried to do, what he intended to do, and what he did do. So there's hope for Trump. There's hope.
Let me ask you a question, sir, because multiple people have brought up this Epstein list. Respectfully, why do we even care? Who cares? We know they were friends. We know Epstein went to Mar-a-Lago. We know they were buddy, chum. I don't know if they did business together, but they definitely hung out. What does it matter to you if he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, Jeffrey Epstein's a piece of shit, but
No,
yeah.
that's so interesting that all of a sudden, when it applies to Trump,
Actually, I think he asked me, but thank you, sir.
I like when we got over the Jeffrey Epstein stuff like a year and a half ago, and it's all like.
Well, I can't say the same to him because he's got a mod. So you guys let me know when I can respond.
No, you can go now.
Yes, T.
Appreciate it. So, I would say that it's so convoluted because, presidents are puppets anyway, but the reason it matters to me is because if you attack a system, right, if your sole pledge and your sole purpose of your campaign is that you're honestly trying to change a corrupt system, then part of that is making sure that you're not a part of the corruption, right? Which means you need to change. There's changes you need to make within yourself. So if you're trying to do what's best for the people and for the country in the position that you stand in, and you are on that list, then there's some sacrificing that you need to do. And if he's not willing to make that sacrifice, like the man JFK who came before him, right? Then he's not fit for the position. That's why I care.
JFK didn't make a sacrifice; he was assassinated. There's a distinct and large difference between the two.
Well, Marshall, that would be a whole nother conversation. But what I will say is, if you look at the executive order,
Really,
can I finish my statement, or is it going to be a one way? If you look up Executive Order 1110, there's 4 ones. I hope I said 4 ones there, and a 0. That goes against our Federal Reserve. So he definitely made a sacrifice.
No, he didn't. He got assassinated. He didn't make a sacrifice to get assassinated. The two are distinctly different and not even remotely the same.
I didn't mention the assassination. I said he made a sacrifice.
What other notion could that sacrifice mean other than he was assassinated? In what universe do we not think of JFK's sacrifice and
I can answer that. If you're on a board, I've been on many boards. If you sit on a board of representatives and the entire board votes for one thing and you vote for something different knowingly, that's making a sacrifice.
JFK did not sacrifice his life. He was assassinated. There is a drastic, distinct, definitional reality difference. He did not. It's not about to this grade. None of the government documents, none of the pre-documents that you can rustle support your theory that he made a sacrifice. That's simply your opinion about what he did.
Alright, let's move on. Someone said what it said. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Secretary. That was good.
Oh, same thing. Kids running around looking for iPads.
Yeah, you sound a little tired over there. What grade are you giving Donald Trump up to this point? A through F.
It's tough grading him. I wouldn't like a letter grade. I'd give him mostly like a B, I guess. But he's got a lot of X factors going for him. Unprecedented return to office after getting kicked out, surviving an assassination attempt, trying tariffs again. I think most of the governance that he's engaged in has been pretty good. I mostly highly criticize the tariffs.
Thank you, Mixer. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. Marshall, Nye, Counselor, Abby, I'm out of here in 5 minutes. If you want to keep it open, let me know. Popcorn style, guys.
I'm down. I keep it open.
I just find it funny that when it comes to the Epstein list, it's who even cares about the Epstein list whenever Democrats in office, Epstein list and whoever's associated with Epstein becomes super fucking important out of nowhere.
Listen, y'all don't care about children. Y'all care about being politically right. Like that's what this Epstein shit comes down to. Y'all care more about political gossip, okay, and celebrity gossip as opposed to actually protecting the children.
There's no more children to protect in that case.
XG. The list that has been released up to this point, we got Bill Clinton on there, Tom Hanks on there, right? Tom Hanks, a big Democratic donor. Plenty of Dems on that plane too, baby.
Correct. Just like Matt Gaetz.
So what is the context of that list, JB?
Can't address publicly.
JB, what is the context of that list?
What do you mean?
What's the context? Were they surveying land? Like, were they going out there to...
They were flying to his private island.
Okay, to do what? To do what? To do what?
No, that's the question. No.
Wait a second. Marshall, hold on, Marshall. Okay, I'm going to hand you to you in a few minutes, but let me say this. This witness, survivor statements of what happened on that island and who was there. Maybe we should release some of those. I don't know. I from what I understand, from everything I've read, and I'm not an expert on it, Donald Trump was never on that island.
And you can check the little link I put in chat, JB. Can you tell me who was on that plane? And with who?
Why don't you just save me time to tell me what's that link?
So JB, a 17-year-old that got paid for sex by Matt Gaetz, who was on what party again? Since we want to play the
trajectory of this conversation about Epstein Island. What was he there to do? What was he there to do? You know, people have flight laws. No, Marshall. Y'all are tarring and feathering people with no evidence.
Never convicted of a criminal offense. I think his dipping his toe into that end of the river is disgusting.
It is disgusting. But again, you cannot indict everybody that was on his plane. You can't indict everybody that was sitting on that plane and saying that they were down for the get down. Okay? I feel like, again, people's alluring, how should I say, attraction to this specific issue is through celebrity gossip.
Wait, everybody.
All right, I'm gonna shut up.
You know, for just 1 second. Let me just say this. Now, might be just be gossip. I don't know. I'll try to find a link because I read an article today that said the first time Trump had sex with Melania was on a Lulu Express. I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw an article about it. Okay, Adams, Mike, shows nobody interrupt Adams, but.
So Jay. And I'm sure that you can appreciate this from the standpoint of actually codifying clarity, right? Just because somebody was on a flight log does not mean that they were down for the get down, right? Like there was some man in a freaking like a chair that has muscular dystrophy. Who was that man? Like Marshall, can you remind me? I have early Alzheimer's. There you go. Yes, Hawkins. So again, you know, it's crazy to me that, I mean, do you really feel like Stephen Hawking was boning down with freaking teenagers? The dude can't even get it out of a fucking wheelchair.
Well, that doesn't mean there wasn't no young honey there slobbing on that knob. He can't stand up, but he could probably pull it out.
I'm profoundly disappointed.
No,
I'm profoundly disappointed.
I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm like, he could probably get that knob slobbered on. I don't know, it's probably some eaters on the island that, you know, did the whole unzip pull-out game, but I'm done.
All right, let me jump in 2 seconds. I'm handing the room to Marshall, Nye, and Abby. You guys have a great night. Be safe. Be nice to each other. Speak to you later.
Thanks, man. Thank you, Jim.
We'll be safe, we'll be nice, but I can't promise I'm going to be nice to, you know, my fellow man.
No, but I agree with Adams. It's kind of like the Diddy parties. Just because you were there doesn't mean you were being a diddler. Just because you were there doesn't mean you were boning Casey in the background with the baby oil. So I'm not defending Epstein, but I get it. Just because we have this, these pages of names on a list doesn't necessarily mean they were all there,
Unless they have D next to their voting ticket.
Nefarious activities. What's that?
Unless they have a D next to their name on the voting ticket, then they definitely did it.
Well, so here's the thing about this conversation as of late. The Democrats are trying to make hay out of it because they're able to accuse Donald Trump of being a pedo, and the Republicans are dodging some of the more well-oriented questions toward it. Point being, both sides of the aisle are expressing their political version on this. Neither side of the aisle is clean in the way they present the facts.
Where does the British
Got
prince fit
it.
with all this then?
Abby, can I ask you a question? Do you remember the McMartin trials?
Remind me.
The McMartin case. It was out of Santa Monica, California. California v. McMartin. And it was a very big to-do case. It was a very big to-do case where
Was that the
people... The preschool, right?
Preschool,
So-
yeah, okay.
Right. So what was the end-all result of that, of the findings?
I don't remember.
Right.
All the
So
children
they
were lied. They lied.
Right, and they were coached. So again, I feel like with this whole Epstein shit, people need to be very deliberate as far as naming actors, and I'm not saying that with pun intended, but people who are participants involved in that specific setting, in the specific charges that are being alleged, right? I don't like the fact that, people rent out their private jets all the time, right? People rent out their private jets all the time. So it's crazy how, now we're saying that because somebody ended up on somebody's private jet means that they have abused children. It's weird. Let's walk us through the acts. So let's walk us through the acts. Let's walk us through the acts of where these people
We were not being
excuse me, where they were being, okay, so show me where Clinton abused children.
You're missing my point, Adams. When it was
Show me where Clinton abused children.
Monica Lewinsky argued about Bill Clinton.
She was a grown adult.
Stop it.
When they argued about Bill and Hillary Clinton, the Republicans were more than willing to happily argue over and happily say that Epstein supported the Clintons as a pedophile. My point is, a bunch of this stuff in the last, week and a half or so has been politically motivated. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying the discussion itself is a politically motivated discussion. The Republicans have all of the political motivation in the world to pretend like there was nothing there. The Democrats have all the motivation in the world. Hold on. They have all the motivation in the world to pretend like there was everything there. The point I'm trying to make here is it is more political than the conversation we are having suggests.
But see, that's why the pursuit and the amount of negligence that takes place is important too. Because, for instance, in New Jersey, if you attend a house party, right, and you get drunk at that house party, and you leave that house party, and you get into a car accident, and let's say you kill somebody, right? Did you know the owner of that home that initiated that party can be charged with the same crime that you would be charged of? So if someone's on a jet, right, and they're going somewhere, and minors are being transported on that same jet, or maybe minors are there on that same property, whether they know or not, there's a certain amount of negligence that can take place as the owner of that jet. So I'm just saying it's more so about how it's being pursued, right? If these folks were involved with someone who were doing these things, then they should be at the least investigated. And the fact that they're wealthy shouldn't keep them from being indicted if the investigation finds that they had broken the law. And I think that's where the gray area.
So, I mean, Abby, coming from Vegas, people who have private jets and especially fractional ownership, they rent out their jets for many different reasons, correct?
Charter all the time.
Financial reasons.
It's actually
You happen to have a jet expert on the stage right now, more than I am. And Rachel will tell you the charter business is pretty big.
Right. So, I mean, it's a way to, people who actually have that set jet to be able to sustain the ownership, right? So if you look at flight time, mileage, if you look at, maintenance and all of those things, it would be practical for somebody to lend out their jet, correct?
That's why they do it. They don't lend it out. They serve it out.
Right.
Right.
So,
At what, $5 an hour, Rich?
More than that.
More than that, right?
A lot more than that.
That's probably for a light jet now, or
That's not even LA to Vegas for $5,000.
no, I'm saying $5,000 an hour.
I've personally taken off from Van Nuys Airport and Santa Monica Airport, and looking at the amount of money that goes into maintaining a certain type of equipment, like it's crazy to me that people don't resonate in their minds that people rent out their jets. So it's crazy to me that given the fact that people rent out their jets and seeing that certain names are on a flight log in absence of actual criminal behavior, I feel like this is crazy. Like, it's crazy. Yes, I believe that freaking Jeff Epstein should rot in hell. I feel like his townhouse should be burned to the ground. Okay, but at the same time, looking at the proximity as far as the people that people are accusing of being in proximity of him and relating the proximity to actual criminal acts, I feel like that's very, it's precocious, it's extremely disingenuous, and it's intellectually dishonest.
I 100% agree with you, Doctor, on that one. I mean, 1,000%. And I used to when I used to work for the Department of Homeland Security, I used to once in a while work at different airports to help out with certain operations. And whenever we went to the private side, it was insane, some of those private jets. And actually, I know for a fact, one time we had to work with the Trump plane before Trump became president. This was about 2015-ish. And there were people that were renting that plane out from Donald Trump. So, yes, that does happen.
He had a lot of planes. Which one is it? He has a lot of planes. And he had a lot of planes.
That was, I don't know which plane it was. It was just one of the.
Well, he had a 747. He had several BBJs. Actually, I have a picture. Maybe see if I can PTO.
757.
He had the one that I have a picture of the one that he flew into Cleveland in 2015 for the convention when he got the nomination. Let me see if you can figure out what kind of plane it is. I'll find the picture.
Abby, how often
His planes are old, and that's why he wanted us to buy him some new ones. His planes are very old.
And that was my question. How often does Donald Trump, upgrade his, his fleet? You know what I mean? Like, he has I believe
Every new wife.
57, and he also has a Sikorsky.
So these planes, I've been trying to say this to you guys. Thank God Rachel's up here. These planes are older planes, they do turn them, but a lot of them, it's not so rare to buy a plane from the Middle East, by the way, because that's a lot of where the orders are in terms of the private fit out planes. But he had, the big one that maybe you're talking about, I don't know if that's the one you boarded.
It's a 757.
Yeah, let me find the picture of the one. I definitely
Grandma of the fleet. Okay.
Yeah, it's a Boeing 757. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that the charters on JSX, most of those seem to be from the year 2018 to 24.
Those are Embraer.
To 2014, but if you charter privately,
Trump's private plane is a Boeing.
If you charter privately and you don't share any seats, then you can get very, very new planes above 2020.
Right. So, you can run NetJets or what's
NetJet or
I just put the top
NetJets
ones
or
in the
you know,
chest.
XJet.
right,
The top
you know,
ones,
like those, right, you know, so it's kind of one of those things where you can actually board a flight. Actually, one of the most popular flight destinations is from Van Nuys to Las Vegas. So you know, it's crazy to me how people don't understand that anybody can be using anybody's jet at any different time. It's crazy. I used to work in you know, corporate housing where you used to have to connect people when they land, you know, to every different available resource that's imaginable. You know what I mean? So when you look at NetJets, when you look at Jet Suite, that's another one. When you look at like a lot of other programs, somebody practically owns that jet and they're renting it out the same way that Uber rents out, you know, people's personal vehicles.
And the thing is, with this manifest, no one's going to use their real name on this manifest. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not reading things correctly, but I doubt very seriously if Bill Clinton
It
or
depends.
Donald
It
Trump.
depends. If you're going outside the country,
You don't necessarily have to.
That's what I'm saying. Inside the country, that's a whole nother conversation.
Correct. Right, because the private pilots, they don't even have to be under the same auspices of the, you know, our drinking rules and stuff. They, by the FAA, they're not even mandated by the FAA to do certain, you know, to fly without a certain number of hours of haven't had alcohol. But going outside of the country, you can't tell these private plane owners who to put on the manifest. They can have Mickey Mouse's name on there. It's nobody's business. Just like when you go to a hotel, they can't mandate you to put your real name. You know, they can't do it. That's why people fly private. But just to your point, and I'll finish, is there are a lot of people that are doing some really unscrupulous things on not private jets, on commercial planes. You know, concubines, blah, 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 blah. But I don't really get the whole Epstein thing, except people want to know if he was murdered or not. I don't think people really care, except Elon, and you guys can tell me. Elon has really got a bug up his butt about Bannon, and I don't know if he's intimating Trump too, but he's the one that's causing all the noise on X. Why is he doing? I have a question really quickly. Let me read this really quickly. Can somebody explain to me why Donald Trump wrote on Truth Social? I'm just going to read part of it. He's going on and on. He said, he's ranting about why people keep going on and on about Jeffrey Epstein. He says, for years it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration, which conned the world with the Russia hoax? So the Epstein files were written by Obama? Question mark. I'll land there.
Well, I'd like to say one thing on that. He was part of that during when he was running for office, talking about Epstein. And now for him to say, why are we talking about that? I mean, he was just doing that a few months ago. So it sounds kind of hypocritical on me that he was talking about it nonstop and quite frequently, I guess you could say. And now it's like, whoa, shoot, why are we talking about that? Why, you know, Epstein's been dead for years. What the hell's going on? It sounds a little weird to me. Even though I 100% agree the flight log thing, that doesn't mean someone's guilty. Also, another thing is I got to go back to work here in a little bit is some of the stuff that he has talked about way back in the 90s about Epstein doesn't look good for Trump. It just doesn't. Or some of the pictures he's involved with, or videos talking about young girls. It doesn't look good at all. Does that mean he actually had sex with underage girls 100%? No, it doesn't. I mean, unless there's videos or, you know, has there been individuals that have reported that he did? Yes, there was that one Jane Doe situation that someone came out and had a situation that I think it was him and I can't remember who else, someone else famous, that claimed that he was at one of the underage sex parties. Was that true? Who knows? But to me, the biggest thing is comments that he made in the past just doesn't look good. Especially his comment talking about on the Howard Stern show, I believe it was in 1995, about sneaking backstage to the came out and said Donald Trump just walked in their locker room, and he admitted to walking the locker rooms on Howard Stern. So, I mean, he definitely has a history of some very perverted, unethical behavior. Does that mean he was on the island? Not necessarily, no.
Well, I know a lot of people on social media thought it was quite interesting when this administration announced last week, whatever it was, that the files weren't going to be released. There are no files, there's no list, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. America's Dad, aka Tom Hanks, posted a photo, just a random, strange photo, where he's just, some of y'all may have seen it, he's just kind of smiling into the camera. A lot of folks thought it was odd. I mean, he's not promoting a film right now, I don't think, or play or anything. He hasn't been mentioned in the media in a hot minute. But of course he has, since the COVID lockdown, been under suspicion that he's involved with child sex trafficking. Some folks believe that he was responsible for the suicide. I think Isaac Cappy is his name. But anyway, he posted this photo, and a lot of folks seem to think that the photo was a message that Tom Hanks was sending, and that message was, haha, I'm protected. They're protecting me. They're protecting guys like me and women. There's nothing you can do about it. And by you, either those who are investigating, those who are those in either federal agents or investigators on the Epstein case, perhaps if they were looking to crack down on individuals involved, prosecute individuals involved, prosecute names on the list. Many people seem to think Hanks was sending a message like, I'm safe, I'm protected, we're all protected, we can sleep easy now. Because if y'all remember during COVID, when the hammer was coming down, he fled to Greece because Greece has no extradition laws as it relates to sex trafficking, I think, or child molestation, one of the two. I think his wife is Greek, but don't quote me on that. So I don't know, it was kind of interesting, Tom Hanks, with his seemingly subliminal messages that he was sending after the file. They said they're not going to release the file.
You said Tom Hanks went to Greece? I didn't follow you. Did you say Tom Hanks went to Greece? I didn't follow that part.
Yeah, was it 2 or 3 years ago during the COVID lockdown when allegedly they said he was being
I thought he
questioned?
went to Australia, and his wife's Rita Wilson. But I thought he went to Australia during COVID. Am I wrong?
I thought it was Greece, but I'll have to Google it.
Because he got COVID there. Remember, he went to Australia? Or he was working on a film, and they all got COVID on the film, like in the early days of COVID. Maybe I'm...
Yeah, I remember that, but the theory was that it was PR, that he didn't really have COVID, that it was just a PR play.
But how do we know that other than people just guessing?
Abby, you're right, he was in Australia.
Like, when it gets all this celebrity gossip, like, how do you know? Is it because he got captured on a TV camera, or are we just making assumptions?
Well, how did I know he was in Australia? Because it was all over the
news. I mean, the general thing over Tom Hanks that he had some subliminal message. Like, how did people know that? That it was some sort of a subliminal message? I'm still lost on that.
No, what I said was it was people's theories. Theories.
Okay. That makes more sense now. Thank you.
I mean, isn't there a royal family member that's caught up in this?
Yeah, Andrew.
Andrew, right.
Andrew. Who definitely got down with the people of the minor persuasion there and did not get thrown in prison.
I don't know, Marshall. It's crazy. Shout out to the C-17 in my PTR.
What's up, Adams? Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up, Rohan?
Oh, pretty good here. Sunny day today. We're going to make the most of it. How's the combo going?
We were grading, when Jay was in the room, he was asking everyone to give Trump a grade for how he's performed.
Wow. Okay. Nice. How'd that move on?
What would you say the average of the grades were?
I'm sorry, did you say me?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
What do you think the average of the grades were that we were hearing? If you were to average them all out.
Oh, I think I was the only one who gave him an A++. I think there were a couple of, I think I heard one person say A, but I think that they were definitely B and lower, if memory serves me
I
correct.
think there were a lot of B's and some D pluses.
Okay, what's the commonality with the people who are doing D+? Now I'm curious.
Well, we had 1 or 2 F's.
Yeah, I think there were, we have some folks, and I'm not saying on this stage, but Trump derangement syndrome is real. And so, we didn't have too many people with a B and above during.
What do people think about the possibility of Trump getting a Nobel Peace Prize?
Fucking laughable.
Really? Do you think the Abraham Accords were laughable? XG? Do you think those were laughable? Just curious.
Yeah, I think it's laughable that they bombed Iran too, yeah.
Wait. You didn't answer my question. Because you never can answer a direct question. What do you think of the Abraham Accords? Do you think they're laughable?
Yeah, whatever.
Really? So what do you think happened as a result of the Abraham Accords? Do you know? Or you just
This
thinking that?
magical prosperity kind of peace.
Do you happen to know what happened as a result of the Abraham Accords?
Is it just going to be you spewing a ton of propaganda?
I'm not at all. I'm asking you if you happen to know what the byproduct was of the Abraham Accord.
So XG, just listen and try to learn. That's all I'm saying, buddy.
I'm just gonna have to listen to Abby talk about Israel.
Right. So listen to Abby. Abby actually brings a great set of experience into this
Actually,
conversation.
I don't have to talk about it. You can go use your Grok or ChatGPT. I'd recommend the Encyclopedia Britannica. It's really good. But you could use whatever you want to research what was the result of the Abraham Accords, what countries entered into it, and what was the aftermath of them, what changed in the region as a result of them. Just you tell me if they're a joke, like you said. I'm not going to sit here and school you, and I think everyone else on the stage knows about them. But you can take the time.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Bahrain's contributing to dog shit.
Bahrain is a gorgeous, wonderful, gorgeous country that's also one of the wealthiest countries in the world. It's an oil-producing country.
Correct. It's not wealthy because everybody's making a great time over there. It's wealthy because they're fucking stocked up on oil. It's the big difference.
Do you know that Bahrain happens to be a very tolerant country? Do you know that about Bahrain?
No, considering the fact that during one of the Formula One races over there was all missiles going through there nearly, but...
Do you know that Bahrain has had, it's been a multi-faith country for centuries? Do you know that about Bahrain?
Congratulations, so has the U.S. Woohoo.
Wow, so contentious.
It's sort of unbelievable. Do you know what the Abrahamic Center is, HG?
No, I do not.
Why don't you Google the Abrahamic Center in Abu Dhabi? I just asked a direct question. What was the aftermath and the result of the Abraham Accords? It's a pretty easy question.
Yeah, it's just a joint agreement. So I'm so sorry, but what do you want me to say about joint agreements happening?
Well, what do you think happens after an agreement is signed? What's the purpose of the agreement?
Cooperations in fields. I'm sorry, give me a second. I'll look us all up to that.
Guys, is this like a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm got a feeling it's pretty much a waste of time. I mean, the question I put was like, what are people's feelings about Trump getting, potentially getting a Nobel Peace Prize? So, like XG, I mean, like if you've got an opinion about it, let's talk about it.
If he's nominated, he's entitled. That's my opinion.
Well, just because the person's nominated doesn't necessarily mean they're entitled.
I said that's my opinion. If he's actually nominated, and it's my opinion, he should be considered for it. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Hi, Rachel. Good to see you.
Hey.
Rohan, it's Mitch. I think the prestige of the I think the prestige of the Nobel Peace Prize has been really diminished because they've given it to a lot of people that either didn't deserve it or, went to war, created conflicts after.
It's an interesting point. I'm not going to.
Listen further.
I mean, they gave it to Yasser Arafat. Hello.
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody could argue that was a shock. Let's fact.
They gave it to Obama because he gave a speech, right?
But what in this world has the same cachet as it always has had? They didn't give it to Obama. They didn't give it to him because he had a speech. They didn't give it because of the speech.
Why did he get it?
I Googled it last night. Do I have to Google it again, Abby? I think it has something to do with
international what?
International relations, or not the same thing that Trump will be nominated for. His work with the international something, but I'll go ahead and do it. I was doing something else.
Nations?
It was something about global. I'll just go ahead and
He got it in June of his first term.
Why did Obama get the? But I read it last night because I was talking to Adam and I was Googling some stuff on it. Obama.
I think it was preemptive.
Also, Henry Kissinger. Let's not forget they gave peace prize to that guy too.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Dr. Mitch. Like they've handed it out like candy to people who are certainly not deserving.
It said it because of his extraordinary efforts to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples. The Nobel Committee specifically cited his vision of a world free of nuclear weapons, his work on climate change, and his efforts to improve the international standing of the U.S. as the reasons for the war. Now we can also Google why will Trump be nominated? I'm sure it's the same thing. Unless you guys want to take over.
I have it here. I put it in ChatGPT. So it says here, arguments for Trump deserving the Nobel Peace Prize. Number one, the Abraham Accord, Trump's role in brokering the 2020 Abraham Accords, normalizing relations between Israel and several Arab states, is often cited as a historic achievement. Supporters argue it reshaped Middle Eastern diplomacy without resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a feat previously thought impossible. The second point it notes is the Israel-Iran ceasefire. Trump's leadership in negotiating a ceasefire between Israel and Iran after a 12-day conflict in June, including the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, is praised by some as preventing a broader war and curbing Iran's nuclear ambitions. The third point is the India-Pakistan de-escalation. It says here, Pakistan nominated Trump for the prize in June 2025 for his diplomatic intervention in the May 2025 conflict, credited with averting a nuclear crisis in Kashmir. The next point is
Uganda. What's it?
Oh yeah, that's pretty much it.
Congo or Rwanda is the.
Congo.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, that one's probably hasn't been added to the list yet because it's so fresh, right? But that's
it's not fresh. Well, his insertion within the conflict is something that's relatively fresh. But I mean, nobody would fucking know it. Like over 860,000 people have been killed in Congo. It doesn't even show up on the. It doesn't show up on the map. It's one of the most brutal instances of a show of humanity. Is just insane, but it doesn't show up in the media.
Can
I was a Kissinger fan, so I'm gonna have pushback on you guys being against him. the Nobel Prize.
Oh no! I mean, I get the pragmatism of Kissinger, but when you have that much death toll under your belt, I just don't know if you can mop it up with opening up China or whatever the hell, or delaying. Like the guy, not only like he ended up coming up with the deal he ended up coming up with in the end, right? With the North Vietnamese, that was something that he was a big part of kiboshing in '68 when Johnson was about to make the deal in Paris. He actually was part of the negotiations and was feeding information to Nixon to kibosh and to help kibosh it by creating doubt in the South Koreans' minds, so that Nixon had a better chance of winning the '68 election, because they were about to get the deal they ended up really getting in 72, 73.
But when were the Paris Accords signed? What year? They
73.
73, right. 73. The war ended.
75 was when the U.S. pulled out.
When we pulled out. Nixon resigned in 74, August of 74.
Yeah, but the point is that Johnson got there in '68, and Kissinger was part of that delegation, and he was feeding information to Nixon, because he's like, if Johnson pulls us off and we don't get the South Koreans away from the table, Johnson's going to pull this rabbit out of the hat like a week or two before the '68 elections, and you're going to lose. And so they deliberately kibosh. He was a big part of that. That's a major reason why Nixon brought Kissinger into the fold, because he was a Rockefeller Republican. The guy was a Machiavellian asshole.
Okay, you can hate him. I
don't hate it. It's not that I hate him.
The most controversial. Actually, there was so Arafat was definitely more controversial than him. And I was just reading this. There's
Why?
a woman. No, not a woman. The one from Myanmar that was given it and then went on to kill a whole bunch of people.
Yes, that too. Yeah, that was recently, right? With
that was 91.
Muslim.
91.
No, but what I was saying was the recent massacre of Muslims in Myanmar was what tainted her legacy, yes. Right? But no, I mean, I just look at, to me, death toll is a really important consideration, because, it's just the accumulation of human death and suffering. And, Kissinger has a lot of blood on his hands. And so does Arafat, and so does this Myanmar person, and a bunch of other people. I think Dr. Mitch was right that it's a pretty tainted award at this point. And in Obama, I mean, it was like it was some sort of forecasting what he was going to do, because he got it within months of becoming president. He hadn't really achieved anything. He bailed out the banks. But he went on to escalate the war on terror and, extrajudicial killings with drone strikes and a bunch of failed nation states as a result of U.S. intervention. I don't know.
Who's the Antichrist?
Actually, very highly of you.
Tell me what you really think. That was a good.
What?
That Obama's the Antichrist. I'm like, tell me what you really.
I don't think that. What's the skinny on them? Is it just the press trying to make it seem like their marriage is on the rocks, or is there something behind that?
Well, folks in Washington, who was that one reporter? What's the blonde woman's name? Oh, God. She runs a podcast. I can't think of her name. I think she used to be on Fox News. They made a movie about her.
All right, I'll get it in my head.
Right, I know we all know. What's that, Dr. Mitch?
It's not Megyn Kelly?
No, I think it is Megyn Kelly. Let me look it up so I can see the face. Is it Megyn Kelly?
Or maybe it might be McCann's daughter.
But what if, Abby? I mean, they're both highly educated, successful people. They've been putting on a smile for 8 years. And what if they want to live separate lives?
I have no judgment. I was just curious if
I'm just and what about Donald and Melania? What's their marriage like? I don't know. My boyfriend is.
Who knows?
My own boyfriend is right now, and so our marriage might be on the rocks. I'm not even married to him, but you know what I mean. But
no, I'm just curious because I see a lot popping up on social media about it. Now I don't follow like the tabloids on the marriages, but that's why I was curious if I was missing something on that.
Well, I think it was Megyn Kelly. Hold on, really quickly. I think it was Megyn Kelly or John McCain's daughter, because McCain's daughter. One of them said that it's no secret. I'm just. Don't shoot the messenger. One of them said it's no secret in Washington circles and D.C. circles that the Obama's marriage is over. There was some talk that they were going to announce their separation. Within the weeks or immediate months after Trump's presidential win. They didn't want to announce it right after this recent election cycle. And then there have been rumors that they've been pushing it back even further. But according to either it was Megyn or the McCain girl who said in Washington D.C. everybody knows that the marriage is over. And then let's not forget there were the rumors that he was dating Jennifer Aniston. And she had to come out and say those rumors are not true, although she doesn't mind being romantically linked to him via tabloids, but she says it's not true.
So we're going to believe Megyn Kelly and what's the name, McCain, and he's going to... Yeah, whatever. And then he's going to look... What kind of degree does Jennifer Aniston have? What law school did she go to? He's just going to... He's so undisciplined with his penis that he's going to drop to a lower standard than his wife. Some of these things are just incredulous to me, but I could be wrong. He has all the women in the world, all the 191 countries in the world, but he's going to go to Malibu and get Jennifer Aniston. Okay.
Yeah, I think she looks pretty good, personally.
I'm not talking about her looks. I mean, there's more than looks, don't you think, Abby, that may attract a man of his stature or his intellect? I mean, you
really think you want the answer to that? I mean, who mentioned...
No, not really. If it's going to be a negative one, no. But
I mean, there's some brilliant men that choose, not necessarily women that are at their
I agree with that.
Intellectual caliber. And then like trophies. I mean, we never know what the next chapter of their lives are. They sometimes go with something you would never expect. I mean, I don't know what Bezos' first wife was like versus who he's with now, or I mean, you can't really predict that. But I didn't know the Jennifer Aniston thing. That's pretty wild. I was just thinking, as you're telling the story, like, what would it be like for the two of them to be single? Like, how would they date?
Well, last year he was gay, so I can't keep up.
Well, didn't they release some? Didn't they confirm that this man was gay through a book or a biography or some letters that he wrote and said, he's explored with his sexuality in college days? And what about the white dude way back in the day during Obama's first term? Remember the white dude who went before Congress and said him and Obama were smoking crack and gargling gargling each other's gravy in the backseat of the limo, and then he turned up dead? I mean, I don't think it's a stunning secret that Obama is bi at the very least. Haven't we confirmed that? Right.
Yes.
But how can we know about these people's personal lives when we can't even know what our own partners are doing? That's my question.
Because they release biographies.
And just because the latest is written.
Because they do biographies. I mean, that's a lot of it, and everyone, it's curiosity with celebrities, clearly.
And wait, don't we remember, guys, ladies and gentlemen, the most stunning of all stunning? Remember that footage that went viral within the last year or so of John Legend and his weird wife, Chrissy
Oh, please.
Right.
And
Who was dragging child abuse sex victims.
Oh, yeah, that weirdo.
It's crazy.
No,
But wait,
I know
remember
her
they asked
sister.
them.
Her sister lives here.
Wait, hold on. Remember they asked the legend couple to describe your best sex or your wildest sex or kinkiest sexual adventure, something like that. It was a question about sex and their sex life. And remember, Chrissy Teigen was like, well, that Obama thing was fun. And John Legend was so speechless. Right? He looked like she had just told revealed the key to life. And within like a week or so, the Obamas had to come out and put out a statement to clarify because all of social media wanted to know, what did Chrissy Teigen mean by that? Go Google it if y'all don't believe me. So, to Rachel's point, you don't know what's going on with these couples.
Hey, did this actually happen, guys? I'm having a crisis. I'm so sorry. Clubhouse crash moment.
George,
Did it actually happen?
George.
Oh my God!
George, meet up. You're making me look bad.
You can't help
bad. Stop it, George. Stop. Thank you. Let's move on.
Wait, I got another. Google this and read this. So this is. When did this? Is a year ago? You said this happened.
Well, I don't know. The footage went viral within the last year. When the interview actually took place at what event, I can't tell you how. But I know the interview itself was at least about a year ago that it started to either resurface online. Somebody dug it up. It may have been a recent event. That part I'm not sure, but it within the last year or so that the footage went viral on X.
I'm trying to post those two comments by Trump on The View and on Wendy Williams about his daughter, but sometimes you can't post those things from Instagram, but I'm trying. I guess John Legend and he are both from Chicago, so they have some type of injury.
John Legend's from Ohio.
Oh, I apologize.
John Isaacs. And by the way, Rachel, he went to Penn. And my daughter's graduation, he was the for the college, he was the speaker. He gave a great speech. But he's definitely from Ohio.
I like him. I mean, I didn't used to like his music, but I do like his music. Well, I mean, I don't know anything about these people. You guys do, so I'll just mute up.
Well, he does a lot of advertising for Penn. I guess their face.
You said he went to Penn?
Yeah, he went to Penn, and he's like a face of the school. Like they use him in a lot of ads.
Can I, a different subject, one thing if that's all right, I'm noticing online is Americans kind of travel vloggers, primarily a lot of MAGA aligned people who go to protests and stuff. They're in Mexico, and they're just seem to be bewildered and shocked that in Mexico right now there are people who are angry at American citizens and are calling them out when they see them on the street. I know it's escalated to the point where there's actual violence and people are scared because they're smashing restaurants or hotels or homes of these people. So that's obviously over the top. But this sense that people are surprised that there's anti-U.S. sentiment right now, I find hilarious. And they're trying to wrap it. They're trying to become victims out of it. And it's just this is stuff they hate the left about, and it's just you're doing this thing.
Wait, Adam's saying this. I just got back from Europe, and it was in a bunch of different countries, and I had the opposite happen. People were complaining about what's happening in Europe, and I heard a lot of praise. So I actually had the opposite. But what I have seen is because I go to hockey games, and I have seen Canadians, because they come to my city as a tourist destination, and we were in the playoffs against Canadian teams, and they come in and when the national anthem plays, they booed the Star Spangled Banner. That I heard, that I saw firsthand. They're doing it in Canada, but they were doing it as they came into the U.S. also.
Yeah, I get it's in the United States. I understand, people being defensive about it. It's well, if you're here, you need to, is certainly that sentiment in Canada and in Mexico, but the whole like turning on its head and going to these countries and saying, "Oh, well, why are you mad at us?" and like, what? Why?
Rachel,
It's like.
I'm just curious, Rachel. Do you see it? She's in Europe.
Well, today.
Not today. But have you seen that? Have people,
Seen what? I'm sorry.
People bitching about America when you're in Europe.
Before the election, now they've just kind of accepted it. The place, I only go to Italy mostly. I try not to go any place but there, but it's so damn hot in Italy. They don't care about anything right now. They're worried about global warming and climate change. I don't see it.
I didn't.
No.
I didn't see it, and I'll tell you something interesting. I went to see Springsteen in Germany, where he was ranting. He did 3 rants in the concert about Trump and about the country and the rot in our country, and it was pretty intense. And I did this in England, and he got a better response. In Germany, I'd say 35%, I don't even know if it hit 40% of the people in the stadium were applauding him, but they were not all applauding him. And it was, by the 3rd rant, it was pretty annoying. And I absolutely did not hear anti-American stuff when I was there.
No, they like our money in Europe, and they aren't going to say anything. I think they're resolved. He's the president for the next 4 years, just like anybody else with any sensible intelligence. Who's going to let their nervous system be all in an uproar for 4 years because this man is president, even if you didn't vote for him? We were rooting for him, when he did what he did with Iran, going in there and doing that stuff. Nobody's got time to hold a grudge for 4 years, do they? With someone you don't even know?
I don't know, Rachel. It sounds like the Democrats are about to be, sounds like they're on a path to be chronically depressed for the next 4 years over Trump. Not all Democrats, of course, but those with TDS.
Is it not like, I guess this is proving the point that there's a naivety and ignorance to the idea that people may not like what the United States is doing right now and how it does affect people personally around the world. I guess the point was made.
I'm telling you, the Canadians for sure. I've heard it.
Well, in Mexico,
just watch any NHL game in this last couple months, and you heard them booing when they played an American team. However, I was in countries like I was in Switzerland. I was in these countries where people were saying that they have a problem in Europe, and they wish that their country would do what Trump is doing. So I heard, and I'm basically talking to like shopkeepers, like that level. I didn't take a microphone to someone up in the street, but as shopkeepers, people in hotels, and that's what I heard. That's anecdotal, so I don't know, maybe there's polling that says what.
Well, I'm in Mexico, and what you're hearing about Mexico is only in Mexico City for now. Once, I'm right on the beach in Tijuana, so when it starts to hit Tijuana, then I'll be concerned about it. But for right now, it's just in Mexico City. Mexico City does have like 30 million people, so it's kind of a big, it's kind of a big place. But for right now, it's only in Mexico.
They have bigger problems there. They need to breathe at Mexico City.
I haven't been to Mexico City.
Their air quality, I hear, is ugh.
Do you fly there?
We are going to, but I think we do. I just never been. No, I don't. We don't. Another city that would remain anonymous. They can do, but no, not out of.
Maybe if you don't fly, it'll improve the air quality.
Hello, I am the great genius of history. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes. When will the aliens be here to?
I know nothing of any extraterrestrials. I know nothing of any gods.
Well, then you're not great. You're not great, sir. Stop coming up on these stages with the lies, sir. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm simply a teacher of language and literature who has stumbled upon
language and literature from serious.
No, it's quite simple. It's just this basic biology, basic primatology. You're hearing it live. Any questions? Are we all familiar with the proposition?
Nice chatting with all.
Where you going, Abby?
Simple primatology.
Good night,
Simple primatology. That's what the Bible is.
Rachel, I'll send you a message. Good night, guys.
Just vibes world.
Night.
Good night, Abby. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing.
Solomonic, best nature, sperm donor babies.
Okay, hold on.
French Hebrew education.
Okay, I'm not talking nonsense. Listen, JB opened his house. This is JB's room. I am working as always. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. Your girl does not want to leave this discussion without co-mods. So I'm gonna close the room unless Rogue wants to host the room. But I feel like we have probably reached the end, as Jim Morrison so eloquently told us back in the 60s and 70s. So I'm going to end the room now, and I'm sure JB will open up another house tomorrow. It's been a great discussion. I will end here. I don't know if you can hear this, but if anybody has Netflix, go ahead and tune into The Sandman. Season 2 is out. The actor who plays the Sandman, that man is fine as hell. I don't know if anyone wants to hear this. I looked him up on IMDb, just him out of character inside. But as the Sandman, he's sexy as hell. So shout out to the Sandman. Go show that man some love. Go support his show. Tune into Netflix. Sandman season 2 is out. That's it. Are you watching now? I am in love with this man. I don't know who he is, but I know.
So my family's been, promoting the Menendez Brothers project. So it is what it is. I'm actually really low-key proud of it. I'm so low-key proud of it. Like, it is what it is. Like, that show actually creeped me into some of, like, the hottest, oh my god, actually, it is what it is. But, yeah, Netflix, tune into Netflix, don't listen to Clubhouse, and, yeah, Caribbean and African people are not black. Thank you.
First of all, I love Adam. Shout out to Adam. Okay, sounds like I need to be watching the Menendez Brothers. That's one show that I've purposely not watched yet because I live through it, just like the Dahmer. I live through Dahmer. And even though I do like the actor that plays Dahmer, I haven't watched the Dahmer series on Netflix either because I feel like mentally and spiritually I'm not ready to relive that. But the actor who plays Dahmer, that's another five-knuckle guy, another hottie, in my opinion. I don't discriminate, ladies and gentlemen. I like guys of all races. But it just so happens right now I'm giving a shout out to the hottest white guys on Netflix right now, the Dahmer dude and the Sandman. So tune in, get with it. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm sure I'll be up in these clubhouse streets later tonight, listening to learn or joining JB tomorrow. And on that note, in the words of Dr. Frankenfurter from Rocky Horror Picture Show,
Good night, you filthy animals.
enjoy the dream and be it.
All the stuff that's happened, and I started looking up, does anybody know like the laundry list of stuff that's happened since Elon talked about releasing the files and like related them like to Trump? Like definitely Iran's been bombed. Like I mean, it's been a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. That's been like the National Guard and the Marines have been sent to LA. Like a ton of shit that's happened. Like the wag the dog stuff. Like so,
51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files, and just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton, Christopher Steele dossier that they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Trump wrote on the post, referring to the FBI probe alleged ties between Russia and Trump's 2016 campaign. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files if there was anything in there that could hurt the MAGA movement? Why didn't they just use it? They haven't even given up on the JFK or Martin Luther King. They haven't even given up on the JFK or MLK Jr. files Trump said on Saturday. So, it's all Obama's fault. And this is Biden's fault. It's Biden's fault. That's what he's saying. But the thing that's crazy, right? He claims he released the JFK files and MLK files. Like 90% of files have already been released. So they can't just like Martin Luther King, anything that hasn't been released for the tapes. The family asked to not release the tapes until they hear it. And then not only, talk like, let's pretend the family didn't give any everything got released. The FBI still has to go over the tapes to know what needs to be cut, what can go forward. Because Trump needs to be when they're still alive. Like there's a fucking way that they release fucking top secret information. Like he's full of shit. And it's crazy that he brought up the Epstein when he's the reason why this fucking shit is a fucking thing.
Exactly. So if this was somebody kid, we were like listening to the elementary school student saying the stuff he did, somebody put like basically third graders voice to what Trump was saying, and literally the shit that you just whatever that was, we gotta bring it up. It was still like he literally like Marsha. It's like no, it was Greg and Bobby and Cindy did it. I didn't do it. Like he literally is like a kid blaming other people. The fact that this our president, I guess what I'm saying is like the fact that we even discuss this seriously is because of his position. But if we just think of this just like what Common said, he literally is a lying child. He's a dummy or whatever. The way he lies, he's so dumb that he's not a good liar. But he literally gets caught in every fucking lie he does. I just say that to say that this essentially, I mean, we all know what it is or whatever. It's like, and then Trump talks about Epstein, he called him a creep. There's literally a video of him where it looks like he's almost licking Jeffrey Epstein's ear, and then Jeffrey's like giggling like a schoolgirl or whatever. They were boys, they were running chicks out of there, or what, not running chicks, they're running underage girls, like through his house. I mean, it is what it is, and all this other stuff just bullshit. We know what Trump is doing, I guess all I'm saying is like, he's not serious.
So that video that you were talking about, there were women dancers all over the airways, and they were literally in the middle of lip syncing and read some of it and said, like, yeah, he's like a bad girl, right? That was part of the thing. So even if these were underage girls, these girls were really young, because a lot of these girls were 18, 19 in college students who literally were cheerleading for one of the teams, I can't remember. There's just so much video out there. There's even a video, there's a picture of him with a young girl that's floated for years. There was a case that literally a 13-year-old had accused Trump of sexually assaulting her, and that got buried, just like a
No, whereas we did a whole room on that. We had an attorney who was handling the Epstein Island part of it. She was located in the islands, and she was handling that part because there's a component of it that they were investigating on the island side, right? So she came on to 420 and she was talking about it, and this girl, this child, it was two of them. It was her and her friend, and Jeffrey and Trump were fighting over who was going to take their virginity, and president, and then it was Jeffrey and Donald arguing over who was going to take these girls' virginity, right? And then tell the rest, and then one of them disappeared, and she said her friend disappeared, and she doesn't know what happened to her when they were both 13 to 15 years old. Mike, is Michael still on the stage, and we lost him? I gotta look at the phone.
Yeah, Mike actually read that position. That was that position.
Yeah, that was crazy. So, Chris, we know about that situation, and they buried it because she had Lisa. God damn it, her mom. They both practiced together in California. Oh my God, let me. This is so old. I'm just like really just talking off the top of my head, but they were representing it. What's the name of the church that this play? Ah, it's the famous it's a Gloria Allred. Yes, I know she was involved in that. Yes. And her daughter actually had the case, and her daughter's name is Lisa Allred, right? And and when they were getting ready to actually just have the press conference to announce what the charges, they couldn't find her. She went underground. As a matter of fact, she called and told her that she was afraid for her life. I remember, don't you guys remember that day she was having that press conference? And it was actually some of it was on the air live. Y'all remember that? Oh my goodness. She has reminded me, but I've read about it. Yeah, I remember seeing her. Let me see if I can find the actual clip. The girl called her on the phone. It wasn't like she just went underground and she was missing, and told her that she had got death threats and she was afraid for her life. And then she didn't want to come because she thought she was going to be killed. Let's see if I can find it. Crazy. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna let's finish up the TMC thing because I always have so many things going on at one time. Let's finish this out while I'm looking for this other one.
Saying that Bongino was blindsided, didn't know about the money, and it took his missing. It really isn't missing. Is he back on the conspiracy theory?
He's back in the conspiracy theory. I haven't heard that. And obviously, if you murdered someone, he's a man. I've never murdered anyone. Maybe I guess he could do it. That is I'm sure he's very fine. Yeah, and he's hanging them. I'm not quite sure. Because the reality is, yes, there's a lot of suspicious things about Epstein's death. He was on suicide watch, and yet somehow he wound up committing suicide according to authorities. So yeah, however, we have not heard Louis Bongino's stated or implied in which shape or form that he believes that there was murder. Police believes, National believes, only official authorities believe that this was suicide.
And agents are being fished on because he thinks Ted Bundy was handled it.
And what happened with Brownie is early on in the administration, Brownie said, I've got the Epstein client list. She didn't give out her direct words, but responding to a question about Epstein's client list, she says, I have it on my desk. She said she was going to review it and then she was going to release everything. Well, what is that? Reading this client list. So it appears, as best we can tell, that Brownie had believed that these things existed, and rather than sort of ascertain the facts at a time, shot out the cannon, moved these statements, and then it sort of put up an Amalia that's continuing to go on.
Right. So you gotta imagine that for Dan Bongino and for Pastor Patel, that there are people in their world who are coming after them. Right? They're probably getting a lot of heat from the people that they used to when they were just doing podcasts and they weren't actually running the FBI, who were saying, what with kids, guys? We talked about this for years, and now it seems like you just abandoned us. So I'm imagining that's the heat that they're feeling, which is leading to this battle at the White House.
And they quote John F. Kennedy, who said that those who ride the tiger often end up inside it. And Rich is kind of going down this route. You might have to convince the next. Now, I'm not going to comment. I don't know whether they had these sincere beliefs ahead of time, or whether they were just sort of manipulating people. It's because they don't have all the facts and haven't ascertained how to interview them.
I couldn't figure out the life of me. right. So Kevin, when they found her, it was just like everywhere. And I said, okay, here it comes, it's gonna blow up. But that case was like, now any case is getting more news coverage than that case.
Yeah, and that was my problem with it because I kept saying to myself, why is this not like, and then the documentary, I don't know, have you seen the documentary on Netflix? Okay.
No, I haven't.
So please look at it. I think it's called Giselle, if I'm not mistaken. But it talks about her background and who she is. She's a socialite, right? And she comes from a very, 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 very wealthy family. But I don't know exactly where it was. I watched that documentary and it's scary as shit to me because it literally highlights who she was, her walk into this situation, how she became Epstein's best friend, and then how she became the madam, literally, who was handling everything for him by making sure he got everything that he needed. It is a super fascinating documentary. I gotta see if I can find it. I think it's called Giselle, but let me look at it real quick.
That's super interesting because I know her father committed suicide. That's the only thing I know about her.
Yeah, her dad's Robert Maxwell. He's the dude that owned, what was it, the Mirror.
The Mirror is in, that paper is out of, London? No?
Okay, so let me read her background real quick. Let me read her background so that way we can get an idea of who we're talking about. Because sometimes we just keep kind of throwing that out there without what you call it. So here it is. So she is a British, French, American socialite who is a convicted sex offender. She was found guilty of sex trafficking and other offenses with her deceased financier, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, who was sentenced in federal court. She was sentenced in federal court to 20 years. Hold tight. So she attended Balliol College in Oxford in the 80s. She became a prominent member of social scenes in London because of her father, Robert Maxwell. Right? Then she moved to New York and she had a relationship with Epstein. Maxwell founded a nonprofit to protect oceans in 2012. Following the sex trafficking allegations being brought by prosecutors against Epstein in 2019, the organization announced its secession of the operation. So whatever little bit she was following through, that also got shut down. So it says she was convicted of 5 of the 6, charges. Yeah. So it literally says here, and I'm getting ready to go there. Her father was from a Jewish family. Her mother was from a French Protestant family.
When you went off, I don't know if you heard us when you went off mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, I don't know if you heard me and Patty. Didn't the dad commit suicide?
Yeah. So what happened with her father was when he died, she was broke as fuck, so she was no longer rich. Her father had a scandal that happened behind the mirror. He was pension money. So there's a whole story behind this shit. The only thing she had was social standing and she had friends. So she was going from home to home. She met him at a party, and he happened to be rich at the time. She became his girlfriend and his fixer. So regardless of whatever, there's a lot of shit that happened in her life. She's fucked up. It is what it is, right? Her background is her
dad's death triggered a collapse of a bunch of banks, apparently, because he was just like your boy, who literally was borrowing money but wasn't paying it back. Because Trump has done the same thing. That's why he can't borrow money in the U.S. because no bank will lend him any damn money because he's defaulted in every loan and filed bankruptcy and literally screwed every bank in the U.S.
Trump. Wow, that'd be like taking some kind. That's really, really bad. Guys, that's bad. Cause I thought that he did stuff with casinos and film businesses here, but I didn't know about that.
Trump is not. This is not about Trump. Trump didn't do this. This is Ghislaine's dad.
Oh, okay.
Talking about this is not. We can't hang this on Trump. That was Ghislaine's dad. I just to get to know what this whole. That's why I was saying none of this stuff, all this stuff, none of it is what's gonna come out in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? This woman, the people who were involved with Jeffrey, how he rose to prominence out of nowhere after being, I think, a substitute teacher or something. I don't even. This stuff is wow. This is way. Maybe it's just overwhelming for me because this is just way too much of a cover up, and then of another cover up, and then of the kid, of the girl. This one here, it don't make sense. I mean, we never go by the shower.
It's much more than what a shower is. If you haven't bought it yet, please take 2 minutes from me.
Okay, we never go by.
And breaking news involving a woman who claims Donald Trump raped her when she was 13.
They tell me her dad was like Woodland Hills down where the woman was set to go public less than an hour ago. Peter.
Yeah, we have definitely some confusion here since that woman who was accusing Trump of raping her when she was a child decided not to appear. Instead, her attorney came out and said that the woman was too afraid to speak. Media from all over the world came out to hear what that woman had to say. This was a planned news conference, but it didn't happen. The woman had filed a lawsuit alleging Trump sexually assaulted her at several different parties in 1994 when she was only 13 years old. Attorney Lisa believes that the woman, who was gone by the pseudonym Jane Doe, had received numerous terrible threats, gave a short statement.
Jane Doe has received numerous threats today, as have all the Trump accusers that I have represented. She is living in fear. She has decided that she is too afraid to show her face. She's been here all day, ready to do it. But unfortunately, she is in terrible fear. I get that part.
See, this is the stuff that people are be talking about. This is what I was saying. That like we forget this is not just one of these Epstein files. There's a bigger picture involved in this. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. That's why I said there's so many layers of this. That's why I said we'll never get the truth out of this because you got one Trumpian president, then you got Epstein, he took a dive, Ghislaine, she knows that she better not say nothing because then she'll be like, it's just too much. And then we got all the people who are the people, I don't know who they are, I don't know how many they are, but these 10,000 videotapes or whatever that is, right? And then no one ever went to jail for assaulting and raping these kids. I don't even get this whole thing is gonna be the biggest cover up of all time, the biggest scandal of all time. Okay, that's all I got on that. That is super freaking crazy.
This could just be why. Go ahead, Ashley.
No, I was saying if this stuff comes out, and this will be a huge bombshell. You know what I mean? So how that all of this that we have in front of us, momentum, that's what I'm looking for. All the momentum that we have, we got to take this stuff to the primaries and things like that, and use this as fuel because it's looking really bad.
How do you guys think this is gonna affect the primary, Ashton?
Nobody said that, but Ashley.
I know. How is
You know what? It'll be 10 more scandals before midterm.
Yeah, because somebody gonna be losing jobs.
And I was just gonna say real quick, that's why Trump is trying to, of course, the rumors that he was going to pardon Diddy or something. I don't know why I feel like Diddy on those tapes. And then he might have some info.
guys were talking about earlier, but I'm, very much against what Big Pharma has been doing over the past couple of years. And there needs to be investigations at the last corporate level, federal level, government level. It's been one giant grift, and it's a deception which continues to go on. So Kennedy needs to do as much as possible from the fight back against this inhuman and murderous sterilization and destruction of our genetics and our bodies. That's my opinion.
So, are you Congressman from Illinois?
I'm running right now against the candidate who promoted vaccines to everybody in his district and said, if you don't get vaccinated, we're never going to stop this pandemic. And he's a big recipient of big pharma money, big health insurance money, and so I'm running against him. I'm a candidate with that.
Are you running for the 2026 election?
Yeah, the primary is in March.
Okay, got it. John ran for Senate in Connecticut. This is who we have on speaker right now, who is now being put into the White Forensics Hospital for going up against the powers that be. So we're running out. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, before X was purchased by Elon Musk, the censorship on this platform, and the censorship on Google and YouTube, what they label as medical misinformation, is absolute tyranny and censorship and misinformation. So it's all coming out, and there's so much information to even contend with, and that individual with that subreddit account, they post statistics about adverse effect, and I'm just absolutely amazed that just people that I know, I mean, they're not even looking at this information, and they're still, I mean, there's people out there still getting booster shots, and you go to Walgreens right now and get your COVID-19 update booster, so it's like nothing, Trump, in my opinion, he's pro-big pharma, and so we're not going to see any change from him. I mean, it's really we, the people who are organizing on social audio just as propaganda. I mean, it's complete mind control through nonstop advertising. And so many of these doctors are on compensation plans with big pharma, and there's no transparency. But because of X, we're able to get a glimpse into the medical industrial complex to see just how criminal it is and how these doctors don't provide any health care. They're just consumer packaged good product pushers, and it's absolutely revolting and makes me very angry.
I think Bobby Kennedy is there for a reason.
What I want to do, John, is when you have to leave, and I'm sure you have to leave here in a few minutes. It's 11 o'clock or something, John, right? I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it. John was able to get it played, so I can play it as soon as I get off the phone with you. Okay, see you later, and we'll be
Everyone, I appreciate it greatly. The difference, you have no idea the cases that we're working on right now are just heavy stuff up.
Yes.
Talk to you soon, thanks. Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna play this recording so that you guys can hear it.
Also for the state, calling number 35 on the 8 John Flynn. FLY, sorry.
trial. And on the X docket, what day would you like to change?
Sasha win like the gold medal or something for having the most annoying voice and saying the dumbest shit I've ever heard, wasting everybody's time? Is that what the gold medal's for?
You always want to you always right agree with me. Literally, you up who is this guy? You don't want to know why
Oh, you think I really care that I don't get to go talk on your stage of superhero thing?
Conservative comedy goes on.
I'm good. How are you doing, Baba? Hey, sweetie pie. How you doing? If you want, I can do my Sasha impersonation for you and talk very slowly.
Why did it take the opportunity of calling this guy sweetie and it's all real to start speaking?
I think there's some iron that is raised in me that I would sacrifice something from it. I would just say something real. If there's one on your undergrad relations stuff he does, I kind of drop everything. I used to kind of do that way slowly, but I think that dude is some amazing.
I mean, Andrew, you really don't think that you've wasted an incredible amount of time on this app doing nothing? I waste my time too here, but at least I record it. That's right. Neo-Nazi signs. Wow. Wow. You could have read the Bible 10 times on this app to everybody here right now. How about that? How about I read books all the time? How about that? I mean, you're projecting in your hip hop right now, Sam. I mean, I can respond in a hip hop style if you like. Funny with the money. honey. Oh, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want to troll you. The visa, capisha? I'm out like the papers. Who's the head honcho on Clown House Macho? Congressman! So, anyways, yeah, is Zeleny? No, Zeleny isn't Sasha, but, you know, I don't even know why you guys spend so much time listening to Sasha. Then why do you entertain the fact that you claim he's trans? I mean, that's a legitimate question. Why do you guys communicate with him as if he's a woman?
And you legitimately? Congressman? You'll find yourself in the audience.
Should we go?
like some people are using anti-Semitism as a claim for anybody that is critical about a certain policy. You know, as far as I am concerned, compassion for every person in Gaza, you know, is very Jewish. And the fact that I abhor the policies of
I don't really. I mean, if I'm attracted to the person, I don't care what color the person is. do constantly rearrange the genetics and essentially cut it and introduce a completely different genetic model. I think it does create probably better health outcomes. I don't know if it's you've seen those studies, the studies of interbreeding and how it causes specific genetic mutations. So I think cutting DNA definitely does probably create interesting combinations. But this is all eugenics bullshit. This is what they were obsessed on in the 20s. This was the science of the time. Was this genetic breeding? But it's really horse breeding. So I don't know. There's a way to do it. I'm sure you can do it mathematically to figure out what's the best way to do breeding. I'm sure there's nothing to do about it.
But the South Americans have been mixing with the white race forever.
Well, have you ever been to Brazil? Have you been to Brazil?
That's what I was going to say. They all look Europeans. And then my trainer, she's from Brazil, or she looks like German, and she's so I asked her, right? So it seemed like her father was a German, and then whatever.
Yeah, Brazil's interesting. They have cities that are Italian, so they have very, very diverse European genetic display there. But then they also have African Americans because they were slaves, and then they probably even have indigenous. So Brazil is probably really high on the charts of diversity. How old are you now? Do you want to have a kid?
Yeah, I do. But if I, hopefully I'll meet the right person if I go over them.
See, that's kind of the funny thing is it actually becomes a job on taking care of the children. So it's you want the right person, but what you really need is somebody who's very responsible and will be a good mother or provider or whatever. But I'm just saying it's kind of funny how people are like, yeah, if I meet the right person, it's what do you think you're doing with that person? You are literally starting a business with that person to take care of people. And if they can't take care of themselves, don't consider them because they're not going to take care of the children. So, that's what I'm saying. I think people make too much of a big deal about a relationship. People get along with somebody, but what you're really doing is mostly putting all your time and energy into the children. So, I know you're going to have to want more time, but it's I don't know. That's why arranged marriage is kind of a functional, less emotionally based. It's based on attraction, based on people getting into this endeavor to start a family so you can enjoy the experience. Because it should be fun. I don't know if you spend time on the children, but they're beautiful, darling little things that just make you feel great because you're wow, you're so innocent and so alive.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with you, but don't you want to have a woman with your wife, which is a little bit special because she's going to mother your kids. I get what you say, but you can't always be contacted, right?
Well, see, are you talking about sex then?
Sorry, what?
So you're talking about sex. That's the thing. It's if you've been with a lot of women, you start to realize, oh, if I'm actually going to have a child with somebody, I want that person to be a good person. Somebody who is not a piece of trash, not somebody that is an uneducated moron, or somebody who is emotionally retarded. It's just a question of a lot of it has to do with attraction, physical attraction. If somebody is obese, you just can't be. It's hard to be attracted to somebody who's obese. Let alone, it's almost impossible to have a child with an obese woman. And there are so many fat women out there. So guess the conversation becomes, well, if you do want an attractive wife, how do you develop yourself personally to be able to obtain what you want? So it really becomes everything something all But I would say that even if you're going to have a child with somebody because of some vaccine interventions, like, you shouldn't even really worry about it because I think so many people are sterilized now because of that or boosters. And the time they will be continuing to take them. There's people still getting vaccines annually. It's like, why?
Sterilized now, or
Dude, go look at the birth charts, man. Nobody's having kids.
it's getting expensive. That's why.
You sure about that? I'm on these dating. It's not psyop. I'm on the dating apps and on Hinge. It tells you people list. They proudly list vaccinate. Like, what did you fucking go to college and get a degree, win some award because you created something, or went to war and you were a hero? Like, posting your vaccination status on your dating app is not a flex. That shows that it's basically political symbol. I think that's what the primary purpose of that people do, but it's not a flex. It really says, hey, I don't have children, and I'm also not vax, so I'm a little worried that I might be sterilized. sucks and you're pathetic. Like, how can you sit here and just ramble about beating this stupid shit like forever, all the time, and just pick these little fights like day in, day out? It's like, you're crazy, dude.
Exactly my point. There's I hope there is no agenda, to be honest with you, but if there is, even if you're fucked, I'm pretty sure there might be some other control out there. I don't think humans are all that. To be, that's my belief.
It's just a good game then, because that means that, like, if there's a higher control, I mean, you're really in the next 10 to 20
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the net plus is the problem is in the West, man. And I really feel like it's probably because of the economic factor. In the West, people are, look, if I want to cut off, if I don't want this place to overpopulate, I just won't give you a job. Now, then if you don't have a job, there's no money. No money, there are no kids. It's simple logic, man. Like, I just cut off the economic incentives. So, I don't think it's that simple, to be honest with you. In India and China, because I know the Indian culture, I mean, even if you live in a small box, people get married and have like 4 kids. Otherwise, it's not the case, man.
Don't forget, people stopped taking the vaccine, and what they wanted to do was create a platform that's every year you're going to get COVID vaccine, and people rejected that. So they lost the narrative, and Agassi came out that, hey, this is a clot shot. We're getting that overnight. Basketball players are dropping quotes, soccer players are dying in the fields. It's like the marketing couldn't hold up to the adverse reactions. But anyways, I mean, that's the theory. But anyways, because it doesn't really matter to me, like, what the whole society is doing. I'm more concerned about myself. And to do a wise choice. To fuck up and have a kid with somebody who I did not want to have. Because of even that.
Yeah. So guys, I have no idea what the fuck I was walked into this class. How did you even get here? How do we even get here?
It's a JR.
A loss of white cheek. Jesus Christ.
It's a classic JR title.
No, we had JR, you're on some fuck shit, bro. No, we had some racist guy here from Australia. And this is a clickbait type of topic. And he was like, I think the white gene pool is very pure, we shouldn't mix this and that. And you guys are the reason why I don't think racial mixing is a good thing. That's what he was saying. And I'm like, man, globalization is real, people are moving around. There's no way you can stop this. And he was getting very pissed. And then it was a big room, so we were just trying to beat him back. Yeah, these guys don't want to replace or some shit. I think it's like replaced some Spanish. No, they don't. He didn't like it. Like this is what he said. Bro. He doesn't like it when the white girl actually marries a black guy. And then he gave the example of Heidi Klum. She married Sia, and then it's like, oh, have you seen our kids? They're ugly. They're ugly. They're ugly. I said that like fucking every time. I'm like, oh, bro. Oh, like that. And then I'm like, dude, you can't stop people from marrying each other. I mean, like, okay, I mean, they're not your properties, right? They're not your property, right? Like, so, and then you got more pissed, and there are like more people coming in, and it's like they were jumping on each other. It's like fucking crazy. So, yeah. So there are people like that, man. And then I'm like, man, you know, in that case, if you want to keep it pure, then are you suggesting that what's next after this? Should we exist if you're a brown guy or a black guy?
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, where do we draw the line? Because I know it's not gonna stop this shit.
Yo, I can't believe there are people like that. The thing is that the world is more.
There are people like that. There are people like that. Come on now, don't be naive. You know.
No, I was very like, when I go on X, there are people like that from Canada. There are people like that from Australia. And it's like, oh, what the fuck is going on, man? I don't get this part. And then they'll start like, then they'll fucking, go after other races. Like,
Let's find out. Are there any
duties. What else are there?
And my job was to help move their legislation, to explain to them why they were going to get the legislation, to convince the speaker to let us move things, and a lot of it was blocking and tackling. It was, the way I said it, my job was to stop stupid or at least slow it down.
Okay. Well, yeah, not stupid or slow it down. Brings me to my next question. Over the weekend, you went viral for laying out 10 steps to autocracy. Run us through those steps so we all know.
Okay, so this happens in every nation that has become an autocracy, hasn't been a democracy. So whether we're talking about Brazil with Bolsonaro, or India, or Putin in Russia, the Philippines with Duterte, so start with winning an election. Usually the last one you're going to get to have for real. Number two, you have an expansion of executive power. The president decides he wants more than he's supposed to have. Number three, you start to make the Congress complicit, so you weaken them and you neutralize or neuter the judiciary. Like, oh, I don't know, the Supreme Court is giving you unfettered power and saying we don't have the ability to stop it. Then you move on to firing all the people who know how to pick up the work. So you've got the civil service. And you do that because you want to break democracy so people forget the stuff that used to get done, so you can't get your social security check, so the CDC doesn't know what diseases are anymore. Then you put in place these loyalists, people who are only responsive to you. You put them in charge of the FBI so they go after your enemies. You put them in charge of the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, so they can signal to their friends and tell them all about the evil plans that you have. Then you make certain that you break how we communicate. So you criticize the media and you create your own echo chamber of propaganda. You call it truth even though you know you're lying. Then you go to the next step, and I call that step 7. So step 7, you have to blame someone. You have to blame people for the broken government, for the broken promises. So you go after DEI. You go after the vulnerable, the dispossessed. You go after any community that doesn't look like what you think power should be. While you're doing that, you make certain that you, in step 8, you eliminate anybody who can help them. So you sue law firms that do pro bono cases. You go after philanthropies and accuse them of giving money to the wrong people. You go after colleges and universities that teach people possibly what else they should know. You get to step 9 and you start to encourage and incentivize sacrifice. You send the U.S. Marines into spaces they should not be. You send the National Guard in. You kidnap people off of the streets and pretend that's normal. Because that's how you quiet dissent. Because you make everyone afraid that if they don't do what you want, they might be next. And once you've done those 9 steps, steps 10 and 8, that's when you decide there won't be new elections. Because everyone's either afraid or broken or complicit. Why did Amazon send me $20,000? dissuaded, especially as Black women, as women of color, as people of color. We should not be convinced that we don't have power. They are mad at us for a reason. There are enough of us that we can change the outcome of elections, but also change the outcome of power. Why did Amazon send me 20?
Even though you were animated on our television show Blackish, which you were nominated for. Let's talk about that. How was that for you?
It was amazing, but we actually have not met multiple times because you also gave me an NAACP award.
Really? Did I?
Yeah, during COVID, I couldn't be there, you couldn't be there, but
Okay.
You've been nice to me many times.
Yes, and I will continue to be nice to you. Yes. Okay.
One other thing.
Yes.
So I know you talked about your stalker earlier. I have known you since you first appeared as a detective on or SVU, and I watched when they migrated you to Law and Order, and then I appreciated the fact that you were both Cyrus Lupo and Ebron and Jeffrey Donovan, who I loved on Burnos. So I'm not a direct stalker, I'm a stalker adjacent.
This little deep down hot dog effect was ridiculous. They could run around all day, come back and want to leave, and used to like run out of the house and get away, and then it would go on adventures. Like it would get a pack of skunk, it'd smell like a skunk, or it would go chase squirrels for like 5 hours, or it would go to our school and run around and play with the field and shit. And even when he came back after like 5-7 hours of roaming around and running around, he still wanted to go. So, kind of like putting these dogs in prison for our own amusement. At least if you're gonna own a dog, be responsible for it, for its purpose, why it was bred, study those things, and then try to mimic those things in your life. Like, if you can't do that, then you don't deserve having a lot of these people. Maybe like there should be a class of dogs for lab-living that be just like that, but in that purpose, I guess, where they don't need exercise, they don't need football, they need like rubber or something.
Did you see the TikTok video with the robot dog?
With the one dog?
It's just a joke, meaning that like even if women were to have a robot dog, it'd be too lazy to put the batteries back in. To charge it.
Like, you know, putting a border collie in a city apartment is like without bringing it to like parks 2-3 times a day is really fucking stupid. You're literally like.
What do you think about birds? What do you think about people that have pet birds? Those fucking birds live their whole life in a cage.
True. I don't disagree with that either. Or at least if you're gonna have a dog, have a what is that shit called when you have like this greenhouse for birds where they can fly around that's like big enough arbitrage and there's a specific name for it.
Have you ever had a budgie?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's like a pet cobra. They're just like little canaries in them. But it's kind of interesting having a bird in a cage because the bird can't really move around. But the bird creates so many variables in terms of like its squeaking movements that it does such hyperdynamic variable, expression. It's just kind of amazing to watch, to observe a caged bird.
Yeah, when they're like fluttering around from the top to the bottom repeatedly or jumping from side of the cage to the other. It's amazing.
But what I'm saying is they don't seem to repeat themselves, which is kind of amazing. Like, they do, but not often. And it's just so much expression.
the drift of the wind and just letting it, push forward. Like there are many movements of birds that we could take in this definition of birds, right? There's landing, there's taking off, there's jumping from branch to branch, and all those can be manifested inside a cage.
Not just that, but it's the squeaking noises that it makes. Like it creates so many noises, and it doesn't seem to create a pattern. It's just like always dynamic, which is kind of amazing. Like, I mean, it's very intelligent.
Not always dynamic. There's like a range, but I would agree if there's some type of range, let's say.
Because I had two of them, and I would record them, and then I would play the recording back to them, and they'd sit there and they'd watch themselves. It was kind of an interesting experiment. Stupid, but it was boring.
Sacrifice for everybody else.
There was no wisdom there.
It's cool. So now you get a new experience. Everybody should appreciate that.
Well, we're talking about dogs, and then I would do birds.
Can we talk about women?
Let me speak about women. It's like when I see that word, I always want to understand like what people see it. I know many people see women as just a vessel. Like for example, Malibu, I'll let you know. That's Malibu picture. Malibu, that view right there.
No, but it's not. It's not to keep up with us.
Yeah, but if we know that a woman that's on Malibu picture, people identify that the body. But when I say woman, I speak about emotions. So that's what I see woman as. So emotions, you want to find a man's body. If a person is acting emotions, are they uncontrollable in their emotions? Yeah, so that's the ability to argue for what that actually cares about. That's what people, because I know if people get angry, they don't want to hear nothing good. So when there's something sad, it's what is sad, they don't want to hear. A lot of times, something that would actually make them feel better or cry. So, it's a relationship. No, not. If we do this battle, tomorrow, like,
Shut up, Chico. Tell us about bloody things.
So it was a couple situations. She cried. When things don't go according to their life, what they want to identify with them. So it's like that. Maybe people that are in that woman's state, want to control the way that they want to go. They have expectations. But I tell people, they would be spiritually supported. A lot of people expect why not happen their way? This is not their world. So they want to support everybody. That's why everybody's a woman. Not based on the body. And the body does, but based on what people want in this world. It's not going to happen the way that they want it all the time at all. So this appointment with of my life, just be aware of regulations coming from it's coming at an something makes it more difficult to share. And so growing up, honestly, when I was 18, I asked for a job, and then after I Attributing to love, but there's like short term, the real world, his real world responsibilities as a son, as a father, as a son, grandson, as a nephew, to go into the woods and find himself. These are very few people, and I don't even, most of the time, most of the people who do this, they're not even really finding themselves.
Dude, it's not going into the woods, it's reading a book.
I'm speaking to you. You're speaking like the AI. So I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm talking in generalities. You want to talk about me personally. I don't want to talk about me personally because it's irrelevant. You would have to learn so much of my life and history for you to like talk about me individually, and I don't think we have the time for that. So let's just talk in generalities. Do you want me to tell you the history of my entire life, like for you to understand if I'm complete or not? Like, how are you gonna know? This is just arbitrary bullshit words that people make up. You know?
I think he wants that, Gio. So Gio, I just told you.
He wants to know me. He wants to know my inner spirit, my inner soul, who I really am inside. You know, my uniqueness and shit. You know, I want to find myself by going to Peru and trying Peruvian food. That's how you really find yourself. You know, you find it by traveling around the world and doing things in the most comfortable way. You know.
Gio, all I'm saying is there's nothing you have to be ashamed of. I don't know if you feel unsafe in a place.
Bro, I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. Yeah, like you're just like saying a whole bunch of words. I don't know what you're doing, bro. This voodoo magic doesn't work on me. This female like voodoo magic, all love doesn't work on me.
So, Gio, I'm not trying to get anything to work on you.
Bro, you're trying to join me to join your cult, and I'm not falling for it. I'm sorry, bro. I'm not.
I came in the room, you asked me a question, and I was able to answer. I was able to share the unseen. I'm not afraid, I'm not ashamed of the unseen things. It's wisdom. You learn through things. But, of course,
really, people learn through things, so why do you have to teach the same shit to everybody for like 10 years, for the first 10 years of their life, if they just learn through things? Shouldn't the first smack to your kid, like, should they not ever do that again? Then, by your logic, if we learn, right? If we truly learn from individual experiences and not a collection of long-term discipline and experiences, which is my perception. Like, if anybody learns, it's from being like kid, it's from being correct. You don't. If that was true, everyone would be perfect. If you learn from every experience in life from your childhood, you would never repeat mistakes ever again. This is a weird way of looking at humanity. What I see is that most people try to be better and fail at being better. That's what I see. You live in a world where everybody gets better from like one experience, as if that really changes people. It's like you haven't really lived around human beings before, and you only seen them online, and this is how you see human beings.
No, I see everyone as a child that is either in fear of trying to go with desire or trying to go with doubt. So this is how I see it.
But the trauma of what? But isn't it the trauma of their own marriage system that they said was a rejection of all the traditional marriage systems in human history, and this was a new way forward, and this was going to make marriages better, perfect, in the opposite direction of what they saw as failed traditional marriages? And if that's true, shouldn't all the love marriages of the last 70 years be so undoubtedly perfect, with a lower divorce rate, with a lower separation rate? You know, I don't see that. The data bears out that people trust this modern love marriage system so little that the divorces are out of control.
Right? You know why though? Is because people never was able to get to know who they were from the beginning. So
no one can ever know fully who they were. That's an arbitrary, like, some bullshit you're making up. Like, there is no full you. There is, look, you think that there is something innate about you that can inform you about everything in life, so that if I put you on an island, you would be able to manifest everything, like language and all these things. But what you don't understand, that these things that we call human institutions are manifested through the contrast of experiences, not your own singular experience of you going into the mountain.
So, Gio,
the contrast between the colors are determined by their very degree of separation from each other, right? And without that contrast, you're not even able to tell what those colors are.
So, Gio, you see why I say women are uncontrollable? Like, because that's the woman mode that you're in right now.
But you're the one who's been constantly interrupting me like the whole time, right? So who's the woman then? You know?
No, I was just saying it's coming up again. But
you're the one who's so that I have to cut you off. You know what I'm saying? Like you cut me off 17 times.
Hey, have you ever met somebody who like always accuses other people of cutting them off, but also cuts off other people all the time? I don't know. I never met anybody like that.
so I'm telling you right now. So when you're speaking, the way that you're speaking, you're in women mode, which means you're hiding something. You're hiding. You're able to.
Not at all. I just don't believe in your voltage views of love, though. I just don't. Like, we're just never gonna agree on this, and that's okay.
But what are his cultish views of love?
Look, can you use someone else? Like, use Congressman, use Edmund as your example of this gay, whatever.
Gio, what do you think his cultish views of love
This
are?
is the perfect example right here for like uncontrollable, which means this has something to do with something that you're hiding inside of you that you have to keep speaking outside of you a lot. So you can't speak about yourself because it's something that you're ashamed of.
No, it's not that. It's not that. I don't think any individual is made up of their own ideas and their own parts of this individual manifestation of their soul or their spirit. What I think is that people are born into a society, a religion, a culture, tradition that they become part of, and that becomes their identity. Anyone who thinks that we're individual people who are born in a vacuum, live in a vacuum, and are part of a vacuum are so devoid of human reality that I don't even have the time to talk to people. Why am I talking to someone who truly believes as if love is a determining factor for everything? What I see throughout human history is that it's easy to talk about love. It's easy to discuss love. It's easy to create your own theories about love. Action is the real indicator of whether you love someone. And a father who is willing to sacrifice not eating the best food that he can afford so that he can make sure that his children have education is and which he's doing by following other traditions and customs before him, is a better metric of love than all these words that you use to describe what love is.
I was just making a point to Congress.
Wait, Tess, do you just like anything that women are in the Bible? Do you just like think, your duties of it or something?
No. Again, I'm not. I don't have any doubts about the Old Testament. It's all accurate. That's all fine.
Except Esther, of course, because it's not included, though, so it doesn't matter.
Not including the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Really?
Just stop, man. You're being very prideful, too.
I'm not being prideful at all. You can't use that reverse psychology on me. I'm done
I
talking.
suffer not a woman to teach.
He was talking about in the church.
Hold on. No. Turn to 1 Timothy 2 and 2.
Also, I want you to.
Relax. Let me read this for you, and let me show you.
Right, and then I also want you to
read and we'll do all that next, but you're not in charge here.
You're
You're gonna make
Paul.
me get rough with you, and I'm trying to be cool. Just relax.
I don't care about you.
Church of the brother.
That's kind of stupid.
I agree with Toast that Jesus is God. How about that?
What? Tess, you have the texture?
I'm just making shit up.
That's something. Something that's sometimes, for example, my family, right? We ran a small business. I really dedicated my mom of mine early years to help with small business. We were able to buy this home that we live in that is really good that most people, 80% purchase, right? And this is a legacy for me. Like I'm inheriting this house. You're building the next house, and I just see this as like a family tradition. This is a heritage. I'm going to pass down to my children, and
I'm just fighting hard to, try to build up for my children to pursue their dreams.
Then I had not lived with him on other planes, and though others had told me much that might have disheartened me, but I must start back again. Before that last December, in fact, he seemed very wonderful, even though perhaps I felt that I might find my path led to a place where I must meet him in terrible conflict.
You only have like actual kids. You have a wife that's the only one still works out. Those kids that come from you.
I just see my own kids as like I can't tell your kids who are this. So there's nothing tying people down. I don't know them. There's no way or XA or we have no real connections.
Daniel, you need to pop out some kids.
I will. I'm going to get married soon.
See, you're off mute.
When you get more time with yourself, Daniel, you realize like your family's around. Your family's in the room right now. But the world makes everybody forget that we're all family. And we all live different.
No, I would disagree with that. What I would say is that when you start thinking that everyone is your family, you start treating your own family like shit. It's an excuse to actually treat your own family like shit when you say that you love everyone. No, I have, actually. You don't know anything about me, and there's no need to make personal attacks right now. We're talking in generalities. You want to start making personal attacks, we can call you nigger and everything as well. That's fine. No problem. Bro, just shut your mouth. No one's talking to you. No one's talking about you. I'm talking in generalities. If you get offended, yeah, you'll suck your dick into your own children and your own parents, right? Yeah, what I would say is, why don't you pull like your dick in front of your mother and your children, right? Because that's the type of shit you do, right? You savage. Yeah. So what I would say is that when you have ideas of universal love, what I tend to see is that you guys don't care about your neighbors, you don't care about your community, you don't care about your country, and you just care about some weird Filipino people on the other side of the world that you have no duties or obligations or anything to. So this is all like, verbal LARPing, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I love the world. Okay, what have you done for the world? Oh, absolutely nothing. Are you like a citizen of the world? So do you have like duties to the globe, as a citizen? No. Are there any things that you have to do to show your citizenship? No. It's the absolution of responsibility, duty, and service. This person's chewing into the mic. Can you guys just mute him real quick? Image of love or whatever. I'm not. I'm talking about generalities. No one's talking about you until you're chewing into the mic. Can someone mute see the plug? Thank you. You see these kind of universal ideologies formed throughout human history, and what tends to happen is that in the perfect ideal, of course, they would treat strangers as if they were their own.
How do you know it's a cow? Where do you drink that cow piss? Where do you drink it? You spray cow piss? Why do you do that? How many cows do you have to import? You're the largest exporter of cow meat, even though you're against eating cow because cow is your Bhagwan, is your God.
I wouldn't believe this guy either.
So, in other words,
you have to forgive and deal with trauma. So if someone is trying to help you and love you, we're not willing to
need to drive by comments.
This is all just female, No, this is just all female astrological.
We should all post pictures of our
The female thing, Theo, is what you are doing right now. That's
No. Your perspective of love would only work if everybody could manifest and actualize them perfectly to be the level of aristocrats or
What's going on?
Well, I heard that.
Is my DP wrong? Your DP is on there. Is my DP wrong? Imtiaz Ahmad.
We're trying to listen to water,
Yes,
bro.
yeah, back to man, 1 minute. You back to my 1 minute. Wow, you muted yourself. I'm inspired by Imtiaz Ahmad.
I'm inspired by a cow.
Look at my DP. All the people in the room, look at my DP.
I'm inspired by
Is
your
it wrong?
DP. Put it away.
Is your
Look at
cow
my
wrong?
Is
Look
it
at
wrong?
your cow's tits.
Why the Batman is...
Why do you wash your face with cow piss, bro? Make it make sense.
Anyway, Cyprus. Yeah, I was just curious if anybody knew about, this geopolitical climate with Israelis basically seeking refuge as refugees to Cyprus.
Yeah, they're turning it into Palestine 2.0.
Are you still going around telling people you're a pedophile?
That you're a pedophile?
That you're a pedophile? You call me a pedophile like 3 times?
Man, I don't know what you were doing that day, but I don't know if you want to rehash that right now. We can rehash that.
I didn't call you pedophile. You called me pedophile. I think you should be the one that apologizes. And I asked you for proof.
I don't think I would call you. Listen, I know myself. Hold on. I know myself. So I wouldn't call you that for no reason. If you want to pull, hold up. If you want to pull the replays up, and you want to,
I don't have the replays.
That's your first mistake, no?
I'm gonna trigger that guy with the new PTR. Look at it. 1 second, let me put it up here. Okay, I'm ready. You can come by for a drive-by. شو يا شيب شوف
ما في
متأخر اليوم شو في؟
والله مطفي على الاخر.
Wait, were you at a hockey game or like a basketball game or like what activities were you doing? You cut off.
I was roasting marshmallows.
You were?
No.
On a date? I was gonna ask you on a date or like where?
No. We had a pool party.
Roy, look at my PTR. Look at my PTR, you banjo.
Amir, I'm telling you. Where is the photo? Because there is no photo. It's MGB recording.
The photo's here. The photo's here.
MGB recording is not helping us out.
It's here. It's here. The photo.
Look at the zombies. Look at the brainwash zombies.
Look at the photo.
21st century zombies.
You Gandu, look at the photo. I have the photo for you. Look at it.
Amir, why are you lying to me that zombies here?
You see my photo?
Zombies, there is a Batman.
See the photo and show the photo.
You people can enter Israel October 7. No, don't cry. They will hammer you left and right.
Who's crying? Who's crying?
Book has told to kill imaginary people, isn't it? What nonsense.
Look at my
I'm imaginary book, Amir.
You like my picture?
You're running this room continuously. Don't cry, Amir. Don't cry.
Bow down with my picture. Bow down.
It is not justice to, kidnap innocent people. We have to kidnap people, Amir.
My picture.
Victims don't kidnap people, Amir. Cow noise. Victims don't kidnap people. Your jihad is over. You understand, right? People are hitting you left and right everywhere. Stop this in 21st century. Go and work. If it comes from, Bluetooth, NFC, Bitcoin, do something. Nothing. It's all brainwashing whole day because of nothing.
Why does India not have
Some imaginary Tata Mommy book.
on the streets?
So Batman keep quiet. By the way, Amir,
Why does India not
let me talk to Amir. Push this Batman down. Push this Batman down. Thank you. Bow down. Amir, why the power of God is not helping Gaza? Why the power of God is not helping Pakistan? Why the power of God is not helping Palestine? Why? Why, Amir? Why the Batman is speaking? He's the biggest gun to this Roy. I didn't know you were the biggest.
I'm asking you, why the so many zombies speaking?
You're the biggest gun to
21st
this
century, some desert Bedouin bastard cult is telling you to kill people.
Some,
Bastards of the desert, they call it
oh my God, he's calling Jews, man.
Some desert cult bastards are told you to innocent people in 21st century, in a scientific one unit, imaginary book. You know imaginary books? Are you sure about it?
Listen to your God speak, man. The lose.
Do you read a scriptures in 21st century to tell you to kill people?
What is that funny? I'm the one around this guy waiting.
Why do you need an imaginary cult?
You take a
Become ex-Muslim. The foreigners growing in the religion of the world is ex-Muslim.
your God's talking to you. Be quiet. Yeah, we have something in the chat. Change your PTR to a cat.
Actually, I might just do that right now. I'm trying to make a cowgirl image.
He's gonna do another drive-by. Watch him come down here. It's like no self-respect.
Some of the 21st century is like, bro, Andy doesn't have running freaking toilets and sewage in it.
Hey, when we met this guy, he did a drive-by on us multiple times.
I'm so confused. I mean, you could try to
Yeah. This guy, he's Islamophobe. He's a right-winger of India. He supports Israel. Okay? So he did a drive-by. So every day he'll come in the audience. He'll put a link in the chat from a Zionist source, right? That's showing that Hamas is responsible for this, Hamas is responsible for this, and I knew he's a Modi supporter, he's a right winger, right? So today I finally brought him up. I'm like, let me bring him up. Let's see what he has to say. I bring him up. He goes on this tangent. It's like I don't know, takeaway or something. You can't stop the takeaway.
Based, right? Discipline-based, virtue-based groups of people who would say, no, this is bad, no, this is good. Liberals came along and said, telling people that stealing is wrong is actually bad. They're telling people
He's gonna wake up his entire village right now. Think that it's prayers day.
I was currently making the AI image.
How does somebody like in India develop such an attachment to Israel? I don't understand.
It's Islamophobic. There's not.
Yeah.
So they choose a side that is gonna, say that they're just.
The Christian folk as well, by the way, they're attacking the churches. So remember I gave you.
Why are people failing to understand that Palestine is not only Muslims? Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Exactly.
No, but to fully answer Shape, it's because after Hitler's regime kind of ended in Germany, a bunch of Nazi sentiment kind of went throughout the world. Hindu or the Hindutva movement believe that they're white people disguised as brown people. I'm not even joking. This is actually true. So their entire thing has been killing Jews, Muslims, Christians, basically anyone who's not right. So this whole anti whatever thing that they have is solely because of the fact that they think they're the superior race. They think they're superior to everyone, and that they're the true white people.
They brought this Aryan race ideology to Germany. You know that, right? The RSS was actually inspired by the fascist Germany, by Hitler.
I still why they like Israel so much.
So Israel is everything that has to do with the whole Aryan race narrative. So it came from the British, which was a rework of the KKK and white supremacy in many different ways or whatever. It's been going on for the past couple of years now.
when it came to India and the RSS reform under this whole Hitler movement or whatever, the Israelis also helped nurture this. So the Israelis at some point got with the hint of this and basically said we agree with you, all this stuff, whatever. So when they look at Israelis, they see this white Aryan race that Hitler was talking about that should rule the world, and they would kill the Christian, Jews, Muslims, and basically all the regions and religions that they hate. And that's why they support them. But the funny thing is, Israel sees them as one of the regions that should be wiped off the earth, so Israel doesn't have that same respect back.
I don't really buy into that ideologically, but that's besides the point.
Hold on
My
a
life has
second.
been tumultuous from the very beginning.
This is. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
I was kicked out of college, and then,
So,
branded as
you're saying that they see Jewish people in Israel
that's a very difficult
as Aryans.
Yeah.
When Hitler saw who tried to kill all the Jewish people, he saw himself and his fellow Germans as Aryans. And these brown people see themselves as white people in disguise, Aryans. Okay. Sounds like a bad, B level movie.
Trust me, it gets worse the more you try and see the way they justify it.
Shane, there's another reason. So, you know how they kicked out all the Arabs, Palestinians out of Israel that were coming in from Palestine? They hired these people that are actually pro-Modi, pro-Israel, that are not Muslims. If you're a Muslim, you don't qualify for it. So they hired a whole bunch of them, like a full truckload from India, on the way, to Israel. So there's a lot of people from India that are working inside Israel, so that they could save labor, keep labor.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I was in a shock when I heard about this fact. I think I heard about it like a long time ago. Because after 7th of October, they kicked out all the Palestinians out of Israel, the one that were on temporary visa.
Oh,
yeah.
Migrant sheep workers. They're doing what the people in Dubai do. Same way.
There's a lot of benefits, for the Indian government to side with it. And, they have a similar agenda. So in India, they want to turn India into like a Hindu nation. They don't like any race. They don't want any Muslims, any Christians. They don't want, even the Jews, they don't really want the Jews. But they love the Jews for some reason, even though they did a genocide back in the days of about 40,000 Jews.
A husband or wife goes to Jewish because they want to kill the area. They make or a business partner.
Yeah.
And or basically Ford goes to ruin because
Nathan was a defending it, right?
Yeah.
Here comes the Jabba again. Ready? Are you ready, bro?
Is this guy wrong? Is this guy wrong in my TV? What is India? Stop running rooms. Wala is not there. It is there. You would have helped them. He's not helping Congressman. Why are you zombies fighting? Why are you zombies fighting? This is just milk is like an elixir. Right? Milk is valuable. Honey is no more getting in honey. The milk
We love meat. Look at the meat, Roy. Look at the meat.
The momos,
We like meat. You say we're eating your dog. We're eating your dog. We're eating your cat. We're eating your dog.
Push the zombie down, let me down.
We're eating his dog.
That's my job. There isn't anything I would not do. Those are pretty simple answers.
Fucking asking for it, bro. Like, we don't have food.
Exactly.
We're eating his dog. We're eating his dog.
It's a reasonable workout and everything, okay? If we don't take a reasonable workout,
That was a funny one that they made. They mocked him right really good. That was a funny one.
Because you know what the article says, you never mess with Roy Cohn.
as long as a few people believe.
No.
You hang out in Cohn's office, you get a taste of the kind of clients he gets and the reason they come to him. A lady who feels she got the wrong end of the business deal. Then she forwarded his millions and this.
Oh my God, sandwiches.
Check your back channel, bro.
Hi, bitches. Good morning. Fuck you all, motherfucker.
Whoa,
Why?
This is rude.
Why are you here? Why are you live? Who told you? Was they happy? Was they happy when you were born? Was they happy?
Fuck you, Gandu.
Oh my God! Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's an Indian nationalist. I can't believe he's an Indian nationalist.
Gandu A-A-C-E. Fuck your pussy.
Wow. It's actually frustrated. These people from India are actually frustrated, man. This guy right here. You had the other guy.
This is your God.
Okay. Sit in the audience like a good boy you are, like a little bitch you are.
You know.
Oh, bro, he's probably a follower of Roy.
No, I think they're confused with the title. They think that we're Zionists.
Look at Sam. So did you check the back channel message, Lulu?
Yeah, I thought it was someone else.
Bro, I did it on purpose because I wanted to see if I could troll somebody. Like I was.
So,
Anyways, don't worry about it.
that guy is so what I told you.
Which one? Which guy? Oh yeah. That asshole. Bro, you know I trolled him.
Who I told you.
Let me see.
That's why I said.
Oh. No, it's not. Why? You have a problem with this guy, Delulu?
No, but I thought it was him. He disappeared for like 3 days. So I'm thinking like, what the fuck is he doing for 3 days? And then this showed up, and then you asked me if
He came to me and he says, Michael.
It's okay, do a drive-by, put it in the chat. Thank you, Roy. Yep, you did a drive-by, you know. An idiot.
she fell asleep to all these cow voices. Look.
Hey, are you falling asleep to the cow voices?
He's like dreaming of looking a cow radar or something.
Bowing to, how do you like my profile pic now?
I love it. Now we can change it. Now we can go back to original, you know?
Wait, what?
Now we can change them. We can go back to our original.
Yeah.
And Roy, afterwards, it gave me a headache. I'm like, okay, that's it, man. It's done. It's a done deal.
In order to have good soldiers, a nation must.
Let me go back to my Netanyahu PTR.
So the Times of Israel is reporting Gaza death toll passes 58,000, says Hamas withheld ministry. The toll cannot be verified, does not differentiate between civilians and fighters. So are they accepting these numbers or are they not accepting it?
Force and fraud.
Depends on their mood, you know.
So, look, again, with the same talking point, Israel has said it seeks to minimize civilian fatalities and stresses that Hamas uses Gaza's civilians as human shields fighting from civilian areas, including homes, hospitals, schools, and mosques. Motherfucker, you guys did that, say, in your area when Iran was attacking you from the residential area. That's how that dildo shop got attacked as well, the Rabbi Shimoni's dildo shop. And these people come up to you like, oh, yeah, they run out of residential. What is a fucking residential area in Gaza? It's pretty much flattened. Where's residential?
So wait, their rabbi has a dildo shop?
Yeah.
You didn't know Rabbi Shimoni's dildo shop got attacked, when Iran was doing the attack?
Like a rabbi, an actual rabbi?
Yeah, Rabbi Shimuli, the guy that was on Pierce Morgan with Mama Hijab versus Rabbi Shimuli on Pierce Morgan a long time ago.
He has a dildo shop.
His daughter. You didn't know that?
You don't realize a rabbi also owns Pornhub, right?
Why would a rabbi have a fucking dildo shop?
Where his daughter was in.
Why does rabbi own Pornhub?
Yeah. So Iran was doing the attack. They were talking about orgy right in the bunker, Delulu in the. I know. Hey, what's up, Chucky? Chucky, how you doing, man? You good?
What were you saying, Amir? Sorry.
I was just saying that. Can you imagine you sitting on a table with your daughter, right? And you're a rabbi, you're a pious person. Hey, daughter, your store just got hit. How many things do you think? How many of those things got destroyed? Like, how would you ask your daughter about dildos? Like, I just don't get it, man.
Bro, no, think about how the fuck did they have the conversation about opening that shop to begin with?
Oh yeah, it probably the daughter was like. What do they say in Hebrew? Like, what do you call him? Baba? Chucky? In Hebrew? You heard people call their dad, what do they call him?
I speak English and Spanish, my guy. But they call him Abba.
What do they call him?
Abba.
Oh, Abba, okay. Abba is the same thing in, I think, Farsi and Urdu. They call it Abba, Abba. So, here is the deal. Right, Nargis, they call it Abba?
No, not in Farsi.
They don't call it Abba?
Urdu, I think.
Yeah, Urdu they do, but not in Farsi. Okay.
No.
Okay. So the you can imagine you're sitting on a table and then your daughter is like, Abba, I need to open up a business. And then he's like, what kind of business? Oh, the sex. So what he's doing to Lulu, he kind of went in on it because he wanted to help people that are not able to have proper sex.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So he pretty much promotes the sex toys for those people that are Jewish and they're not able to have proper fun with their wives or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So he sends them over there. Here, you could go over there and buy the little piece, and it will work out for you.
So do they test the products together before they launch them? I don't know, bro.
Can you check my profile pic now?
What the fuck is that? You?
Keep this in mind that Idiot is recording our room. That the son of a bitch sitting in.
You can shove your recording up your ass. You fucking scumbag son of a bitch.
The only thing I really put up is a naked crab, jellyfish with a gun, and Ching Chong your religion is wrong.
Is that you on the PTR though? Like, is that something that you fucking did?
I mean, it's funny, right?
Yeah, that's if that's you, that's concerning, bro. Yeah, what the fuck?
One thing I heard the chat from the taxpayers earlier about the casualty numbers, right? I just don't know which numbers they exactly relate to the Hamas, the Damascus area news that you shared, bro. I see it all the time to Israel as well. It's disturbing and disgusting. You have 30 people that got killed in Damascus.
I think what's gonna happen if Hezbollah doesn't give up his weapons to the government, I think they will try to get Syria attack Lebanon. I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, don't say it like this as if we're fucking we're fighting holy daughter. It's shit. No, like you say, like we're running a sex room here.
being very about like kids were people and stuff like that, and not just in Palestine, but for Sudan as well. Many of those protests, and this whole like these like LGBTQ people were like, oh my god, because they do agree with us. And I was just like, technically no, because I don't agree with your guys' sentiment. And then they have a huge problem. They started calling me transphobic and shit. I'm just like, I'm not advocating for LGBTQ right now. I'm advocating for little kids reading Kill and don't see the issue that's right there. But anyways, that's just it's just really stupid. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, it's just like I feel like at least I'm drinking to this point when it comes to protesting or whatever. It seems like you have to agree with random shit you don't really believe in just to protest something you do believe in. you know, to fight. I think not many people know this, but do you know why for the longest time America has always checked shoes? Like, it was after 9/11, but it wasn't because of 9/11. What happened was that some redneck dude found a way to make their shoes into bombs, and he wanted to blow up a couple of airplanes with his shoes, but he was caught trying to set up a bomb shoot, and he was taken down. Now, none of you guys have ever heard of this because they couldn't find anything on it. He was like completely.
Stop that. They don't do anything.
Yeah, they don't do anything like that, but they always blame it on the Muslims. And they do the Muslims. Actually, they stopped doing. Not
It's a little bit more complicated than this. It's protected by a specific program, or you call it, like, he's not allowed to list it as
Yeah, just keep the number out because that's problematic if you feel if trying to buy life. Yes, because what do you say? Give us a specific agencies for I think you that policy is finding out the agency and then on the training or covering up agencies outside. It's just
So, demonizing Dave versus Trump is dangerous. He's a coward, and in a sense, is totally like racist and separatist. Do you know what this is? If he means that the fact that they're having problems, they want to pick up students, please, maybe they can check out the pedophile and call them out. So Netanyahu was on the pedophilia file is out there. You have some of the cable princes out there from the UK. You have Trump's names out there. You have Trump's other brothers, kids out there. Because a lot of people have this overseas either. You see what I'm saying? So if he doesn't release it, if he doesn't release it, he's not supposed to trust it.
Even Black Rabbi is on that list.
Your name is Romeo first. It says Mordecai, aka, what's his name? Sharif. Sharif actually means like you're a pious person, good person. You're from in different languages, it means different. I just told you, pious person. That's what I just said. That's what I said. No, it's not. That's what I said. Pious person. That's not. I just told you they're the pious people. True doctrine. It's pious. You're not a pious person. You're a son of God.
You sold your family. You decided to go live in Israel. You claim to be the 2032 U.S. president. You sold your religion. So now you're following a different religion. And instead of choosing to live in freedom with dignity, you decided to live in Israel where they treat you like a slave. And they sit on your face like you're a slave. Scary, actually.
How much money would it take for you to change your position? How much money did you give up? How much money? Okay, so money can't buy you.
It's just gonna kick you out of there, yeah, but they're gonna kick you out of there. I promise they're gonna kick you out of there.
Like Grandpa, you know this is about the Clubhouse. You know Clubhouse was offered $1 million for example, it's nothing. And now it's worth same situation. People offer you money to change your position, right? You take it, but in the end, they say the American part is ways. You don't have a choice but to go back to America. You're not New York, you're born in America, come back to America. What the fuck you doing in the middle of southern land?
Rabbi, you're no one's future. I'll tell you that. Yeah, you're no one's future, man. You're nothing. No, you're quite never, but I don't know. It's not that. I just you're getting older, motherfucker. You're gonna die in the next 5, 10 years. You accomplished nothing in your life. You're gonna die miserable, buddy. No wife, no children, no kids, nothing. Nothing. I'm actually not complaining. I know we're gonna get rid of you. I know that for a fact. I'm not complaining at all, bitch. I never complain. I know that the end is gonna come. Sooner or later, buddy. Sooner or later. Just what we do. It's not a thing. Look at you. What did you accomplish in the last 76 years? What did you do? Nothing. Just kill innocents. I'm telling you.
Situation, right? And even I was like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was aware of it, but not to a level now I know the same thing. So even I was like, I realized a lot of shit about inside, I seem to think, and how it's involved in American politics and disgusting about why people like you are disgraced to the Americans, stuff like that. You bring shame to Americans because you do bring shame. Why are you embarrassment to the Americans? Why the representation of Americans? It's a land representation. Why are you there on a stupid land? No, not forget about Muslim. Forget about Muslim. It's not about Muslim.
You're killing Christians too, motherfucker. You're killing Christians.
You're killing your Jewish brothers. You're sacrificing the animal directive.
You're killing Christians.
You did it on 7th October. Animal directive.
And then you're gonna kill yourself. And then your God is gonna kill you. Just kill yourself.
You know what will happen? Look what will happen. Like Rabbi right now, they're kidnapping all your soldiers. You know what Hamas is doing? So can you imagine you are on your way to have kill you and kill Hamas? Can you imagine? This is the type of disgusting community that's like this. It's going to happen, right? Then you will be sacrificed.
Bottom line, you're losing, you're bleeding, you know it's just a matter of time. Bottom line, say what you want, you can lie and say what you're bleeding. You're bleeding.
That was crazy.
Rabbi,
It says, number one, it says Kilo Juice. Number two, release the files, real Donald Trump, child fucker. Number three, Elmo says all Jews should die. Fuck Jews. Donald Trump is nothing else puppet because he's in Epstein files. Jews control the world and need to be exterminated. That's what Elmo said. What's your take on this stuff?
to the slums of Canada. No, slum of Canada. Bro, you live in a fucking slums of Canada, right? Don't you? Why the fuck? Go fucking chase after some bitches. Go do that in other groups. I don't know what they were talking about. You're a fucking sick motherfucker. You used to come into some and I do have. I'm starting to be she turned me down. She turned me out. She turned me down. She used to do it all the fucking time. And I was like, who is this green bitch on phone and talk shit about you? It's funny when you used to cry a lot.
Anonymously send it to their CFP and they'll cook it.
I think we should do that, man. This idiot, he used to cry like little bitch in China. Oh my god, this girl turned me down. Oh my god, this girl turned me up. Oh my god, she's older. No, she's younger. I'm into cougars. No, she turned me down. Oh my god. What a bitch this guy is. Disgusting filthy scumbag. Doesn't even know what he follows. Doesn't know what he's on about. Doesn't know what God to follow. Doesn't know who his mom is. Maybe he could be a bastard child. Do you know who your dad is? Do you know who your fucking dad is, bitch? Do you know who your dad is? Do you know who your dad is? Cody. Do you know who your dad is? Cody. Cody. Do you know who your dad is? Who your dad is? Who your mama is? Do you know? What an idiot. No, I don't think she was a child.
You have like 40 dads.
Who was happy when you were born? Who got happy? Was it your bastard dad, or was it your bastard mom, or your whore mom, or your whore dad? Who was happy? Tell us. Tell us. I'm just well. I don't know who the fuck was happy when you were born, bitch.
One of the main slogans of the protest, I was basically
Okay, so the scumbag, man. This is a Canadian scumbag, bro. Dirty Canadian. Dirty motherfucking Canadian. I'm a Canadian and American motherfucker. I was meant to school in Canada. I went to fucking school. I don't care, you bitch. No, I don't hang out with tires. Thank you. No, I don't. You're a Zionist motherfucker, and I'm all the way supporters. I hate them from the bottom of my heart. I hate them. They're disgusting scumbag. Yes, they believe. Hold up. They believe in Canadian Iranian children. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes. Hold on. Let me get this straight. So you want Israel to attack Iran, and kill a whole bunch of children in Iran, and you support that. You support that. No. The advice said yes. About 900 people got killed in Iran, and you're worried about all Chinese people, 10 IRGs were killed. What the fuck do you know about the 900 people? Motherfucker, go look into the numbers. 900 civilians died. Motherfucker. Yeah, you just a bitch, man. Seriously, you and Edgemont. What's something to this too, man? See, I'm not getting my rules right. Why are you getting for the people? Right? Don't have any knowledge, right? Don't have a position. You come in here and you're talking shit just like you're doing that. Rabbi's Guide on How to Suck Dick. Everyone, including animals and terrorists. You don't even know what about the trees are terrorists as well?
Even on the desert. Corrupted people, man. They're corrupted people. They claim to be the chosen ones, but they're corrupt. You're standing in the middle of a car eating food.
Rabbi, can you see some of the destroyed buildings in the balcony that Iran destroyed? Hello? Do you live out? Rabbi, can you see some of the destroyed buildings from your balcony? I asked you. Can you see any of the destroyed buildings from your balcony that Iran hit? Do you think when you look at those buildings, do you think you like imagine you living in Gaza, or how does it feel to see all those buildings destroyed? Okay, well, do you see them? Can you see them from your balcony? No, you live in the ghetto, right? You live in the ghetto, so they don't have it. The whole damn place is a fucking ghetto, from what I see. The whole place is a ghetto. Oh my gosh, man, you can't write, you can't speak English.
What about the Christian? What about the Christian? Yeah, why do you give them shit? Why do you give them up? Did you learn that just Muslims, motherfucker?
You know that UAE is a member of BRICS, right? UAE is a member of BRICS.
You know why you call everybody here as Hamas? It's because you failed to get rid and destroy Hamas. That's why you keep calling everybody else Hamas. And you know that Netanyahu promised you 2 years ago that he got rid of Hamas and you guys won, and it's good. You're supposed to be with them 2 years into it. 2 years into it.
They wanted to extend, yeah, brother, they wanted to extend the IDF elite troops stay in Gaza, and they won't revolt it, and so the IDF general had to back off that because they don't have enough troops. He's saying that they need 12,000 more troops. Listen, they're saying they need 12,000 more troops because they don't have enough troops, so they wanted the elite troops to extend their stay in Gaza, and the troops revolted against that. But the guy had to like rescind the order. He had to rescind the order. And it was okay, but you guys want to leave. Nobody wants to stay in Gaza and get blown up.
Your book says everything that fucking piece of shit. Yeah. She doesn't have to understand anything. You're literally unmuted. All she has to do is stop.
Tell them to stop spitting in your eggs, man. Tell them to stop spitting.
She's a Palestinian and she's a Muslim and she's a Christian. She doesn't do that. How's it walking down in public? Do you walk with your head up or like you walk with your head down? You're not fit. Layla's more famous than you. Yeah, she is. And she's respected. You're not. You're not. What's her name? What's your brother's name? What's his name? What's his name? What's his full name?
Chucky, tell me about the Shabbat.
You play it, Chucky. You play it. You're the one who asked. You play it.
Which one is your favorite song? Which one?
No Shabbat. No Shabbat Kiddusha. See all those Jews walking. And you're not invited.
Bitch, you're a rabbi that went to HTTP community, fucking whatever you want to call it. Shame on you, Rabbi. Shame on you.
You guys, I'm telling you,
Shame on you.
You need to see me on this
You're a disgrace to the Jewish people.
Yeah, very cool.
You're a disgrace to the Jews. Shame on you.
Says the
Shame on you. I'm more Jew than you are. Yeah. Yeah, Palestinian is gonna tell you a lot of things. Just be patient.
No, you're Jordanian, bro.
I'm not Jordanian, but
you guys are you're Jordanian, bro.
I'm not Jordanian.
You're Jordanian. Bro, they created your whole identity, bro.
Rabbi's favorite song coming up.
How can someone with no identity tell me what my identity is? Oh, this brings up
Run, Rabbi, run! Run to the non-white shelter. Run to the one that says whites only. Don't go to the one that says whites only.
They made up the whole identity. You guys are stuck in.
Man, how can someone with no identity tell me about my identity?
You don't have.
How can you tell me who I am if you have no identity?
I can tell you.
You have no identity, man. At least if you had something, I can at least, engage with you.
The fight for a land that you never had. It's a whole setup. They set you guys up.
Did you say so? The setup is you. The setup is you. You're the setup. You're the setup.
These millions of Arabs died.
You are the setup. They brainwashed you. You're the setup, not me.
But it doesn't exist. The Russians.
The moment Iran attacked you back, you started running away, you fucking pieces of shit. You started running away.
No, but we're dealing with a
How the fuck do you run away from your land if it's your land?
Why do you have the militarized?
How do you
run away from your land if it's your land. You booked the flight and your flight got canceled. You fucking coward. You booked the flight, you coward. You coward booked the flight and your flight didn't cancel. Yeah.
Booked the flight. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Fucking rabbi booked the flight.
And
It's
it's
sorry,
crazy.
blacks can't go. Blacks gotta stay. Goodbye.
And you called it your land. You fucking the first attack you ran away, you fucking piece of shit.
Hey, yo, Delulu.
What?
Yo, I had a wonderful Shabbat this weekend, man. It was beautiful.
You know Shabbat, you liar. Shut up.
It was beautiful, man. You know, I got invited to a good dinner, you know. I got invited to a good dinner, you know. We went over this week's Torah Parsha, you know. It's a beautiful time.
You have rabbis like this piece of shit that we have here?
No, I actually have, good rabbis, you know, that answer questions, you know.
You have a real rabbi, yeah?
Well, I can't say he's not a real rabbi, you know, but he claims he's a real rabbi. He's a real rabbi.
The problem is with the claim.
You know, I could say I'm the richest man on this app, you know. Who knows? I could be a Rothschild for all you know. You know what I mean, Delulu?
Of course.
Amir, you guys have introduced the chants, songs, and slogans. That's what you guys are at. This is the extent of your ability to do anything.
Go clean the dishes with your Ariella. Go clean the dishes with Ariella. Go. Go help your brother out. Go. Bring her. Let me talk to her. Bring her. Layla's gonna come suck my dick.
Okay, hey, that's where you're at.
Yeah.
Maybe
you know who Layla is? You know who Layla is? You know the slut Layla? You know her, yeah?
Yeah.
I like teachers. I'm into teachers there, Rabbi.
Either way.
I'm into teachers. Like she's an expert on her field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyways, can you tell her I said hi?
But this is the thing.
Can you tell Layla I said hi? I like African American.
I'm in Jerusalem.
I like African American women in America.
I'm living in a luxury apartment.
Yeah.
Still serving.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You wish. I have Layla on call. She doesn't have to serve me. I'll call her whenever I need her.
I'll leave you guys to your
Say hi to Layla.
We will continue.
You're not a Jew. Say hi to Layla.
You guys are now.
Tell Layla I said assalamu alaikum.
Now in control.
Tell Layla I said assalamu alaikum. Yeah.
They gotta give it back now.
Tell Layla I said assalamu alaikum. Tell her. You have to tell her that. You fucking scumbag piece of shit. I mean, why the fuck you do this to us, bro? Fucking black rabbi.
I found that what is it? That IDF song, the remix version. Have you guys heard it?
You want to bet that he's gonna come back because I started talking about Layla? Yellow, play it, bro.
If I do, okay. This is kind of interesting. I'm trying out, because you know about the iRig? Delulu, you know what iRig is, right?
No, what is it?
So it's a device that you could stream whatever, you know, through the phone into whatever. Because on the Android phones, they don't allow the, you can play it on the same phone. So you have to go on a speakerphone, right, Lulu, to stream, right?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to go on a speaker. Let's say if you're using AirPod and you want to play something, so you could have the people in the room listen to it. You have to switch it to speakerphone, correct? Okay. I think it's the same thing on the Android. I think.
Can you play though when you go on speaker?
Nah, I don't have to do that. Oh, my bad, Amir. When I'm on my AirPods, you guys can hear it. I just turn off my noise isolation.
No.
Do you play from the same device?
Oh no! I don't play from the same device. I play from a different device.
No, let's say if you play from the same device, you have to go put it on speakerphone, right?
Can you hear that? What about
let me.
You guys hear that now? No. Oh, you can't play from the same device, I guess.
No, you can, but you have to go and put it on speakerphone, check it.
I have you on speaker right now.
You have to change the settings. If you click on the three dots on the top, change the
Lulu, Android, we don't have that setting.
But an iPhone.
You said change the settings to which one? To music, right?
Yeah.
So let's do the remix. I'm gonna try to play with the music thing as well. Just make sure that the music, the volume is good because I don't know. I think the quality is. I'm gonna play with it. It's about a minute long. This is a remix version of that particular idea thing. Just hang on.
Wait, do you guys hear this?
Yep. Yeah, we could hear it.
You support Israel harming Palestinians?
Yeah.
Why?
What is it?
You support Israel harming Palestinians? Just because they're Muslim?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I support Palestine. I'm anti-Zionist.
You said you support Israelis harming Palestinians. You said he should put Israelis harming Palestinians. Is that right?
The reason I think some people are confused because I put the tag up because some people don't like the former Israeli Prime Minister. He said that Netanyahu is setting up concentration camp inside Gaza. So they're calling each other Nazis. That's a good thing, that they're calling each other out.
I have a question. If you're pro-Palestinian, are you anti what's happening in Congo? Or does it only matter to a certain race of people?
No, I'm anti what's happening to the Congolese people because the same thing in Sudan, the same thing in all over the world. I'm anti-genocide. Right?
Okay.
So the problem with the Congo, and when you look at the weaponry, right, weaponry is coming from Israel. And these people are honestly, there's supplying weapons to Israelis. They didn't do a bunch of
Germany.
they're all in on it. Like even in relation to this genocide, so Germany, the UK, America, they're all in on this genocide. They're all complicit. UK, so some of the weapons, like even in the hands of militia.
Well, the weapons are being funded by the USA to Israel. They're just saying it's like a monopoly of weaponry going around. But USA is funding Israel for weaponry. But you're saying Israel is funding Congo for weaponry. Because I thought it was Germany for like supporting Rwanda and Uganda or whatever they're doing to get like it's like the same happening, right? And you get like the money, right? So you're saying, is it
they're trying to manipulate that whole system to allow the weapon in the hands of wrong hands. And it's disgusting. So I do see Israeli is a big problem. And there's even an example of it. We give an example recently.
Like you just read something. Like, are you sure Israel? Because I don't get how Israel has anything to do with Congo. Like,
Do you want me to give it indirectly? So, and they even provided training and equipment to DRC's Air Forces. The high-end tactical gear seen on M23 fighters that's been flagged as Israeli manufactured. What I'm saying is this is it's all connected. Some Israelis are giving weapons indirectly to certain parts of Africa because some parts of Africa have nice sanctions on them. So I'm saying, let me put the Amnesty International report and you can just look at it.
well, and you say this all because of it. Well, I don't want to blame Israel. Should I blame the USA because they're the biggest funders? I wasn't asking. I was asking him.
That's why you can answer this one. Just don't answer everybody's.
So I don't want to be rude. Tell me something sometimes. Sorry. What benefit does Israel get from, like, I mean, other than the incident? I
The way you can look into it more deeply into it, you can do your research and go from there. This one is not from Congo perspective. This one's about Israel talks now. So you can look into it how Israel's connected to a lot of these like weapons to different militia, extreme fighters that are killing innocent people all over the world. In Africa, in Middle East countries, just ask what the or if you have ChatGPT, how many countries in Africa, how many countries in the Middle East have Israel supplied weapons to, and give you a list of countries, they'll give you data as well, and then you can just go based on it and do your research, right? Thank you. Stay.
I'm reading it right now. I can't research.
Yeah, you can just do your research, and there's more data out there. It's just the server's not quite up. Hey, what's up, Almost? You want to come on up?
No, that wasn't my question. I wasn't trying to make it Congo. I was just like, I was just trying to say, like, are you like, I was like, are you only anti-genocide for Israel, or are you like anti-genocide? Yeah, that's my question. So.
I don't speak your tribal language. I speak in English almost. I don't speak your tribal language, man. I speak in English.
Yeah, I've been in your room before about like last time I was in your room. I remember we were talking about how Israel is low-key harming Hamas. If you remember me from that. Oh yeah, like I'll just tell you, like explain to like this Zionist, like pro-Zionist, that like Israel is funding Hamas, the government, etc. So I talked to these Nigerians or like certain like Africans, like they have like Muslim terrorists like Boko Haram, and they have this like negative depiction because they're like, well, we don't know what they do to us, so maybe we're on Israel's team. I'm like, and I get really angry with them because I'm like, it's not a religion.
to the idea of nuclear weapons. Yeah, but you like the remix version? Suki said I'm not with the remix version. How many babies have you killed the Palestinians? How many Palestinians have you killed?
Just like if I just said, they want to believe in your lies, so you can believe your lies and lies again and again, lies to everybody. Convince yourself you're
I've heard that impunity in Israel right now, they're crying and they're saying they don't want this war. Have you seen those videos? The members of the opposition party, the guys talking about what they have seen it to me, man. Because what you're doing now, Congressman is coming in this board, the Indian region, because they are creating ruckus in that region. The Israelis? No, the Israelis, that
Why must you have to leave India alone, man? What are you doing messing with India?
yeah, they might kill people, put them out of
You like Indian women? You like Indian women? You like Modi's older women? Only you know the Sunday women journey. You love the Sunday women, you know the women that like you, they love Israel. Those women, you love them, right? Else.
These idiots are trying to get out 50 hostages from the last 2 years, and these motherfuckers cannot do it. Imagine 50 hostages, and they have to kill like 55,000 people to get those 50 hostages. Shame on you, motherfuckers. Shame on you. Because that was never the goal. That was never the goal. You kill your own people from 7 people. You kill your own people from 7 members of the world. The goal has never been saving the people.
face, but mostly
Look
got
in
my
the
dome.
mirror, ask
Better
him
than
if it's an
any
Israeli.
Yeah, better than any Israeli ever.
Did you see your face?
Better than any Israeli ever.
Did you see your face in the mirror this
Better than any fucking Israeli ever.
Did you see your face in the mirror?
Yeah, that's what I told you, you dumb fuck.
What do you see when you look in the mirror? What do you see?
I see a resistant fighter who wants to kill Netanyahu.
It's this fighter who
Yeah,
want to kill Netanyahu. You see it where in India? Where are you sitting?
Why do you care where I sit?
Where are you sitting? Where are you from, you dummy stupid? Where are you from? You know, when the Israeli want to kill Yahya Sinwar, they send an airplane and they kill Yahya Sinwar, no problem, they do it quite easy. But if you want to kill Bibi Netanyahu, it will be much more difficult for you.
I don't know, he'll die his own death, man. And some dogs will eat him, I hope, inshallah.
Oh, you want Bibi Netanyahu to kill? More Bibi Netanyahu will want to kill you back. You don't think it's equal? You don't think
No, it's not.
It's not. So you want to get up in the morning and think how to kill Bibi Netanyahu.
Why did Netanyahu kill Epstein?
You sit in India, you sit, I don't know where are you sitting, and you just think how to kill Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, I do. I have the dream, man. It's my dream, so what the fuck would you do? It's my dream.
I think Bibi Netanyahu is awful. It's very awful to his people.
Every fucking person living in Israel is
But
awful.
if you compare
Every
it with
fucking person living in Israel is
Sinwar,
awful.
if you compare it for any Arab leader,
Yeah, I have to
any
give them
Arab
a
leader,
I have to
you
give
can't
Arab
give
leaders
me
as well.
one
I
Arab
want to kill
leader.
the Arab leaders as well. You motherfucker, are you down? I want to kill the other leaders as well. Arab leaders, sorry. I want to kill them as well.
Okay, come tomorrow. We can make coexistence, me and you together. Come tomorrow.
He wants to bring the killer. This guy doesn't get to shit. Almost. You're a killer and you want to bring another killer. What the fuck, bro? This guy is seriously a goddamn man. For real. For real. Almost. I think what you need to do is what I was gonna say was Shalomi is here, Amos. You said Shalomi ended the room. You see Shalomi, why you end Amos' room?
I tell you what
It's not a good thing. You ended his room. You ended his career. Amos' career is done. He doesn't have anything else to do. He can't make any more money from Clubhouse. Amos, your business is closed now. You have to file bankruptcy.
You know why my business will never be closed? Because that's what the people are looking after. All the fucking bastards like Shlomi want to close my door. They can close one eye. But they don't see, 1 meter in the future they're not looking. What will happen tomorrow night?
And he was crying for the he was crying for the green bean. Green bean. Give him the green bean. Green bean.
But they say you've been in my room and everyone did that.
No, you told me that yesterday. You told me.
Yes, I told you yesterday.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you told me yesterday. I'm like, Shalomi is here. We need to call him out.
You want to listen to Amos now? Listen, give me 1 minute for talking, and I'll tell you how stupid Shlomi is. I gave him a mod when? When I gave him a mod? My room was filled, 30, 40 people. I want to close the door, and I feel not nice to close the room when there is so many in the room. And I wanted to sleep. And I knew that Shlomi will finish the room. I knew it. That's why I gave him the mod. You stupid. Exactly why I gave Shlomi the mod, to prove him what a bloody bastard he is.
But it makes you stupid, Amos. I hope you.
You think it makes me stupid?
You is
listen to Amos. Amos is the most clever person in Clubhouse.
I've never seen more than 3 people, more than 6
One
people.
person with more travels than Amos. One person.
भाई मैंने इसके रूम में सिर्फ 3 से 6 लोग से ज्यादा कोई देखा
No, Charlie. We had a big room. We had 40 people in there, brother. Sometimes the room gets big.
Oh, I missed it, man. I must have
What
missed
you
it.
understand that more you go against me, more people will support me. People like Chucky, people like Lily.
Black Rabbi.
Even Chucky can come to my room and speak. Even Shlomi can come to my room. All my enemies can come to my room. That's what makes me so strong. The people, not stupid bastards like Amir, who dictator, only Hamasnik can speak only the Palestinian side can be listening in this room. Yeah, Hamasnik, every single person, or maybe everyone here is.
Why don't you open a room right now, man? I want to come there. I want to see what is happening.
Everybody can speak freely, fighting, arguments, cursing. That's what people like in the virtual life. People
Will you let me chant dead to the idea in your room?
What do you say? I don't understand.
Dead to the idea, something like that. What Tokyo is doing.
Dead to the IDF. What do you want to say by get the IDF?
Kill them all, man. Everybody. Indiscriminately.
Let's kill the IDF. That's what you want to say.
Yeah, why not?
Motherfucker, that's what you want. That you come. Okay, come to my room.
Everybody now without saying one word. Just kill them, man.
If I give Shoki to sing Amos Ben Zona, so you can come and say this song. As much as you want, I give you the stage. You know, till a limit, yeah. You cannot interfere on the room, but you can come and say this to the IDF in my room. Yes, you can say it in my room, no problem.
Very good. Thank you, Amos. Thank you.
I will send Chucky on you, and then you have to hear what Chucky will respond to what you are saying.
What did I say?
You know that you, as a Muslim, you have a very small mind. You only think right now, you know. I think this to the IDF, and there will be this to the IDF. Right now, the IDF inside us are controlling 65%.
The IDF is not inside. Those motherfuckers are cowards. You know that. Everybody knows that.
Think about the
Everybody knows that you cannot do territorial warfare. It's not your forte, man. You can just bomb them and whatnot. You cannot do it. Every time you go inside, you know how you motherfuckers have been killed. So, don't do that. You are cowards, bunch of pussies. Everybody knows that.
He called you pussy, and are you gonna take it? Are you gonna take it like that?
You know a little bit history, a little bit. What's happened after every time terrorists, Hamas, Arab killing Israelis? How much they suffer, how much they pay for every Israeli they kill from 48 till today.
I think it is Hamas. I think it's the Israeli government paying Hamas to help it. Don't you think so? I guess it's the Israeli government doing it.
Amos, Israeli women, they love Hamas. You know what happened to one of the women, Amos? She came out of the captivity and she left her husband. And you know, she became pregnant after 7 months. You think it was Hamas' baby?
I don't know.
It was in the news. It was in the news, Amos.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it was one hostage. She was locked up. She was under Hamas captivity. And when she came out, she left her husband. She divorced her husband. She already had 2 kids or 1 kid. And like 6 months later, she was pregnant. Do you think that maybe it was Hamas's baby?
Theoretically, it's possible. I haven't heard about it.
You think the Jewish women, they love Arab men?
Theoretically. In a theory, it might be.
But they love Arab men, right? The Jewish women?
I said theory. It's not Arab men, of course. Like the hostages, maybe she betrayed us. That's why
Yeah, maybe Stockholm syndrome, you know. But they love, right? They love New York men, the Jewish women.
because it happens in the war, it's so easy for him to say that because they are not Jewish children, they are not Israeli children. 6 children were collecting water. Were standing in queue to collect water, were hit by a bomb, by an airstrike. Who kills innocent civilians by an airstrike? What is the need for an airstrike? Why are Israeli warplanes still flying over Gaza? They are unarmed people. You might as well kill them one by one when they come and collect water for you. Why do you have to send an air missile? That's because America gives you free bombs to kill. You don't have to pay for them. So that's why you send fighter jets to kill literally children, man. It looks like Israeli bastards don't have children. It looks like you give it no. I mean, you consider you as human be the biggest mistake of humanity. And Amos, you come here and defend everything that Israel does. You keep raising the idea, you keep saying that it's a mistake. In wars it happens. Yes, in wars it happens. So I think Hamas should simply go ahead and do whatever they have to take the hostages. October 7 was also a war. Why don't you just accept that and move on? What's wrong with you guys? Can't you just let those children be alive? You have stolen enough, man. You disgusting pieces of shit that God produced. Probably God said, you are the chosen scums, and you mistook it to believe that you are the chosen children. You know, every day you open the news, the first news, I wish I can unsee all these news. Just get out of your house as well and live somewhere in the mountain. But bloody me, I just can't do it, man. I just can't do it. I keep coming back, I keep reading the news, I keep watching the TV, I keep going into the social media, and every day
except we represent most of the world, except we represent most of the world, and 50% of your that's we represent most of the world.
never attack religion.
What
I
did you
attack
say
people like you, Amos.
Jewish, and you
Sure.
hate on the Israelis, those Israelians, those.
Is,
What did you do right now? You change your words every second. You change your words.
is Zionism equal to Judaism?
No.
No. Let Amos reply. Is Judaism and Zionism one and the same?
Listen, man, answer you.
No, I'm asking. Amos, yes or no?
No. If you ask, you keep yourself in mute and listen. You keep yourself in mute and listen. You don't know to listen to us. You want to ask and you want to answer. Yes, answer.
It's a yes or no question.
There is no yes or no question. You ask me a question, you mute yourself, and you let me 50% of the time you speak to answer. 50% I want, not all the time you speak.
Okay, go ahead.
You say Jewish and Zionism are the same, so I'll let you know. I'll let you my answer. The Jewish are religious. All my family are Jewish religious, including we're Zionist as a fact that we born in Israel, whether we like or we don't like. Zionist movement is Zion. Zion is Israel. Is people who are born or want to write to Israel. That's the difference between religious Jewish and Zionist. We can be atheists like me, not religious. But they cut my dick while I was 8 days old. They didn't ask me if I want or not want. I become Jewish. The same as the Muslims. But when you shut your mouth, but when you attack all the Israelis killing babies, I'll tell you the first sentence when I met Amir. When I met Amir, he always.
How many Israeli babies have been killed? How many Israeli babies?
Shut your mouth when I'm speaking. I told Amir one of my first sentences, and Amir repeated again and again and again. Amos want to kill 20,000 babies. Amos want to kill 20,000 babies. All the time and all the time. And I'll tell you, if I have the opportunity to release my 50 hostages and kill 20,000 babies, I will do it tonight. Not tomorrow, tonight I will do it.
Just get the fuck out of that land, bro.
If you want to speak about everything, not only the children get killed or one woman get pregnant because she was a hostage, and what the proudness that the Hamas raped her. What the big deal? To make a woman pregnant while she's an hostage. Of course her husband will leave her.
Go back to Yemen.
When you take the story, a little one story, and you make it a big, you don't talk about the other side. About the Israelis, what happened to them in the 7th of October, you don't speak, you don't mention what they did, and there are movies.
I'm giving you 30 more seconds. I'm on 30 more seconds.
Of the Nukhba, they took movies. You said always, Google it. The movies, what they did in the 7th of October.
They did nothing, man. They did nothing. As compared to what you guys are doing, they did nothing. Nothing. It was nothing.
10 more seconds. Amos, 10 more seconds.
I finished, even not one more.
Okay, here's the point, Amos. You said to record the Israelis, to record the Jewish people, you will be willing to kill 20,000 children. The difference between you and me is this. If my family was taken hostage, and if I had to kill children to get the hostages back, I would not kill the children. I would rather sacrifice my family than killing children who are by nature innocent. That's the difference between you and me. Then the second point, I am talking about Israelis. I am not talking about Jews. When I criticize Israel and Israelis, it also involves, because Israel is not just about Jews. Israel has a population of 2 million Arabs, the real owners of that land. 2 million Arabs, Druze, Bedouins, atheists, and Christians. Okay? Jewish population is only about 70%. 30% is non-Jews. So I'm criticizing every Israeli that lives in Israel, every adult Israeli that lives in Israel. And I'm not pointing towards any religion. If you want to make it about Jewish religion, that's your problem, not mine. So I'm not going to engage with this BS anymore with you, because we know where you stand. You just justified killing 20,000 children to rescue your hostages. Then Steinhardt wanted to say something. Go ahead, Steinhardt.
I can say a lot of things, but I give it, of course.
Fazli, I was looking at what Boko Haram is doing, and you know who is funding Boko Haram? It's the Mossad. Mossad is funding Boko Haram. Come on. What are you guys doing, man? Why are you funding an Islamic organization? And why are you supplying them drones and all? It doesn't make any sense, man. It's the same with the ISIS. These people are funding them.
Charlie, Boko Haram, I think it's in Nigeria. And
Yes, bro.
if I'm not mistaken, if they can control those lands, they can control the water of Nile. And if they can control the water of Nile, they can control Egypt. These motherfuckers have a lot of land.
If you just count how many Muslims there are surrounded a little piece of land of Israel that doing nothing. It was never belonged to the Palestinian. It was the Ottoman Empire, the Roman Empire, the British Empire. It was never Palestine belonged to the Palestinians.
Oh, religion bullshit.
Right. And the UN decided this piece of land will be for Israel. And if you learn history, more you kill the Israelians, more they kill you, more power the Israelians have been. They've been so strong today. So strong. The Americans are afraid to go bomb Iranian. The Israelis go and bomb Iranian. I don't agree with this
What the fuck are white European motherfuckers
all
doing?
the world, if you agree or not agree, all the world, the Western world, the clever, not Muslims like you, yes? All the clever world support the attacking in Iran. The Iranians like the attack in Iran. They want the Israelis to come and release the poor people.
No, they don't. They don't.
No, we don't.
Don't lie.
Don't come to our country. We don't want you.
Genghis Khan was so strong.
Steinhardt, you wanted to speak. Wayfan, can I let Steinhardt speak? I think he doesn't want to speak. He probably prefers to write in the chats. Okay, go ahead, Wayfan.
Genghis Khan was so strong. Hitler was so strong. He went around killed everybody else. There is no crowd to be barbaric. There is no crowd to kill innocent children. You know who does that? Animals. When they give them gun, they go around kill innocent people and feel good about it.
No, with animals. The Hamas are animals that are hiding behind those children. They are
Hamas
animals.
is a militia. Israel is a government, United Nations. There's a difference between a militia and a
Terrorists,
government.
people who kidnapped women, who kidnapped old people from the bed.
There
They
are
are animals. Animals. That's what they are.
Oh, are you talking about idea?
You are killing children. Hamas, you just said. Let's assume hypothetically, just for the sake of hypothesis, that they are so what? So what? Now you are unleashing on children bombs on everybody. Are you justifying that?
That's
if you're saying that every Palestinian attack is aligned with Hamas, you will do it by 1 week. At least you're targeting something.
Send Palestinian friends in Gaza and bring them here to the clubhouse.
I'm asking you how can
That's how much you don't know. That's how much you don't know is Amos if you say those things. Amos say that different Asadi people are good people. They don't want the Hamas. The same as the Iranian people are good people. They don't want the regime. Only this fucking nudges. Think she's an Iranian. I don't know which she's from. But the Iranian people are 80% Iranian people don't want the regime. What do you know from the woman?
teach Israelis that when they join the army, they tell them that when it comes to your life and their life, it's okay to kill children. This is what yeshivas teach the Israelis. And these yeshivas, correct me if I'm wrong, when you were speaking, I was
You're not wrong. You're lying. You're not wrong. You're just a liar.
I'm coming to that. Let me complete everything. These yeshivas are funded by the government, okay? And these yeshivas teach children to hate Palestinians. It's a fact. I can share many articles on this. Israeli media has published these articles. There's a magazine called, online magazine called Jewish Currents. Jewish Currents. It routinely covers these incidents in the yeshivas, okay, where they say that Jewish children are superior to Palestinian children. There's a lot of articles, I don't think
One minute and I prove you what a liar you are. 1 minute I need to prove you what a liar you are. Yeshivas don't go to the military, you stupid dummy. It's an inside problem of Israel about those people in the yeshivas who don't go to the military. How many lies you can say so showtime?
He's not lying. You know why? I'm Palestinian, and let me tell you about my father, who grew up in Palestine and went to a school that was primarily founded for Jewish children. There were 5 Palestinian students that were selected from his village, the top-notch students that were selected to go study at a better school, which was reserved for Jewish students. Okay, and in those textbooks, my father said himself, they were taught in their curriculum. The textbooks clearly write and say that Jewish descendants have a birthright over Israel and that they are superior over Palestinians. And Palestinians are conquestors who have colonized the region, and that it is that Jews have every single right to come and take the land back at any means necessary. Okay? And this is something that is taught. My father was 5 Palestinians that was selected to go study at a Jewish school, okay, on the basis of some religious or ethnic equity program that they had going on to mitigate conflicts between the Palestinian and the Jews in the village. You know, they instilled this program where 5 students would be selected, 5 Palestinian students would be selected to go study at the top-notch Jewish school, okay, and literally in their textbooks. And if you don't take my word for it, I have friends. I live in America. I have friends who I can bring to you, who can talk about this on the app, who have studied abroad in Israel, who are from Israel and have converted their ideas on coming to the United States and now believe in a free Palestine. They have come to see the truth because they were taught all their life that Palestinians are less than human beings, that they are animals and flesh, they should be degraded, that they should be treated less than. They are taught this in school. Having come to America and seeing the activism before their eyes, they now know that what they are being taught is wrong. So this is not just Fayyad's words. These are not just what he is saying. You can read thousands upon thousands of articles, but what you will see and what you will hear is the truth from Israelis themselves that will say that they have been propagandized many, many times, not only by the military, but by the Israeli education system. Peace and blessings, you know, in the face of what you were telling me, peace and blessings on the Palestinian people, whose existence in itself is a form of resistance. Long live the Palestinian revolution, and I hope one day that you suffer a worse fate than the one that you are giving my people. I hope that one day when you walk the line of Sirat al-Mustaqim, you see all the oppression that comes before your eyes, and that you realize how much of a murderer, how much of a genocider you are. And I hope that one day your kids will be ashamed of their last name. I hope that one day your kids will be ashamed to be related to
So I threw him out of the room. So basically, I want you to look up Hester and Machinot yeshivas in Israel and what they do to the Israeli people. I mean, to the military recruits who joined the IDF. Go and look them up and come back and argue with me. If I am wrong, I will apologize to you. If you find what I said is truth, you have to apologize. And Laila, thank you for sharing all that information. I want you to bring your friends, Jewish friends, who have realized the truth to this app, to Amir's room, so that we can also learn a little bit from them. You want to speak, Laila? Go ahead.
I would be more than happy to, Fayaz. I would be more than happy to. Amos, I want to ask you a question. In the recent 2 months, the IDF soldiers have been turning their face away from the cameras to take their identification photos for their IDs. Now, if you believe, and if the IDF believes that what they are doing is, out of their retrospective, Jewish right, and that what they are doing to Gazans, to Palestinians, to people in Palestine is correct, then why are they hiding their faces from their identification cards? So that they don't get doxxed? So that they don't get recognized for the atrocities that they commit? So that they don't have to show themselves in front of international law that they are committing a genocide? Why are they turning their face away from their identification cards? Explain that to me.
Okay, you put a lot of blame, and I will try one by one. First, yes, you make one big salad between the Mechinot and the yeshivas and those who are in the military, who are not in the military. So let me teach you. Let little Amos bus driver teach you one simple thing. Mechinot is making ready the children to the military. They are the best yeshivas who are going to the military. When you talk about Mechina is making ready the translating of Mechina, making ready the yeshivas children to the military. And most of them are religious, but not all, by the way. But most of
You know what they are teaching. What he's saying is that what they are teaching is wrong. Do you think that it is correct for these yeshivas to teach Jewish children that it is okay to grow up and murder Palestinians? That is what Fayaz is saying.
Did we talk in the past that we know each other?
No, I don't know. Trust me, I remember every Zionist I come across.
So me and you, we never cross. For me, you are like Yas, Sumud, and Amir, intelligent Muslim born in America, born wherever. You're my enemy, but you're intelligent.
Okay.
I can hear. Shut your mouth.
Don't tell me to shut my mouth.
Shut your mouth.
Don't tell me to shut my mouth.
Shut your mouth.
No, that's the thing.
Amos, you gotta stop disrespecting women. Come on, Amos.
I want to show you how much.
We're not in Israel. You know, I know in Israel they disrespect women all the time. Amos, calm down. We're not in the Knesset. In the Knesset, there's a survey. More than 82% of the women get treated like shit.
Listen, Amos, I'm not a Palestinian in Palestine. I'm Palestinian in America, okay? I'll beat your ass right here, okay?
You don't give me to answer.
Bunch it, Layla. Bunch it.
Oh, yeah, it's Allah, bro. Let this guy come in front of me, bro.
That's how it is. It's a normal behavior. Go on, Amos.
It's the first time I see you, I met you, and I like you like that. I like you the same as I like Fiaz, the same as I like Amir.
No, I don't like you, Amos. You don't like me. No.
I do like Amir.
No, you don't like me.
You know what? I want to pay money to come to my room.
Where's the shekels? I need shekels.
Shut your mouth when I'm speaking to Laila.
You shut your mouth.
You know what's crazy? Amir, you know what's crazy? I've never heard of prostitution houses until Israel started taking over Palestinian land.
Okay.
You know, and I'm telling you, I think your wife, and your children, right, are being prostituted right now. Okay, the way that you talk to me, that's the kind of vibe that I get from you.
Okay, Laila and
Listen, I open the room.
Okay, listen, Amos.
Every night
Amos, I have now shared the name of four schools.
I will finish my words. I didn't take 50%.
Yeah, I'm giving you the time.
You don't listen to me. You go and read your article.
I have to go before the next Sunday. I have written.
He's not listening at all.
I have written the names of the four extreme yeshivas in Israel that have been called out by Israeli media. Now I know they are the most extreme anti-Israeli media, especially
I'm being in response to you. You go and read articles. You're the
Amos, B'Tselem says that they've been doing it to the Palestinian prisoners. B'Tselem is Israeli source. You know B'Tselem? B'Tselem said it. The fucking Times of Israel said it. They've shoved the fucking pole up a Palestinian's asshole. Did you see that? You didn't see the video. You will put the video? Do you have your back channel the video?
No, the time is I support B'Tselem. I support the brothers of the B'Tselem. I support the Jews be done.
Now Israel in 25 years. Now Israel. Fuck Israel.
You love to talk. You love to talk about October 7th. Zionists love to talk about October 7th. What about the past occupation?
This is Hamas.
I love you, Gaza. I love you, Palestine. I love you, Palestine.
I'm a Nukhba. Say. I'm a Nukhba. Say. I'm a Nukhba.
Why is his voice so annoying? Amos, you're a pig. Amos, you're a pig. You're a sewer. You're a pig.
Amos, you love to talk. Amos, deal with me, okay? I'm Palestinian. Deal with me for a second, okay? You love. Listen, let me talk.
I wanted to tell you how much I like you, but you didn't want to listen.
Let me talk.
It's like nails on a chalkboard.
I like you when I want you to come to my room.
Please allow Layla to speak, Amos. We need to coexist. We need to coexist only on Clubhouse. We need to coexist only on Clubhouse.
Amir, he's trying to occupy me on Clubhouse.
I know he's occupying my room, Amos. Amos, stop stealing the microphone.
And they go out there. And you know how to speak
Amos, please allow Layla to speak. Please, for the sake of your atheist God, please.
If you were in the room, you know how much I listen to Layla. And I would like to hear. Even that I don't agree that one. I like the way you speak.
Amos, nobody is listening to you because you're speaking from your ass unlike others. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard, bro. Holy shit, is it? Voice is horrible.
Amos, look, as a Zionist, you love to talk about October 7th. But what about the past almost 80 years of occupation? Do you not remember the first Intifada? You used the first Intifada as justification to colonize Palestinians. You used the second Intifada as a way to justify colonization against Palestinians. So now...
Amos, let us speak, Amos. Amos, let us speak, come on.
You born in America, you know nothing.
Listen, I might be born in America, but every single day of my life, I fight to return back to Palestine, okay? I might be born in America, but every single day I fight to return back to Palestine, okay? My roots are in Palestine. My dad was expelled. He had to no, we don't care about your room. We don't care about your room. Stop grooming people from my room. Stop grooming people from my room.
My room. Coexistence. I am saying that coexistence in Clubhouse, not in the real life, in Clubhouse. That me and you, Layla, can
not you and her. No, please be careful, Layla. You're sliding to the DMs and some disgusting stuff. He said the disgusting stuff.
Mute me and I can't respond.
I'm not muting. Mute up yourself. Mute up. Let Layla speak. Let her speak. Let her speak. Amos. Amos, you got no fucking brain. You're killing my brain cells, Amos. Come on.
When you're cursing in Arab, kusummak, kusochtok.
I didn't say kusummak. I said that I said you don't have fucking brain.
Amir, how do you put up with this voice, bro? How?
Brother, we put up with everybody the whole day, every day. It's a whole day routine, you know? Amos speaks. Layla needs to speak. Go on, Layla.
Right.
Thank you. I mean, like, I I know that he's used to silencing Palestinian voices. That's nothing new for him. But what I was trying to say is that Zionists love to argue. Okay, like on my university, I was president of my SJP. I dealt with Zionists all the time. And the number one thing that Zionists will use to justify genocide against Palestinians is October 7th. This is the tactic that they have used for years and years and years, for decades, okay? They used the first intifada as a way to justify colonization against Palestinians.
In 7th
Amos, let her speak. Come on, I give you the mic afterwards.
Even that's you're a liar, because afterwards you give the mic to Fiaz. And after this, there come another Muslim.
No, Fiaz is not here right now.
It's also
Muslim. You atheist. Be quiet.
They use the first intifada as a way to expel, and these are just the numbers that we have, okay? The number could be the number could be way more. This is just the documented numbers that we have. 10,000 Palestinians, they use the first intifada as a way to justify colonization against 10,000 Palestinians in the West Bank. The second intifada, they used it as an excuse to justify the conquest and colonization of Masjid al-Aqsa. Now, the third intifada, which is what we call what happened October 7th, they're using to justify the genocide against Palestinians. You use this over and over again. October 7th is not just your only excuse. Zionists have been using this for decades as a way to justify colonization and oppression against Palestinians. This is nothing new. So, almost pick what you want to use. You want to justify genocide against Palestinians? You want to say it's only after October 7th? That's not true. Because no matter any time that we retaliate, no matter any time we create a revolution, you're going to use it every single time as a way to justify oppression against my people. Okay? So pick and choose your battle. Which time period, which revolution starter do you want to use to justify quote unquote oppression against my people? Is it going to be October 7th? Is it going to be the first or second intifada? What is it going to be? Know your history. The issue is you people don't even know your history. Whereas Palestinians, we know our roots all the way back to the Ottoman Empire. We know exactly what tribe. We know exactly where we come from. We can trace our lineage 7 to 8 gravestones. If I go back to Gaza, if I go back to Gaza, I know exactly where each and every single one of my grandfathers is buried. What kind of lineage do you have like that? You don't know your history. You don't even know where you come from. I swear to God, if I did a DNA test on you today, you would say that you're freaking 50% Polish and 50% Swedish. You don't know where you come from. You don't know your history. And that's the biggest issue with Zionists. That's the biggest weak point. They don't know their history. They don't know how to use history to justify oppression.
You speak, you.
Okay, so let's go on. It's your turn now. Go on now.
Listen, Laila, as I told you, I want to be equal. And I'm not equal here in this war. But I will try to answer you. You learn music in the university, you get 100% good. In exams, you bring good numbers, you think you're educated, so you know better than others. All this history, I live it. I'm 66 years old, everybody knows everything about me. I live the intifada on my skin, on my body. I go to Gaza in the first and in the second. By the way, in the second intifada, they were mistaken and go to Europe. Run away from the army. I didn't want to do the army. And when I come back, I volunteered to be in the army. I didn't want it because I saw the suffering of your people. But if you talk about it, you have to know who is Amos. Amos is more experienced than anyone in the room. You little children, I'm sure that you are 20, 30, I don't know how old I am, and what experience. Usually when I start a conversation with somebody, my first question is, who are you? And it's very simple. Where are you from? Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth, you stupid dummy dictator! You born in America for your grandmother who have been fighting against the Israelis. You know, 20
The reason why
numbers correctly, like accurately. I gave you this scenario a long time ago, 47, the Jewish village to live firstly, right? 67, fucking, the Israeli ended the attack on preemptive attack, right? The 7th of October bullshit that you guys always bring up. Prior to 7th of October from 2022 to 2023 was the deadliest year for the Palestinians, right? It was like the pretty largest, the kill count. And then you had what they did to, people in Masjid al-Aqsa. There was a lot of this other stuff. And we had Netanyahu giving, money to freaking Hamas. Right now he's giving, weapons to ISIS. Right? The ISIS members are stealing fucking aid from the Palestinians, selling it in the black market for triple the price. You have a terrorist in the Knesset. Can you say almost from the bottom of your heart that Netanyahu is a terrorist? I know you were anti-Netanyahu. Can you say that Netanyahu is a terrorist almost? Pick up the phone and crickets. Everybody's damn terrorists as well. Can you say that Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, you had the Jabachinsky, Theodore Herzl, Ben-Gurion, Eliezer Ben-Yehuda, they're all motherfucking terrorists. Can you say that?
Corruption.
No, I want you to say terrorist. I say terrorist, you say terrorist as well. Why not? Why not? Why is a terrorist? Is a terrorist? Netanyahu's a terrorist. He is killing on purpose, the terrorists. No, he's killing on purpose. Bring your brother on the side. Your brother maybe it might be better. Bring your brother. Is your brother? Yeah, I use speaking language with your brother. Can you bring brother? Your brother? No, let me talk to your brother. Yeah, no, I speak English. You speak English? Can I talk to your brother? He's married to a Palestinian? He has an Israeli passport? He has an Israeli passport? He wants everything one state right now. One state, not two state.
Okay, bring your brother on the phone. Where's your brother?
It was the only ones. It was very.
Yeah, maybe it was a myth. Stupid. You know, they came out with the Hasbara book, right? It's a fucking myth. They always believe Hamas and Iran. Hamas and Iran. Since 2009, I'll put the book in the chat for you guys. You guys can download it. It's a lot of talking points in there that they use, that these Zionists use. I went over the book last time.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro.
Laila, you come to my room tonight? Laila.
Ew.
Fuck you. Nobody's coming to your room.
I'm talking to Laila, not to a stupid Muslim. She's a clever Muslim.
Hey,
Fuck
call
you.
you stupid Jew.
There you go. Here's your answer. You're stupid.
You're my enemy, but you're educated. That's why I
No,
like
but
you.
don't call him stupid, okay? If you come for my people, I'm gonna come for you.
You people are stupid because I'm
Yeah,
Muslim.
well, I've never met a Zionist. Dude, I've never
Laila,
met a
you
Zionist as stupid as you, okay? So,
Laila,
honestly,
Laila.
you're like the least of, like, the
Laila,
people I have to debate with.
Laila, you come to my room tonight?
No,
I
that's
want to
disgusting.
have-
That sounds so
I want to
wrong.
have a conversation with you, Laila. You're educated and I like you. Your English sounds to me as a woman who gets educated since she was very. But you drink milk of faith, you hate me. It's okay, I understand.
I put the link in the chat. Download the PDF file, guys. This is
No, I don't know telephone, I can't open those links.
Okay, Amos, the Hasbara book is very famous. You should download it, okay? And you gotta stop saying stupid Muslim. Do you know how many Jew haters they're not Muslim, they're not Christian on Twitter? Do you know what they say? Do you know what the elbow just tweeted? You want me to just
You know, how I call the Israelis when I'm in the Israeli room. You know how I call them? I call them Kanis. You know what is a Kanis means?
Yeah, it's the guy's a terrorist.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of terrorist. I call them in more awful than stupid Muslim. So,
Yeah, you gotta stop with that.
Muslim, for you, it's a good word that I'm
No, it's not a good word. Amos, do you know what the Elmo tweeted? Let me read it out to you. The Elmo, somebody hacked the Elmo's account on Twitter. It said, kill all Jews, release the files, real Donald Trump, child fucker. Number 3, all Jews should die, fuck Jews. Donald Trump is a Netanyahu's puppet because he's in Palestinian files. Jews control the world and need to be exterminated. This was hacked. This account was hacked by some idiot. And he tweeted on Twitter about the Jews. You know, so all I'm saying to you, you have to, the people like me, they don't hate the Jews. They have a problem with this whole Zionism. You see what I'm saying, Amos?
Yeah, also, when you say Zionism, you including me. You say all of the Zionism are like this person you're talking about.
Are you not an animal?
I'm an animal. What am I doing?
You want to kill 20,000 babies, right? You told me you wanted 20,000 Gaza baby to save 20 hostages. That's a fucking terrorist shit.
You said that?
Yeah, I almost said it all the time.
I said it all the time.
This is why I need to complain to your brother. Your brother needs to tell you something. You're an idiot.
You can tell me I'm an idiot and I can't tell you that you're stupid.
No, I need to tell your brother needs to put you in path. Your brother sounds like a propelli.
What is the difference between...
Because he's your family. You listen to your family more than you listen to me. I'm not your family.
What's the difference between stupid and idiot? What's the difference?
Stupidity is not a crime in Israel, so check.
You say that I'm an idiot, and I said that Muslims are stupid. What?
You're dumbass.
I'm dumbass.
You're a terrorist as well. Amos, you're a terrorist.
I have no equal rights in your room. In my room, everybody have equal
I give you equal rights. You always cry like a little bee. You were.
You're so boring. Come to my room with me and you will be equal, then I'll teach you. Then when we argument, we have 200 people in the room. That's my dream. Come to my room.
Fuck your room, man. Go fuck your room.
Come to my room. Coexistence.
You want to coexist on this fucking app, but you don't want to coexist in real life. This is a big problem. You're only a cloud chaser, almost.
Because here I'm only in the
Clubhouse. I can't in the real life.
Why can't you allow the Palestinians inside Israel?
I can't change. Even my kibbutz people don't think like me. So I'm in pension now. I become 67 soon. I don't have the mood and not the power. When I was young and stupid in new age, I go and demonstrate and did everything for the Palestinian. I have cases in the court that I'm supporting Palestinian. I go to demonstrate for the Palestinian, but you know nothing, you understand nothing, just know how to care.
Then why you talk like shit? Why do you say 20,000 kill 20,000 Gaza baby? Why you say this?
I'm a Muslim woman. I give an example. Because you played the IDF.
IDF is a criminal.
70,000 people after the 7th of October. And I told you that if I have tomorrow to release my 50 hostages, I will kill 20,000 generals. That's what I say. And I give it as an example what I would do to release my hostages. What you did in the 7th.
It's a shitty example, Amos, like your fake.
Amos, like you talk about 70,000.
If you want to speak with me, you have to promise me you come to my room tonight. If not, don't speak to me.
No, don't promise. And please don't slide into Layla's DMs or any girl DM. Come on.
I'm talking to Layla. I don't ask you what to say, you stupid dummy.
Because you say some disgusting stuff on that channel. That's the problem, man.
What I want. As I proved you say the same words as I am. But you are a dictator. You have the right to say anything you want. But I can't. I want to invite Layla to my room. That I will be the same conversation. I can speak quietly as I'm the moderator. Nobody will interfere. No stupid dummy Muslim will come inside my words. And I will fight for her right to speak in my room. Everything she wants. The same as I fight for Shoki to say everything he wants in my room. He can say Amos Ben Zona, so he said, big deal.
Layla, they're all genocidal maniacs in these rooms.
I told you, if you want to speak with me, you promise you come tonight, I speak with you. If you don't come tonight, I don't want to speak with you anymore.
Amos, nobody wants to speak to you. You're the reason God doesn't talk.
I'm talking to Layla. She has a big mouth. She can answer for herself. She don't need you Muslims, dummy, to protect her.
You dummy. Zani, you dummy.
Dummy Muslims. You speak for the honor of the woman, but you don't know what is to bring an honor to the woman. You don't know nothing.
That's not true. Muslim men are the most honored.
You go to Iran. What's happened to you if you don't put the hijab on the street? What's happened to you?
Nothing.
Nothing. You're a liar.
Nothing will happen.
Keep on lying. Yes.
They didn't
took a woman from the street and kill her.
It's a man.
I'm in Pakistan right now.
Okay? What?
I've been walking around wearing whatever I want, and nobody has said anything to me. Okay?
In Pakistan, they're born alive. I see a movie how they born a woman. How they burn her with fire alive.
Information coming from.
I saw it.
You're comparing women's rights to you genociding children. Almost you're a prostitute.
What is a prostitute?
Whore. You're a whore.
I'm a whore. How can I do? What I said?
Guys, I was going to ask almost a question, okay? Almost. You're talking about 70,000, quote unquote, which is a big number that hasn't been documented, by the way. None of the Amnesty, none of the UN human rights organizations, none of the major human rights organizations have come out and have set a number as big as 70,000 Israeli hostages, quote unquote hostages. But anyways, I'll give you that. I'll let you have that number.
We're talking about 70,000.
Let me finish.
We're talking about 50 hostages.
Let me talk, okay? But I'll let you have the number. Whatever number you want, I'll let you have it. Because it's
50
not big.
50 hostages, that's all.
Whatever. 50 hostages, خلاص, okay? We'll say 50 hostages, okay? This is the number that you're...
Try to collect them and
Finish, Amos. Let me finish. I'm listening to you, right? So you listen to me.
Just don't lie, that's all.
Cry? What the hell? Listen.
Don't
okay?
lie, listen. Don't lie.
You're saying 50,000 hostages. There's 50 hostages, okay? Whatever the number is, I'll let you have it. But it's not bigger than the amount of Palestinians that have been displaced, the amount of Palestinians that have been killed. Okay? 1 million, over 1 million Palestinians have been displaced. And this is just in Gaza, not including the West Bank. Okay? There.
Wait. You said 1 million killed in Gaza? You said 1 million killed in Gaza? There's only 2 million. 1 million killed, yes?
I'm not gonna come to your room because you're not letting me speak, okay? So how can I trust you that you're gonna let me speak when I come to your room? Huh? Let me speak, okay? You, whatever number it is, over 1 million Palestinians have been displaced. Every 45 minutes, a child in Gaza dies. Okay? There have been more children that have died this year in Gaza than there have in any conflict nation around the world. Okay, in the last 10 years. These are justified numbers that come from reputable organizations like the United Nations, like Al Jazeera, like Amnesty. Nations around the world have called to the end of the Palestinian-Israeli war and what more commonly known as the Palestinian genocide. So many people are out there saying that this genocide, this war, this conflict needs to stop. Okay? So if you're talking about 50 hostages, wait, number one, Hamas, right? You want to say Hamas is the let me finish. Okay, I'm almost done. You want to say that? Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. You're saying that Hamas is the organization that is holding these hostages, right? These hostages get fed. They get clothed. They get put into. They eat with Palestinians themselves. Okay, they're not.
Lies.
Okay, Maya. There was a girl who was released as part of a 7-day ceasefire deal between Israel and Palestine. He came out and he spoke about the way that Hamas treated her when she was held hostage. She said herself in Hebrew that she was treated with grace, that she was treated with respect, that she was treated respectfully. Whereas you have Palestinian hostages who are held in Israel. My father's brother, okay, during the first Intifada, okay, and my father's cousin.
Why?
Let me finish.
Why? You say they keep us as hostages, prisoners.
Shut up.
Amos, let her finish, Amos. You're so annoying. Do you have a PhD in annoyance in Luxembourg?
Why is that put your cousins in
my father's cousin, my father's brother, and my ammo, like during the first Intifada, was held hostage by Israel. My cousin, second Intifada, okay, he was held by Israel. During those times, my uncle.
Why? What the fuck is wrong with that?
Let me tell you.
Because Israel is a country of law. It can't be put in prison without a court.
No. My father's family was part of the PLO. They were part of the Palestinian Liberation. Okay, so both of my my father and my cousin, as I said, sorry, let me correct myself. My father's brother, okay, my uncle, and my cousin, when they were living in Palestine before the genocide, they were expelled into Rafah. But during the second Intifada and during the first Intifada, they were held hostage by Israel. During their time as a hostage in Israel, they were starved, they were beat, and they were, quite frankly, on the verge of dying.
Lies.
And they came out. This is not lies.
Lies.
Amos, this is not lies, okay? It is very disrespectful.
This is the lies.
Because what you are doing is you are negating my family's experience of fighting for the Palestinian liberation. Okay, this is my family that we're talking about. Not even extended.
They were killing innocent people. That's why they were put in prison.
Don't interrupt me.
Your uncle had been killing Israelis. That's why they put in prison. Now you start off.
No. My uncle did not want to give up his house. That is why he was arrested and he was held hostage by Israel. My cousin did not let an IDF soldier break into Masjid al-Aqsa, so he was arrested. Okay?
I can prove very easily how liar you are, but keep on with your lies.
You think that I'm lying? You think that I can prove?
I'm 100% you are a liar, yes. I can prove it if you let me talk. But you will not. You talk. You don't finish talking about your uncle, about your father. You talk and you don't let me respond. Very easy, I can prove that you're a liar.
You know, I'm not coming to your room because you don't let me talk.
Don't come. I want you to be in my room. If you don't come. I don't force anyone. I say to Amir, come to my room, but you don't want to come. It's okay.
And these shekels, there's the shekels.
The same as I tell you, I'm looking for educated, and most of the people who Muslim come to my room are not.
They're not educated. Edward is educated. Edward is Palestinian.
Yeah, Edward, straight away when he arrives to my room, he get the mood. Straight away.
Yeah, you know, Daniel is a flaming homosexual. He's educated. He's a half German, half Israeli.
He also got the moderator.
And he's a mental retard as well. He can't even fucking make a point.
Okay, can you mute yourself and let me respond to Laila with all the
respond.
Now listen, Laila. 20% of Israel are Arabs. You know what? Shut your mouth when I'm speaking. Shut your mouth.
Calm down.
Shut your mouth.
Calm down.
Shut your mouth when I'm speaking. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth when I'm speaking.
I'm disrespecting you.
Let Amos speak.
He didn't let me speak.
Listen to Amos.
Let Amos speak.
Listen to Amos.
Please allow Amos to.
Are you calling Amos in?
20% of Israel Arabs. Why? Why 20% of Israel representing by parliament member in the Knesset are Arabs? Why?
Lie. You are lying. Amos.
I'm lying. Yes, I'm lying. Yeah,
Shut your mouth.
You know why? Because a lot of Arabs did not fight against the Israelis. In my kibbutz, there were good Arabs who just ran away. They were afraid from revenge, yes? Israeli get revenge. Israel learned from the Palestinians how to kill, how to rape. Everything what the Palestinians do, Israel have good teachers what to do with those people. The same what you do to us, you get back. Eye to eye, we say.
Amos, your brain cells are falling out.
What a big thing. From one village come, and I'm talking only about the 40, about the 50. After this, we didn't do any more of those action. There is always record, I don't know if it is Amir or some another stupid one who put all the time record of 2 soldiers, old people, 80 years old, talking about what they did in the 50s, in the 40s.
Tantura, Amos. Tantura.
Yeah, Tantura, exactly. That's what I feel.
Yeah, they look like you, Amos. They're Tantura, elderly idea, Paris fuckers. They rape little girls.
Yes.
No, they rape 12-year-old girl and 14-year-old girl. They cite testimony.
You say 1, 2, 3 stories, but how many stories the opposite? The Muslim did to the Israelis.
So Benny Morris, he said the other side almost.
You send children to buses to get bombed in the bus.
What year, Amos? What year?
You cruel. What year?
What year?
After the
No Muslim raped any Israeli Amos.
What about the 47, Amos? What about the 47? Who did that, the cleansing?
I argue with the Lord. I can answer.
My argument is with the fucking who's the first party to start in 47?
A A broken record.
The war happened in 48. Who the fuck attacked in 47 after they denied the partition plan?
I answer you everything.
You never answered the fucking question. I gave you Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, a fucking UN partition plan, the report.
How many
The Jewish militia did the first attack. It wasn't your fucking, the Palestinians.
So you stupid dictator, you answer.
You stupid dummy. You stupid dummy. You don't know the fucking data. You don't know the knowledge. You don't know the Ilan Pape. The Benny Morris is a fucking Zionist
How many
motherfucker.
Palestinians were in Israel? How many Jewish were in Israel? 47, 48. You say you Google.
47.
Google. How many
The war happened in 48. I'm talking about 47.
Google. How many Palestinians were in Israel? How many Jewish were in Israel? You stupid liar bastard. How many Palestinians were in Israel? How many Jewish were in Israel in 48, 47?
There was no Israel in 47. Israel became Israel in 48 by force. And Amos, your burn dog, the UN mediator, he came around after the creation of the disgusting, filthy state. He came around, he wanted to mediate the situation. Remember, burned out in 48. And then, he writes a report, and guess what? Your fucking disgusting Jewish militia gang assassinated that UN mediator. And his name was Bernard.
You leaders,
Husseini, he wanted to
cooperate with the Germans. He wanted the Germans to come.
Almost the white paper in 1939, British decided not to give you a fucking state because they saw you as a threat. They saw the Zionist motherfuckers as a threat. They said, we're not going to give you the state. Did you read the white papers in 1939? And then 1940 to 41, your Lehi gang, the Jewish Lehi gang, approached the fucking Hitler.
Why don't you answer Amos? How many Palestinians were in Israel? How many Jewish? Say. How many? You stupid.
The Arabs were in majority. The Jews were in minority. They kept coming in.
Question. Google it. How many Palestinians were in Israel and how many Jewish?
When? What year?
47, 48. How many?
Okay, let me give you the number.
Google it. How many?
I'll give you the exact number.
Google it. Exact number. I want to know how many Palestinians, how many Jews were in Israel. Google it, you bloody bastard liar.
Jews are severely paid in America. I just told you in America, it's really
So there are millions and billions of Muslims because we have all of them yours. That's why you just bring the children to the world. Yeah, I say we have bigger balls than yours. You don't know what is a family to make family. You know how to make children. That's why we have large enough. It's very easy, you know, to bring children. That's not fun. But that's not fun. It's not about Muslims. It's not, we're talking about Palestine. They're a next thing just like you are. Okay? The Palestinians, they're actually less than 20 million, just like the Jews are all over the world. Okay? Palestinians, they have no identity, they have no culture, the Jews stole from them. Your people, you eat chicken shawarma, that's a Palestinian side. You eat hummus, that's a Palestinian side. You copy the way they eat and drink speak, that's a Palestinian thing. The Hebrew language that you speak, it was revived in fucking 1921 by Eliezer Ben Yehuda, right? And that person literally, was excommunicated by the Jews in Jerusalem. Your fucking, the Zionists that came into this land, they were all atheists. A lot of them are atheists just like you are. They were not religious. And the big problem is you have to compare the Palestinians versus the Jews. You can't compare Muslim versus the Jews. Because there's Christian Palestinians, there's Jewish Palestinians, there's Muslim. A lot of the Jews, they converted to Islam or Christianity. I don't know if you know about this, Amos. Do you know how many Christians are there all over the world? Okay. Do you know how many Christian Palestinians? How many Christian Okay, Christian Palestinians all over the world. Let me finish. Let me finish. No, give me 20 seconds. So, all over the world, 20% of the Palestinians are Christians. 80% of them are, Muslims. In that Muslim category, it includes some are agnostic, some are atheists, some are whatever you want, right? And that's where I'm going to land with you. You need to compare the two. 20% are Christians. You literally bombed the shit out of the oldest Christian church in Gaza. In Gaza. That's what you said, Gaza? You did that in Gaza. Go on, Amos, go on. Speak, come on. Stop attacking Muslims. Then you can attack Saudis. You can attack men, don't attack women, children, and elders. You like you, we don't attack you, you're dead. anymore. You stay there, and it could solve with money. In Oslo Agreement, there is a point that every Muslim like Laila would prove. But
why don't you tell the same thing to Zionists who actually go there? Why don't you tell this thing to the secularists who visit?
I mean, you see, you don't mute it. Shut your mouth. It could be solved with money. Like you get paid for this house that you've been, let's say, you didn't fight. It just proves that you've been born in Palestine. So you get money and stay where you are and keep on educated, like Laila educated. She's my enemy, but still I can listen to her voice.
But how is she your enemy?
Every second word she hates her, and she wants to answer to come and fight.
No, you said she is your enemy. She never claimed that. You said she is your enemy.
Laila and Sumu and Amir and Fias, yes, they are all my enemy or representing my enemy.
Amos.
Why? Because they're Palestinian, that's why?
Because they're born from parents of Palestine. She's not a Palestinian, she's an American. She said she's not a
Amos, look. You are not even worthy for me to call you my enemy. You are the dirt that's underneath my shoe. That's what you are.
Amos, respond. Now you have the...
We need a bigger shoe, Layla. We need a bigger shoe.
Not even worthy.
He's too big. He's too big.
Take a rope, take a chair, kill yourself tonight, and leave a letter that you make a suicide because of me. I offer you the self-suggestion.
Amos, look.
You're funny.
Amos, look. I'm not like the depressed IDF soldiers that come back after they realize that they've killed innocent kids in Palestine to commit suicide. Okay, I'm not like those IDF soldiers. You know.
Ooh, Amos.
Nobody wants to be like IDF soldiers. Amos, IDF is like the criminal, it's owned by criminal Zionist entity, Amos, you know.
He said earlier, that he has served in IDF for a few years and his sons
How many babies have you killed, Amos? How many children you killed? How many Palestinians you have killed? How many Palestinians, Amos?
I call you my enemy, and you see how evil you are. You think it came.
How many Palestinians?
Didn't you say earlier that you have served in IDF and so you're...
All the friends get killed, and so a lot of this. Yes, also the suffering of the Palestinian people.
Oh, fuck you, Amos. First answer the question. Didn't you tell that you have served in IDF? Did you serve in IDF?
Yes, of course.
And what about your sons? They are also in IDF?
Yes, of course.
How many children did they kill? They told you?
No, I don't think.
They didn't tell you? Okay. It has to be like...
I don't think the kid that you're lying and not just nice. I don't think the idea. If I said the idea, if I would keep one Palestinian. I did take part in a battle, but I don't think
Amos, you know what the government did, the Knesset, right? In February, they passed a law. You cannot deny the 7th of October attack. You cannot even criticize it as an Israeli. If you do that, you can be jailed for up to 5 years. Did you hear about the law, Amos? It was passed in February.
No, I don't know.
Yeah. So they can arrest you, if you speak on this app. So I think maybe you're scared. You're scared to say that 7th of October did not happen.
Why should
7th of October did not happen, right, Amos?
I have a nephew who get killed in the 7th of October. Why should I?
You sure it was your nephew?
Yes.
Okay. Was he armed? Did he have a weapon?
Yeah, he was a soldier.
Oh my God.
He was a soldier? Oh.
But what about the Hannibal Directive, Amos? You know the Hannibal Directive was applied on 7th of October?
What? I don't understand.
You know Hannibal Directive, right? So the Hannibal Directive is if...
Hannibal Directive, I don't know the word Hannibal
So this is, Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, the former defense minister, he came out and he said the Hannibal Directive was applied. So what it is
if the army, if the enemy grabbed one of the Israeli hostage or Israeli IDF, the orders are to kill both of them. It's called Hannibal Directive. Kill everybody.
We already spoke about it. I don't want to go inside.
No, but I'm just asking you.
We already talked about it.
Did they kill your son? Did the IDF kill your son?
Maybe the IDF killed them. Why? How do you know that?
Because the IDF, they can investigate about the IDF and all the.
Yeah, but they lie, Amos. They lie a lot.
They lied to you, Amos.
You know what's the difference between the Jewish and the Muslim? You know what's the difference?
The difference is we're honest. Muslims are honest and Jews are not honest.
They're like that.
Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe. But it's true that in a lot of cases I find the IDF lying to the people. And it's true, but I don't take any lies. The IDF is something. This is more mistake than a lie.
See, on a serious note, Amos, on a serious note, your information about what's going on in Gaza, it comes from Israeli media, right?
For killing, just because of blood killing. The Nukhbud do what they take for the camera of the Nukhbud bodies.
You know, Amos, you are.
I'm not talking to you before you promise to come to my room tonight. I don't talk to you.
Yeah, but you don't respect.
Don't talk to me before you promise to come tonight. Don't talk to me.
No, you don't respect me.
I'm not talking to you. Don't talk to me. I don't talk to you. Don't talk to me.
Promise me you'll count it.
I think you're scared. I think you're scared that this 22-year-old college girl is going to blame you.
Little dummy girl, I'm scared of you.
Yeah, you are. Because I have more courage to speak about my people than you will ever have in your whole life.
You believe from you were a child, the miracle faith of the Jewish. You're the watchspring woman. You're the result of a watchspring woman. That's what you are.
No, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not.
You are the watchspring, little stupid lady.
Who is that going to leave the washroom, Amos?
Crazy.
If Lila promised me she come to my room, I need now.
Amos, I want to ask you one more. Before you go, I want to ask you one more question.
If Lila promised me she come.
No promise. No promise.
I leave now the room if she promised.
You promise on your head if something happens to you and your family. So, we could do a promise to Amos' head or Amos' family. Anyways, Amos, are you still there?
Yes,
okay, one last question, Amos. So, this Jacob Israel Dehan, do you remember this guy? So this was a famous story. He was a Dutch Jewish, literary writer, lawyer, right? Anti-Zionist. He arrived in, British Mandate Palestine in 1919. And
to all the rubbish you tell me about that.
No. I'll send you the link. You want me to back channel the link? Did I send you the link?
In 1919, you know where?
Hold on. No, I'm trying to make my point here. Amos, just one second. So you know what?
The lies you're saying.
No, but hear me out. Amos, he wanted to work with the Arabs. He wanted to live side by side. Do you know what the Zionists did? The Haganah and the Zionist paramilitary organization Haganah. What they did? They killed him in 1924, Amos, because he was anti-Zionist, Amos. He became anti-Zionist.
Who was Israel in 1919? Who had been there?
I mean, you're like 100 years old now. This person was actually a Jewish. He was anti-Zionist, and the Zionists they saw him as a threat, and they actually killed him, assassinated him.
Amir, where are you from? Oh my god. Oh, no, right.
bastard.
Stop calling Leila. We don't attack women, children, and elder. We don't do that. We're not like you. We're not psychopath animals almost like you.
Your child can call her stupid bastard.
Oh my God! Stop cursing Leila, man. Come on.
She also cursed me a little bit.
Okay.
Hey, Grandpa Amos.
Chucky, you have a mission tonight.
Anta haywan, Amos. Anta haywan.
Hey, Grandpa Amos, where's your shoe against?
Tonight, your mission is to bring Leila to my room.
Jackie, don't go, please. Please don't go.
Jackie, you come to my room with my...
No, don't go to his room. Stay in my room. He's always constipated, man. For real.
Yeah, you don't get anybody from you. I took Noah from you.
You didn't take Noah. Noah, she left on her own. She did something, so she left on her own.
She was in my room before she left.
No, she was in my room before she started coming into your room. And she calls you a pedophile multiple times because you back channel her, you want to sleep with her, you want to sleep in her bed. Disgusting, man.
Yes.
Hey, Amos, and you told one of my moderators, Ace, you told her, you called her a whore, and then you found out she was married, and then you said you're not a whore. You're disgusting, man. It's the language.
So it said I wanted to...
Pardon me?
And you told one of my other moderators you want to put your private part in her mouth. Disgusting, man.
Pardon me? Hey, Grandpa Amos, where's... I just want to know where's your shoe against.
But you like the Jewish, you're like Shuki, like what's it called?
No, I'm not like Shuki. I hate Shuki. Shuki is garbage. It's a piece of shit.
You are like him from the other side.
I don't want to kill the Jews almost. He wants to kill Muslims.
Hey, Amir.
Yes, Chucky.
Can you ask Grandpa Amos where's your shoe against?
Where's the issue against the Shuki bastard? Where is he?
You're talking about Yeshua. I like him. He's a person. Let's see if he's in the room. He come with his people. I like him. There was one. He's not in the room now. But he come with the ship picture, and I like him. Come to my room also. Everybody, all these people here now, they're all in my room tonight at 12 o'clock.
I don't get it. Why should they come to your room, Amos? I just don't get it, man.
I write the name of the room in the chat so they know exactly what to write. So Leila know what name to write if she look tonight, she know what to look. That is a magic word. If you understand this magic word in Clubhouse, you can understand this magic word in every word.
Look how many, Amos, look at how many Anan in the audience, man. The one all the way at the bottom, that's a bitch. He's a son of a bitch. He records my rooms. The one all the way in the bottom. You see the one in the bottom, all the way with the poop symbol, poop emoji? That motherfucker, he records my rooms.
You talking about that?
Yeah, Anan, you see all the one in the bottom, all the way in the bottom?
I see one Anon.
Yeah, no, I see two. Refresh. Two Anan. The one in the house member, maybe that one may be okay, but the one in the bottom, all the way in the bottom, that son of a bitch, he records my rooms.
I suspect you come to my room, is that not? I suspect you.
No, I don't, Amos, I don't.
I suspect you.
I suspect you're one of the Anan. Are you Anan in the audience?
I even don't know to change pictures.
I don't know, Amos, you're smart man.
Suddenly I'm smart. It's everything for what we
You lie and you're smart. You know when to lie, when not to lie. You use Hasbara on me almost all the time. It's very hard to have an honest conversation.
If you will join me, doesn't matter, honest, not honest. We talk private and we say words to the room. We had 100, 200 people, and you like take care of the Muslim, I would take care of the Jewish. Like this, we can cooperate, like in the real life, cooperation, coexistence.
It's not gonna happen, Amos.
Why don't you do the Miguel Amos? Amos Edward.
You never ever have so many people. They come to hear me. If I go out, they will all go out. They come to listen to me, not to you. On the server record to bring them to the Mossad to see that I'm sitting in the Hamas room.
Amos, what about you have Mikhail, you have Edward, right? They're Palestinians. You have Jack, he's a Palestinian.
Mikhail is a Jewish rabbi.
No, he's not a rabbi. Forget the rabbi. He's a Palestinian. He's from Gaza. He's a Gazan.
Michael, this blonde one with the glasses?
No. Mikhail, the cynic. Mikhail, he's a Palestinian.
Ah, you're talking about cynic. Cynic is also like bring to the distance.
He's from Gaza. Yes, he's from Gaza. He's from Gaza.
Yes, that's all. By the way, like
He hates the people that come to Jerusalem. They're disgusting. They say genocidal shit. Who's going to sit there? Hold on, Amos, imagine. Amos, listen to this. Imagine, right? You're sitting there as a Palestinian. You have your family in the West Bank or in Gaza. And you listen to the genocide media. They want to kill the babies. They want to kill the women. And they support that. So, some people can't take it. They're like, fuck this. I'm not here to listen to this bullshit.
But if you don't listen to this bullshit, you can't
I corrected everything. If I corrected everything, I corrected everything.
You will listen to the response. But people respond to you. It's not like a dictator where you talk, but you don't go to listen. And when I'm doing you wrong,
every time you see a girl, you stop the whole fucking room. Every time you stop you see a girl, you stop the whole fucking room. You're simple. Every time you see a girl, you stop the whole fucking room. Hey, where you from? What do you do? How old are you? You do this all the time, almost.
That is not like this aliens. We cannot argue with people. There is subjects for the age of the
I can argue with you. I have the data on my side, almost. You deny Mbappe, Benny Morris, the human report. You deny everything, man.
You go to people, I go to people, everything what you find in the article you read, I can find you another writer who write an article against what you're
No, you can't. You can't debunk my claim because Benny Morris is a Zionist historian. Benny Morris is a Zionist historian, my Ramos.
I don't know exactly what they're talking about.
You know that Benny Morris is a famous Zionist historian.
That's your thing. Example is a Zionist writing in Zionism. So it seems to me, like you haven't seen Tortura. You're looking for a fight. You're not looking for conversation.
You haven't seen Tortura.
Listen, as a bus driver, you know how many times I've been in the I give you a question and show you are stupid, dummy you are. Tantua at that time. What today? Tantua, what is the name of Tantua today? I don't know.
Educate me. Tell me. I told you I don't know. See, you stole it. It was one time to This is the problem, Amos. You keep the Palestinians out, you stole it. You changed the name, you know the Tel Aviv? They changed the name of Tel Aviv in 1909. They changed it to, it was a different name before. I don't want the faggot land, bro. I want the land. Tel Aviv, and also you're running around all over that Tel Aviv. I don't want that.
Listen to my response. Mute yourself. You don't know how to mute. Listen, you take the lead. Shut your mouth, Samir. Shut your mouth. Let me tell you what is Tel Aviv. Shut your mouth. Tel Aviv is the most biggest city, the most cities that they sleep on. There's the most people that try to bomb. Who are the bombing? The bombing Tel Aviv. What is Tel Aviv? Jaffa is Muslim and Israeli and living together. Till today, there is a lot of examples. So they are living together, united, coexistence together. Tel Aviv is the best city because I think I'm not 100%. Who happens in East Jerusalem to be Tel Aviv? I'm not 100% sure about it. But the case is not Jerusalem. In Tel Aviv, it's the biggest Arab city. Arab city. You don't want to live together. It was called before 1909, the Tel Aviv Moshe. And right now, the largest LGBTQ rally happened in fucking Tel Aviv. You want to live in Tel Aviv? You have to be homosexual, flaming homosexual. Fucking 1/3 of the population is homosexuals running around Tel Aviv. There's nothing religious about this state. I bet you there's something religious about this state. You got 1/3 of the population. You got the second third that are fucking secular atheists like yourself. You're fucking atheist. You're an atheist. You're an atheist. You don't believe in God. Stop. You don't blasphemy. How are you a Jew if you're an atheist? Why you don't believe in God and God gave you this fucking land? I can't believe this. I just told you it was called a different name. Tel Aviv had a different name. It was part of Jaffa. Part of Jaffa. Today it's called Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. No, it was Jaffa Tel Aviv. No. Jaffa Tel Aviv, okay? Yeah, Jaffa Tel Aviv. That's the nickname. Jaffa Tel Aviv. That's what it is. You're stupid. You're stupid, you dummy. Please. Yes, I saw people that I hate you so much that you can't stand it. Why are you so angry? Okay, so almost he doesn't watch anything, he's a loser. He doesn't know how to use the internet. He's an idiot.
If it's called Jaffa Tel Aviv, then why on Google Maps and why on Israeli maps it's just labeled as Tel Aviv? Why not the Muslim coexistence?
Anymore. Almost, Amir, if you can pin this video up, this is Amos who said we don't want to coexist. Okay, no problem, Amos. You see, this is evidence. I'm putting for you. The settlers in the West Bank, forget about Tel Aviv. The West Bank were the Muslims, and supposedly the settlers who are Jewish are living together, right? The settlers are actually using violence today in the West Bank to try to force the Palestinians out of the West Bank by destroying homes, by destroying cars. They've killed American citizens just to honor the Okay, so here's the video in the chat. Look at the video. Okay, this is a channel. You can follow the channel and go watch the channel. It's not just pro-Palestinian. They're showing you news. Okay, these are people that are burning houses. The settlers are burning houses. They're burning cars. The other day they attacked an American citizen and they killed him. And then when the ambulance wanted to come to take him to the hospital, they said to the ambulance, "No, you're not coming through." An American citizen, bro. Like, what are you talking about that we want to coexist? They don't want us to exist. 64% of Israelis want all Arabs to die. 64% of Israelis want Arabs. Forget about Muslims.
the bunkers. They wouldn't allow the Palestinians into the bunkers that are in Israel. They wouldn't allow them. They wouldn't allow the people from Thailand into the bunkers. They wouldn't allow anybody from Africa into the bunkers. Bro, so what is the solution with this, man? Like, why is the Israelis so racist? Like, what's going on here, man? Aren't you guys supposed to be this loving country, the most democratic country in the whole entire world? And all of a sudden, when, things happen, you guys show up and show your true colors. Like, the Palestinians that live in Israel, aren't they, like you guys are trying to say we live together and all that? They wouldn't even let them into the bunker. The guy was speaking Hebrew to the person into the bunker. The Palestinian was speaking Hebrew, bro, and he would not let him into the bunker. So he's like, go out there and die. What is this? So you cannot tell me Israelis want to coexist because we're seeing it live firsthand. Bro, there's another guy, I'm gonna play this video here. He has a whole channel. All he does is he goes up on the internet, okay, and he talks to Israelis. All he does is talk to Israelis. That's all he does. He'll start the video. He'll say, "Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?" And he'll be like, "Hey, how you doing? Where you from?" So the person will respond, "Oh, I'm from Israel." No, hold on, I don't hear you. Let me finish, man. Let me finish, bro. So he'll be like, "Oh, hey, what's up, bro? Where you from?" He'll be like, the person will respond, "I'm from Israel." So the guy making the video would say, "Oh, I'm from Palestine." Bro, the Israelis would start cursing his mother, cursing him out, telling him, "I'm going to kill all the Arabs." These are, bro, we're not talking about the IDF. We're talking about young Israelis in high school and in college, and women, and the men and women, both genders. "I want to kill the Arabs. I want to kill you. If you come to Israel, I'm going to kill you." They're threatening this guy, bro. This is unfortunately what Israel teaches the people from when they're little. That we hate the Arabs. We want to kill the Arabs. So I don't know where you're coming out with this, oh, they're going to coexist, mindset, bro.
Not only that, but Palestinians who are living in occupied Israel, not only that, almost, but Palestinians who are living in occupied Israel, living in coexistence by definition means that you live together peacefully, okay? Then why are Palestinians being treated like second-class citizens? In what way is that peaceful? They're not allowed to own property. They're not allowed to marry outside of their ethnicity. Okay, they're not allowed to own. They're not allowed to own property. They're not allowed to buy property, and they're mandated. They live under mandated surveillance. Okay, they're being sent to different schools. This is the same exact thing that we saw in the United States with the Jim Crow laws. Okay, they had schools for whites. They had schools for blacks. The same way you have schools for Palestinians, which oftentimes have very little resources. Do not have the same equitable resources for successful education as they do in the high class Jewish schools that are oftentimes sponsored by many United States organizations. Okay, number one being Lockheed Martin, number two being Chevron. Okay. And why aren't then you also have separate hospitals? Palestinians are not allowed to be treated in certain hospitals in Israel. Israelis can go to whatever hospital they want. They can go to whatever school they want, whether it be Palestinian or Jewish, but they are not, or Israeli, but they're not. But Palestinians are not allowed to go to specific hospitals and get treatment there. Okay. Palestinians are not allowed to go to the same grocery stores. Okay, they're completely segregated. So you talk about coexistence, you talk about living peacefully, but in what world is it peaceful coexistence if Palestinians are constantly getting the shorter end of the stick, are constantly getting the lesser amount of resources, are constantly getting Israeli leftovers? If I'm being quite frank, why are they being pushed into Gaza and being displaced?
We like, I don't want you to, bro, I almost don't think we don't like Jews. Bro, Jews are people that look to us. I love Jews, bro. I have nothing against Jews. I don't care your religion, bro. Okay? You, Amos, and me, I can literally hang out with you. I'll do business with you. I'll eat from your food. No problem, bro. We are actually allowed to eat kosher food. We can go to a Jewish temple and pray. We're not. It's actually people of the book. We believe in the same God as the Jewish people. Okay, we can marry a Jewish woman. All right, the Prophet, peace be upon him, married a Jewish woman. One of the women he married, one of his wives, was a Jew. Obviously, she converted to Islam afterwards. Okay, but she was a Jew, bro. The Jewish people are not the problem. They're not the enemies. We're not saying anything about the Jews. We love the Jewish people. The Zionists are the problem. Me personally, Amir, nobody holds this opinion. I don't think any Zionist is a Jew, bro. This is my personal opinion. I think they're all people that don't even believe in God. It doesn't make sense that somebody believes in God and wants death to people. This is not what God teaches. God does not teach you to go and kill people. All right? God never taught this. God never revealed this. So this whole ideology that, I want death to Arabs, this is nonsense, bro. You're not people of God, that means.
Doctor, so, they take it out of context. The God-chosen people, the Amalek, they take it out of context. Just like we have ISIS, they have Zionists, You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we don't even consider ISIS Muslims, bro. They're killing
Muslims out there. They take it out of context. You see what I'm saying? And I think you have the new brother Reddy wants to speak. Amos, you want to respond, and then I got to give it to Reddy.
I have a lot to respond, but anyway, you're going to take it.
No, respond. Go and respond, and then I give it to Reddy.
I will start off with Diaz, that I like him a lot, and he's my friend. And I want to ask you, how old are you and where are you from? Diaz? See, he say, but now when I'm talking to him, he goes somewhere, drinking, busy. He don't want to answer, he don't want to make any conversation because he's the one that I can't talk to. Sorry.
Good morning, boss. How you doing?
Yeah, I also want to respond for somebody who don't listen to your response. Anyway, today there is a war and there is a chaos. When there is a war and there is a chaos, you can play both sides. You do this, you do that. Usually it's the strongest side, which is the side that's dwelling. But still, when he also spoke about all over the world, what the Zionists do to the Muslim, we don't do the Muslim do to the Zionists. Spain, in Italy, Greek, that's, I don't know where he spoke about that Southern chaos, whatever. Today it's a war. And you understand in the war. I'll go to the last night. The solution, the only solution that will be in the end is the IDF go outside of Gaza and the hostages get released. It's the only solution that will be in the end. And it will be in the end. It depends how many get killed and how many stupid politics will kill Israel inside, other side. Killing is killing both sides. War is chaos. Right now we are in a war situation. But after, when Hamas will release the hostages, will come. I don't know who, and how will they run Gaza, and what will be another. Today Gaza is destroyed. 75% of Gaza is nothing. The airplanes put down Gaza City after the 7th of October.
Yeah, but if they release the 18 hostages or whatever,
I do want to focus on one thing.
And you go to peace, to shit, I don't know where you go. And you just talk and talk and talk and talk. But when I come to listen to you, ask you, how old are you? Where are you from? You go, you didn't answer me.
Okay, because he wants to dox you. Lift the siege on Gaza and we'll release the hostages.
Almost, one second, Chucky. Almost, the problem is Netanyahu said he doesn't want Hamas running Gaza. He doesn't want the PA running Gaza. Okay? He's giving weapons to the ISIS members that are fucking, stealing the aid, and they're selling it in black market for triple the cost. Does he want ISIS to run Gaza? Now, this is the problem.
example of a corruption criminal in court, Mr. Bibi Netanyahu. You take him as the one that will bring. It's not him. It's Donald Trump. If you tell Bibi finish the one's finish the day after. As I give you an example, he gives Bibi an order: put your airplanes back. The airplanes go back. 50 airplanes respond to Iran.
But almost they will kill Trump. They will kill Trump.
Who killed Trump?
He wants to speak. Yeah. In America, they planted the fucking spying devices. Almost in 2018, they placed spying devices near White House. You see what I'm saying? And they wanted to spy on all officials, and this is actually on the record. The FBI officials came out and they said it was actually done by Israelis. Boris Johnson, the former UK Prime Minister, you know what he said? He said he allowed Netanyahu to use his personal toilet. When he came out, Boris Johnson's officials, security team went inside the freaking toilet. They found a whole bunch of bugging devices in his personal toilet. He wrote it in his memoir. So my question to you: they cannot be trusted. Recently, CIA official came out. He said we don't even allow Israelis into our offices because they fucking come in with all these spying devices and whatever, bugging devices. There was a video from a CIA official from America. So nobody trusts the Israelis. Israelis are crazy psychopaths. They're fucking thieves. They like to spy on people. This is the problem. Now, again, Chucky wants to say something. Go on, Chucky, and then Amos, you can respond.
I just wanted to say shout out to Sister Eze and Amir. You gotta remember, man, when Amos is talking, you have to mute your mic, man. You let everybody else talk. You gotta give him 5 minutes to at least let his plane. That's all.
Hey, what's up, Eze?
Crazy. Good morning, Chucky. Good morning.
This Chucky is different from the Chinese Chucky. I told you. Chucky was the Chinese Chucky.
To see whether or not it was going to be Chucky or I'm moving to bad Chucky. But yeah, that just is a little bit of a difference. Crazy that there should be two of you, though.
Layla, by the way, Chucky is their Jewish thing, so this is very stable. What's happening over there? And then almost on the other hand, he lives inside his gravity force.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's the thing,
I don't know that does almost support the killing in Gaza.
Yeah, he said that multiple times. He wants to give $20 a baby to save 20 hostages.
That's why, that's why when people say, right, that like, oh, white supremacy doesn't exist in Israel. Of course white supremacy exists in Israel.
That's what we were talking about yesterday, I remember.
What are you on about when you say white supremacy doesn't exist in Israel? Like, are we gonna forget about the sterilization of Ethiopian Jews? Like, that's crazy to me. Like, honestly, like.
Well, Sister Layla, I just want to tell you, man, that white supremacy doesn't exist in the eyes of this guy named Waterloo, aka Black Rabbi. He's the only one that says that.
What I had to investigate more. Did you just say Black Rib Eye? That's insane.
Yes.
That's the craziest shit ever.
Yeah, Black Rabbi, I got cooked him a few times. He's the only one that's going to say that Israel has no racism. Israel hasn't even had a civil rights movement. They don't have a constitution from what I was told, It's a lot of rubbish going on out there.
Yeah. And not only that, like, people love to say that, oh, white supremacists in America that support Israel love to say that, oh, Israel is the one place in the Middle East where you can be gay, where you can be LGBTQ, whatever, but there's nothing, like, just because Tel Aviv has a few parades, it doesn't mean that your rights are protected over there in any way, shape, or form.
They're not. My bad. It's always interesting because they always say that, in Judaism, it's once you're a Jew, there's supposed to be no color, right? That's supposed to be the law. A Jew is a Jew no matter what color, size, shape they are. But yet I go on YouTube, and you can go on YouTube too. You will see a Jewish Ethiopian soldier in IDF uniform wearing a yarmulke being beat by a white man wearing the same yarmulke. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, that's insane. That's actually insane to me, because that's the same way that African American soldiers were treated during the Civil War. That's actually insane to me.
But yet I gotta listen to Black Ribeye, aka Motorcoon. Hold on, I just want to finish. But again, according to Motorcoon, aka Black Ribeye, he'll tell you that there's no racism. It's so peaceful over there. And, you can't talk bad about the Israeli government. I love America. I'm proud to be an American, but I know my government has blood on their hands, and one day they're going to have to atone for their sins. You know what I mean? But you'll never get, an Israeli to admit that.
No,
besides,
Chucky, you know what? I've been on this app and I'm trying to explain to people that this is the exact definition of a difference between a nationalist and a patriot. Ideas, they got some nationalism geek going on that is pushing all of these racist, genocidal, ideas all the way down from, their school curriculums to the propaganda that is used to justify the military. However, in the United States, you have people protesting in all different shapes of form against not only the current administration, but just against the whole U.S. war machine. Not because they're proud to be American, but just because they love their country and they don't want to see it funding a genocide, So not because they support what their country is doing. My bad. They do it because they love their country and they don't want to see it supporting a genocide. So I don't understand. That's why you'll never see people in Israel who are going to admit that what is happening in Gaza and in the West Bank and to Palestinians in general all across the state is wrong, because they don't have a sense of patriotism. They have a sense of nationalism.
Notice, I want you guys to notice the difference here. Amir, and all the time he's hosted these rooms, we've never had one person claim harm to any Israelis. Never said, I want to do this or that or anything to any Israelis. I wish anything upon Israeli. Nothing, bro. We don't condone violence. But if you go into an Israeli room, they wish death on Arabs. Literally, they will say out loud with their chest, death to Arabs. Now, how is this, bro? What is wrong with these people? Literally. For us, we would never say, we want any harm to anybody. I don't care, man, woman. In Islam, it's actually against the religion to cause violence or death to anybody that's not combative. So, for example, I cannot just go and just kill any women and kids. This is against my religion. It's against what the religion teaches us.
But you have to understand, though, Doctor, that, a lot of the people that are quote-unquote Zionists or support the movement, they're not even religious. They don't keep the Torah. They don't keep Shabbat. Exactly. They don't do no mitzvot. You know what I mean? So it's but they walk around with the yarmulke on, and they have lighter skin. I know I'm not into the whole black and white issue, but sometimes you gotta call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? And it's just crazy, man, and it's sickening. I have people that hijack my beautiful religion into a political statement, and that's wrong. I don't appreciate that.
No, 100%.
I'm a proud Jew with beautiful skin and beautiful hair. Yes, sir.
Okay. Chucky, that's the thing, because Zionism is not in any way, shape, or form an idea that was founded on Judaism. It's an atheist ideology, and I feel unfortunately, I'm an organizer, right? I come across people like Amos over here every single day at my university, okay? And as a student activist, I understand, I work very, very closely with Jewish Voice for Peace. And they tell me a lot about Judaism. And when I hear them speak about Judaism, there is no way, shape, or form that a faith like that can in any way, shape, or form support something as disgusting as Zionism. It has a lot of similarities with Islam. So when I hear them talk about Judaism, I think that oftentimes they're talking about Islam. So for me as a Muslim, to just by hearing them talk about Judaism, there's no way, shape, or form that after hearing about that, I can associate Judaism with, Zionism, because I would be like associating it with genocide. So it's genuinely crazy to me sometimes when people equate the two. But it's even more crazy to me when you have like people like Netanyahu or people in Israel, who say that this is a Jewish state, because it's not. It's an atheist state. Sorry, what was that, Amir?
I just want to
Stating some names, Ben Gavir, Smotrich.
But I just oh my bad. I just wanted to say one thing, but Zionism is mentioned in the Bible. There's a difference between political Zionism and religious Zionism. In the Bible it does say that, when the Messiah comes back, we will return back to the land. It's supposed to be an era of peace. You know what I mean? And you have corrupted mind individuals that took that and are trying to speed up a process that's supposed to happen divinely. You know what I mean? As you see what's going on in Israel today, it's crazy, man. Like, they're trying to speed up the divine process with corrupt people in power. It's not right.
Yeah, so I don't know if you know this, Chucky. We were talking about this yesterday, actually. So there's an ex-CIA agent. A few days ago, he was doing a podcast, and he said that in America, the CIA, they don't even allow Israelis into the building because of how much they've tried to spy on America. So they'll try to give gifts to the CIA agents with listening devices in them. Like, bro, Israel is supposed to be the biggest ally to America, right? And America goes above and beyond for Israel. And they still try to spy on America. That's the craziest thing ever, bro. Like, I don't even know what to think about this right now.
No.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Doctor, I was just telling Amos this. Like, I was just arguing with him about this. So basically, I asked him a question. I was like, why are IDF soldiers now not turning their face away? Like, why are they now turning their face away when they take their identification pictures, And he responded with some BS, like, oh, they get doxxed by Palestinians and et cetera, even though Palestinians have limited access to internet, so I don't even know how they would get doxxed. They don't even have any connection with the outside world, so I don't understand how that would happen. But anyways, the reason why IDF soldiers are now hiding their face from their identification cards is because the United States is now collecting data on IDF soldiers from Mossad, and like now, because of the bombings that's happening in Iran and stuff like that, now that the bombings that are happening in Israel from Iran, right, a lot of Israelis are leaving Israel. They're seeking refuge in places like Canada, Europe, and the United States. So the US is essentially using this data, using the Mossad's data. They're using this database that they have of IDF soldiers, and they are barring certain IDF soldiers that have committed heinous crime like pedophilia, rape, like these disgusting crimes. They're barring them from entering into the United States because the Trump administration, they don't want quote unquote criminals to enter the country, right? So even though, as you said, it's crazy to me also because the United States is the biggest supporter of Israel, and the United States knows that what Israelis are doing to Palestinians is bad because they won't even let these people enter their country. So that's just is insane to me.
No, Leila, I don't think they're doing that. They allowed Ben Gavir, they allowed Netanyahu, he's a war criminal. You have the New York mayor, he said that if he sees Netanyahu, he's going to do a citizen's arrest. I don't think that was the
No. It's not about arresting people. It's about, let's say, right, that there is an Israeli citizen who's serving the IDF and wants to come to the United States. They're going to apply for a visa. They're going to do the whole documentation process that usually gets expedited for them. But nonetheless, they're going to go through the whole immigration process. The United States is going to say no to certain people, based off of the data that they have from Mossad. Okay? think, and I think one of them was linked to an Israeli interview, and Hinan wanted to invite them. So they've been working on this for the whole school year. So they started in, I think, December of last year, helping this IDF soldier fill out like their immigration papers, their visas, and stuff like that. And finally, this person was supposed to come in August, so they were gonna come over the summer, like right now in July, to the United States, live here for a little bit, do the token August and then go, right? But they come find out that this person is barred from coming to the United States, like the U.S. denied their visa. And one of the reasons being this, that they committed some heinous crimes. The United States found that interview. They found, like records of them committing these like disgusting atrocities to Palestinians in the West Bank. So the United States barred them from coming to the United States. So stuff like that is becoming more and more common, and that's why to me it's insane. No, they do. With the United States, they do. They do. There's a lot of information that is shared with the United States that a lot of people don't know about. The United States also purchases a lot of data from Mossad. Like, it's a business.
You're talking about the citizens of America, like people that come over just like a tourist visa or like a school visa, like temporary visa. Where you talk about people that have green cards with the passports.
No, I'm talking about Israelis coming to America.
Yeah, but Israeli American or just the Israelis?
Just the Israelis.
Oh, okay, that's a different situation. I'm talking about people that have dual citizenship.
People who have dual citizenship, yeah, I mean, that is something that, like, I don't know much about. I mean, I don't know what the regulatory laws are, but I know based off of my experience on campus, the information that I know from my school, from me doing the work that I do organizing, is that there are now, especially during the Biden administration, this would have been unheard of. But during the Trump administration, due to the crackdowns on immigration, every single person that wants to enter the United States is being screened. Everything down from their social media to their like digital, everything, their digital presence to their physical presence, like where they have worked, everything is being searched. And for a lot of Israelis in Israel who want to seek refuge in America, especially after the Israeli-Iran war, they're leaving Israel, they want to come to Europe, Canada, etc. To seek refuge. The United States is barring a lot of Israelis from entering. And that's what I'm saying. I agree with Doctor, because to me it's like mind-boggling, it's jarring to me, because it's like the United States also understands there are criminals in Israel who are committing these atrocities to Palestinians, and they will not let them enter America, but they will let them stay in occupied Israel and commit these atrocities to Palestinians. So it's another form of political complicity.
Yeah, and the extradition process, that's another problem as well. So if there's a pedophile that actually went to Israel and they would happily settle down in the West Bank as a settler, it's actually cheaper. So if America comes around and extends visa their laws, Israel government will say, well, it's on occupied land, and we don't have the jurisdiction to extradite these people. So then they'll be living, if you can imagine them living in the West Bank as a settler, and they'll be a psychopath issuing permits without authority to these psychopaths, right? And they're pedophiles. Some of these people, there's about 70,000 Americans that live in the freaking West Bank. 70,000 of them. And they didn't sanction this city, Kitover. He did the sanction when he was a president. Do you know how many people did he sanction? It was like 2 people. 2 or 3 people, that's it. It made a big headline news. Oh, we put sanctions on the settlers. When you look at the numbers, really like 2 or 3. I'm like, okay, oh, you did a pretty good job. What about the 70,000 settlers? Yeah. Idiot. By the way, you see my friend right here, this idiot, he's from Los Angeles, right? He became Jewish and he moved to Israel. Now he comes from Israel. He says a lot of the shit. He thinks when you don't come to be a terrorist. He thinks everybody's terrorist, including animals. You watch the video, he does it. Turkey seen it as well. I'll put the video in the chat. Let's do it quick. And Eddie, did you want to say something? Are you there, Eddie? You want to speak, Eddie? states control right to the last 264 years.
That would be the first time decision, but I think if they don't propose this one of the states solution, then I think.
Yeah, but then how can they live with the rapists? These people are rapists. How can you live with the rapists? That's another problem as well.
Wait, here's a better question. Winnie, do you believe one state should be under Palestinian authority or Israeli authority?
Okay, I think, okay, so I'm saying like, that would be the decision of the Palestine. Nobody likes Palestine.
They really went down. People, I think,
I like the Palestinian authority.
they really went down to half 20% more. I'm not saying that.
What I think is, what the Palestine want is, what should be, but
Because they abandoned Israel. They gave more people maximum authority in this thing.
what I'm saying is, Palestine, whatever they say what they want, but if you ask me, I think one country, one country, everybody has the same right. I think we'll be there for both, but that's not the issue. That should be what the Palestine, the people who they own the land, decide what they want. They can decide for them, right? That's what I mean. Right? Okay. Because I'm not from that area, I'm not from there. So what I think would be the best solution is one state that no limit at the day, unlimited lands, will be like the different state, everybody has the same right. One thing, one state, one population, is that was what they're supposed to be. So even if the Palestine want that, I don't see how it would happen because the Israeli is the West America, they have we speak more than 80% of the land. And the people living in that space is probably like 50%, 50 Jewish and 50 Arabs. So if I don't see this fair or people to live in 5% of the land. That's the difference. I don't see just this or fair or Palestine people. But what I was trying to say is I don't think the Israeli people, even if the Arab wants to be all Palestine, they just want whatever they give them. I don't think that's enough for them. What I think is they would be have decided this if I get one Arab from Palestine, I bring them out, give them all Palestine 100% for the Jews, Israeli for Zionists, for the Jews for Zionists. I don't believe Zionists would stop there.
No, I agree. I think we
Jordan and Syria and probably they can do Iraqi or whatever. That's what I think.
You're right, Winnie, because that's exactly what Israel is doing. That's exactly why Israel is attacking Lebanon. You know, a lot of people, I feel like after, issues accelerated with Iran, completely forgot that amidst that whole conflict, Israel launched a missile also in Lebanon. And the southern part of Lebanon is currently still under attack, even after one of the major leaders of Hezbollah passed away. They're still being attacked to this day. It's been like I think like 4 or 5 months. So you're absolutely right. Israel wants more than just Palestine. They're looking after Syria, Iran, Lebanon.
What I see is right there, if all the Arab leave Palestine or Egypt and Saudi Arabia, I don't think there'll be peace. Personally, I could go wrong, but I don't think so. Because I was watching a video from somebody like Thursday or something like I don't know, it's just this one here.
from here.
Almost, do you know the border? Where is the border at almost?
What is your border? What is Israel border? Tell me, what is it? Just make a deal with it. I'm not an Arab. I'm have nothing to do with this area, but I'm just talking about what only I saw is I watch Israeli broadcasting. Like I see when they talk about in the southern, whatever, southwest and Egypt side, they stay in their lane. When they talk about Jordan and Damascus and Beirut, they talk about its internal weather cast. So what is your border? Amos? With Syria and Lebanon and Jordan, at the same time, three countries. Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria. What is your border? What is that? What is that? Amos? Hello? He's not there. Okay. So my problem is, the problem is people say Palestine, Israeli. I don't think this issue is a Palestine or Israeli issue. I think is broader, more than that. So like 3 weeks or 4 weeks, a month ago, like was war between Iran and Israel. So why I don't know exactly, but I have my own explanation in my head. So the whole area, including the whole Arabs and Turkish, they kneel down for Israelis. And the Iranian, they refuse.
So Turkish, there's more than 10,000 Turkish citizens have served in the IDF after 7th of October. The Iran... What did you say?
Bro. Okay, if 10,000 Israeli, Turkish, probably like 500,000 is Iranian Jewish in Israel. That's not my point. I'm not Iranian either, but
no, I said they went from Turkey to Israel. More than 10,000 of their Turkish citizens have served in the IDF after 7th of October. I didn't say that they were inside Israel, they live inside. I didn't say that. I said they left. They went from Turkey to Israel to serve in the IDF.
Oh, Turkish people.
Turkish citizen, yes. Yeah. They 10,000. There was a report that was done from Al Jazeera. They investigated the whole thing. Apparently, in the Turkish government, they were going to pass a law to prosecute those people and take away their citizenship, but that law never came through. Just like Erdogan always freaking lied about condemning, that we condemn this shit, this is not going to Israel, and he was still sending some whole bunch of ships to Israel from his port. A lot of people started protesting, and then, eventually they actually had to stop all of this, but there's still a pipeline that goes from Azerbaijan through Turkey, and it goes towards Israel, that fuels the fighter jets, that the fighter jets are being used to kill innocent people in Lebanon, innocent people that killed innocent people in Lebanon and in Gaza. So, and in what they did in Iran.
Give me the information. What I know is Israeli, they control Turkey and our border. And probably Algerians, they are a little bit, at least some.
They don't really control. I think they work. They're just an ally. I think they're NATO members.
Who, the Algerians?
No, the Turkey is an ally to Israel. They're like NATO members. You see what I'm saying?
Bro. Turkish is they kick out Assad to control Syria.
Bro, Bashar al-Assad was a genocide maniac. What are you on about? He was a genocide maniac. Bro. Go learn about the history. More than fucking 500,000 Muslims were killed because of Bashar al-Assad.
Bro, I am not a supporter of Assad.
Then why would you bring up this point?
No. I was not talking about Assad. I was talking about the Turkish position in that area. They kick out Assad to control Syria, and Israeli kick their ass from Syria.
They didn't really kick out Assad. It was a civil war inside people. They got tired of it. They kicked them out. And you could say it's pretty. Hold on, bro. You gotta stop speaking over. Hello. You gotta stop speaking over me, right? What I'm saying to you is Bashar al-Assad was a genocide maniac, and whatever happened to him, they kicked him out. He should have been, fucking executed, because the amount of people he has killed, innocent civilians in Syria. A disgusting scumbag. He was a genocidal maniac, just like Netanyahu.
Bro, we are not talking about Assad or Syria. We are talking about the Turkish position in that area.
You said the Turkish people, they made it happen. The Turkish government was behind it.
We are not talking about Assad or Syria. We're talking about.
You just brought up Bashar al-Assad.
Yes, this was what not about Assad. I said Turkish. They keep the Syrian government. Assad was a president to control Syria, and the Israeli they kick their ass out of Syria. They control.
It's the local people that did it. Local people.
No. What they kick, overthrow the government of Syria is Israeli, American, and Turkish, not Syria.
Bro, it's a local people. Hold on, America. Yeah. America wasn't even aware of this.
You have that, right?
Yeah, America wasn't aware of it. Israel wasn't aware of it. Israel took over buffer zone already.
Okay, I mean, tell me, or you convince anybody here in this room that 10,000 people start from Idlib to go to Damascus with 330 people dead from both sides. The Syrian Arab army, they collapsed with 330 people dead from both sides. How do you tell me? Bro, come on, man.
Which both side are you talking about? Which both side?
From all the sides, start from Aleppo to Damascus.
Even the commander of Syria, they gave up. They said, "Here, we surrender." What are you on about? People were tired of Bashar al-Assad.
Where are the generals? Where are they? Where are the generals?
I just told you. A lot of them they left. Some of them they left. Some of them they got executed. Some of them they gave up.
They look for them. Why they implement? They don't look for them. They kill a lot of people.
Why should they look for it? It's their problem. I don't get it. Why should they look for it?
Bro, look.
Oh my God.
Bro, listen. What we're saying is there is people they listen to us. If that was not a calculated agreement, they will look for the people who they did all this mess in Syria, and they put them in somewhere in justice, whatever they call. This is happening some agreement. All those people take their money, their people, and left. This is a treaty or agreement or something. There is no way in hell 330 people probably they die in Chicago among gangsters one night. You would never tell me that. It cannot be that way. It cannot be an army that's been there for so long. They would collapse in 2 weeks. With how many days? 330 from both sides. Bro, this is a country. That's not my issue. I was not talking about Syrian issue. I was talking about the Turkish position in the area. Turkey took this to be able to take Syria with them. The Israeli kicked them out. So my point is not about the Syrian issues. My point is the whole area, the Middle East, the Israeli control it, except Iran. The Iranian, they don't want to be controlled. They want to be free. Was not about. I don't think that all this war was about the.
Can I say something?
The enrichment or nuclear bomb or none of that. I think the Iranian they refused. The Persian they refused to be. I'm not Persian either. They refused to be slave. That's what I.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Can we agree that nobody believes in God? It's all bullshit.
I believe in God.
No. Nobody believes in it.
I believe it.
You only believe in it when it's convenient for you. But nobody
believes in it. What we believe or we don't believe.
Okay.
Respectfully.
Where in the book does it say it's okay to bomb children and blow up children? Where does it say that?
Those who don't believe in God did it more than those who believe.
No, but where does it say that? Show me where it says it's okay.
Hang on a second. Hang on. So, Valencia, do you not know that the state was created by an atheist and agnostic that didn't believe in God?
I want you to show me.
I'm just looking. Hold on. I'm not using the scripture. You cannot use the scripture on a Zionist state.
created by a bunch of atheists that did not believe in God. Okay? Even the ones that are in the government, a lot of them are atheists. Atheists, you get what I'm saying? Atheists meaning they don't keep the Shabbat, they don't practice religion, they deny in God, they deny, some of them deny the word of God. So this is the problem. And they commit crimes, and why are you using God into the picture? Why are you bringing God into the picture?
So are you saying they're the ones doing all the killing of innocent people?
Yes, people that don't believe in God, they're the one killing innocent people.
Hitler, Stalin.
Okay. So
Hitler and all of these are psychopaths over there.
So are you telling me that Daesh don't believe God? They kill a lot of people.
Daesh, I look at them as kuffar.
They don't believe God.
They're kuffar, very kuffar. Kuffar.
They don't believe in us.
It's on me to call it out. It's a kuffar.
It doesn't belong to you. When they are the
Yes, it does belong to me. It does belong to me. According to Islam, hold on. According to Islam, any terrorist motherfucker, I'm gonna find out. I don't give two fucks.
Not about the celebration. Those people that kill people. They believe in God or not.
They watch Daesh.
ISIS is not killing.
No, they don't. Suicide bombing goes against religion.
Not the only thing. How they think. Those people who they.
It doesn't matter how they think. Very. 36 scholars. Hold on. 36 scholars came out about the ISIS from Canada. They actually did takfir on ISIS.
No, I'm not talking about religion. I'm not talking about.
Can I just add some clarity as well?
I'm not talking about or Christianity. I'm talking about those people.
Who are they killing though? Daesh, who are they killing?
Guys, can I just add some clarity? Can I add some clarity?
Let Woody tell us who are they killing. Who is Daesh killing? Who are they killing?
That's not the issue. They were killing Muslims. ISIS were killing Muslims.
Who are they killing though? Who are they killing?
It is not my issue. What my issue is.
It is an issue, bro. Just answer the question, Woody. Who are they killing? It's a simple question. Who is the Daesh that they're mentioning to us? Who are they killing?
My question is,
can you answer the question? Who are they killing, bro?
Making a suicide bomb in the market.
Excuse me, Woody. Who are they killing?
There's some people that are Syrian.
They're killing Muslims.
Right. Guys, can I just add, right? I can tell you today.
So when a Muslim kills a Muslim, that person, how is that person a Muslim?
Guys, let me explain.
Muslim killed a Muslim. How is that person a Muslim?
Wadi, let me explain. If I say to you, Wadi, I'm vegetarian and I eat a steak, correct? I'm not vegetarian, even if I tell you I am, right? So in Islam, your actions dictate whether you're a Muslim or not. And if you are killing Muslims, even if you think outside, wherever you live in your country, you look at that man who told you he was Muslim and then blew himself up and killed a bunch of Muslims. If he tells you he's Muslim, he's not. Because his actions do not reflect that.
I did not say they are Muslims. I think they believe in God or not. I did not say they are Muslims.
They can say with their lips they believe in God. It's what's inside their hearts, bro.
Right, exactly. And
they
then
trust you're a billionaire.
I didn't say that.
Right, they can say whatever they want.
Do you know what they got? The Daesh that you're talking about, when they get injured in battle, they get flown out to Israel to get go to the hospitals, and then they come back and they put them back in. Bro, so what does that tell you? If Israel hates Muslims, if Israel wants to destroy Islam, why are they helping out the Daesh who are supposed to be Muslims?
I did not say they are Muslims. They believe in God.
Yeah, so these people, just because they came out and they claim that they are God believing people, bro, they're not believing God. They literally, in Islam, it's in Islam, if somebody commits suicide, that person is not going to heaven. That's a major sin in Islam.
But this is the thing, doctor. Everybody is. This is the thing, doctor. Everyone is conveniently choosing to ignore that harsh reality that Muslims cannot kill themselves. That's it.
So, but Venti, are you Muslim? We gotta ask him this question. Are you Muslim?
Yes, I am a Muslim and I know that. I am a Muslim and I know that. What I'm saying is this: when those young people they are dying, they are atheists or they are Muslim, they are waiting something great in the heaven.
All the scholars, they condemn it whenever there's an attack, like 9/11 happened, okay? 9/11 happened, they said that there was the Muslims, there was this and that. We were told at the mosque to go around and spread, awareness that we're not terrorists, we're not this. There was a lot of Islamophobia all over the place in America, and they were attacking mosques and whatnot, okay? So we were told not to do this. To spread awareness about Islam, that we're not jihadists. Even the word jihadist, it was actually invented and coined by the mainstream media. We don't have a concept of jihadist, we have a concept of jihad. Jihad means struggle. And you understand where I'm coming from. And if the scholars, the way the consensus work in Islam, we go based off the scholarly opinion. The majority, what the consensus is. Even according to the madhabs, right? We got 4 madhabs, and there's a ruling on this, right? The scholars will come around and they'll actually, do the consensus and whatnot. What is the major opinion? And that's when we go off. If the scholars say that these are kuffar, these are this, we accept it.
Matter of fact, Brother Amir, recently, Brother Wadi, one second. Recently, a group of these so-called imams from Europe, from France, Denmark, all these places, they came out and they went and they started to go and they wanted to meet the Israeli president and they wanted to do all this with Israel, right? Did you see this recently? This is recent news.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yes. These are people that are calling themselves imams. They're saying that they're one of the high levels in Islam. The Muslims condemn these people because the Israelis are killing Muslims. Israelis are killing Muslims, and the whole world is condemning the actions of Israel. These group of imams, so I'm putting quotation marks on them, are coming out saying, no, we are for Israel, we support Israel. So what happened? The minute they started going back to their countries,
do we know their names?
What?
Do we know their names? Do they put their names on the list?
Yeah, you can look it up. The imams over here, they're open about their identity and everything. Matter of fact, I just read one of the imams from Denmark. He went back to the masjid that he is an imam for that masjid. They kicked him out of the masjid. They kicked him out. They disassociated themselves from this guy. They came out publicly and said, we will not even allow this man to come back into the masjid. This is what's happening. These people that call themselves Muslim and they call themselves this and their actions now are showing themselves. And you can say with your lips, the whole lip surface doesn't work in Islam. It's what's inside your heart. You can tell me all you want. That's why in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about the hypocrites. In chapter 2 of the Quran, He talks about the 3 groups of people. The Muslims, the believers, the disbelievers, and then the hypocrites. The hypocrites are the most dangerous because they'll be standing next to you and they'll pray next to you, but yet what's inside their heart is way different from you. They have a hatred towards us, the hypocrites, because they want to take the people away from Islam. That's why, bro, ISIS and all these people that they keep mentioning they're Muslims, bro, if you look into ISIS, they're literally made by America, made by Israel, bro. It's nothing to do with Islam. They're killing Muslims. How is a Muslim killing a Muslim and then tell me he's a Muslim, bro?
Okay, the reason I asked their names because in Adnan videos, the Wahhabi imams takfir Iran and saying, oh, we should not support Iran, but we should be like away, but we don't know their names. Wahhabi imams there, they will takfir Iran in this battle. But
yeah, so Iran, according to majority, and I think most of the people know this, according to the majority of Sunnis, they don't consider Iran to be a Muslim country.
No, I don't think so. But even in this battle, who they support? That's not true. Where's that says that Iran is not true? Okay.
I just told you, according to how they view Iran, they say that it's not a Muslim country. That's why the Wahhabi, whoever you're talking about, could have said that because that's how what a lot of people they think of Iran.
Yeah, but doctor, none of the Sunni nations are Muslim nations either because the leaders invented the Zionist entity.
No, but we we say that we say of these nations and Arab countries. We don't even call them Muslim countries anymore.
Yeah, we don't call them Muslim nations. That's true.
Bro, they follow Islam to the T? No, they're not.
There it is. Al-Azhar al-Sharif is a Sunni.
Who the hell are you to judge it wrong? To say whether it's a Muslim country or not? Who the hell are you? Support Iran. Some Sunni imams support.
No, in Azhar al-Sharif there is 5 madhahib. There is 4 of the Sunnis.
You're drowning. Swim.
Hey, we're gonna pivot from the religion. This is not a religious space, bro. This is about politics. Yeah, I don't know whoever started the religion topic. I think they're gonna move it on. Yeah, very last statement before we pivot. Okay, this is not a religious space.
Move out of the country. I understand that's why we just move out of it. We should just start with politics about what is happening in the Middle East.
Yes, just because you brought up something about ISIS and Daesh, we'll just leave it at that. But Valencia, I hope you got your statement. Muslim paradigm, we have a lot of scholars. They say that they condemn it. They're disbelievers, they're this, they're that. And if you look at a lot of these extremist groups, they're usually funded by the Zionist state, Zionist entity, like you look at ISIS, you look at a whole bunch of them right now. They get Netanyahu weapons to ISIS members. His name is Abu Shabaab inside Gaza that's stealing the aid from the Palestinians. And they're selling it in the black market. I can provide you an article sometimes from Israel. And Netanyahu came out and he didn't deny the claim. He said, anybody that, we're going to use all sources, we're going to call all people that are against Hamas to fight the battle. So all I'm saying to you respectfully, the people that are committing crimes against humanity, these are not people who don't believe in God.
And at the same time, I don't want you to misconstrue what I was saying. I wasn't directing that to Muslims. I'm talking about Muslims, Jews, everybody. Where does it say that? You understand what I'm saying?
But did you know that it's dictators like Stalin and Hitler killed more people than Muslims?
You know what's funny, Balenciaga? I'm American. I don't know if you're American.
I'm from New York. Go ahead.
Alright. What's funny is, bro, every single time people that, not you, but in general, people that speak about Muslims, they want to say, well, Muslims did this, and Muslims are terrorists, and Muslims are killers, and Muslims cause corruption and war. And we're like, okay, in the last 20 years, who has caused the most wars?
First of all, let me just give you a little rundown of my history. You never hear me say that, number one. Number two, okay, but just let me give you a little rundown. My father was one of the first, he came from one of the first black Muslim groups, which was the Nation of Islam. After the Nation of Islam in the 80s, people started becoming Sunni Muslim. Black Muslims, I'm talking about the black people. They started becoming Sunni Muslims after that whole thing in the 70s. But my father came from that. And so my mother was Sunni Muslim in the 80s. She became Sunni Muslims. Her parents were actually black Jews. And black Jews and Christianity, she became Sunni Muslim. So I'm just giving you a rundown just to let you know that I'm well-rounded and well-diverse. So I don't judge anybody. I'm just, speaking of things that are not explainable to me, things that I see.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question. You're from New York. So what is your thoughts of if Mondani becomes the mayor of New York? How would you feel as being part of New York?
I would like it because I like a lot of his politics. I'm not gonna lie, I like a lot of his politics. But the one thing that threw me back, he wants to
Islamophobia is getting crazy.
Okay, he's supposed to be Muslim, huh?
Yeah, he's a Muslim.
I mean, I like some of the, I didn't care about whether he was Muslim or not. I just like some of his politics.
Bro, he's never spoken about Islam since he started coming out to be the candidate, right, in New York City. He's never mentioned his religion. Never, not once. Okay? Yes, everybody knows he's Muslim, but he's never said anything Islam. Bro, everybody's trying to attack Islam now. Oh, there's gonna be Sharia law. Bro, the guy is very, liberal, bro. He's not a hardcore Muslim.
Be in those spaces, so I don't hear anybody attacking Islam. I don't really be in those spaces. Maybe you be in those spaces, maybe like
The politicians of America
all white people or something. Constitution.
He said it himself, or is it some misinformation?
Me personally, I don't think it should be criminalized. You can't tell a female what to do with her own body. Why should you lock somebody in for their own body? That's their debate. If they want to do something with their own body, that's on them. You understand what I'm
Did he
saying?
say it himself, or is something?
I didn't hear it come out of his mouth, no. But I heard that was one of his states. I know it was an ad. It was an ad. It was an ad I saw on TV.
Yeah, it's probably fake, bro. Right now, like they're trying to. There's the voting process in November, so they're gonna try to say whatever they want to say, right? Trying to get the people wake up. He's gonna try to freeze the rents, right, for 2 million New Yorkers. He's gonna try to do like grocery stores that are backed by the government. He's gonna try to give like free bus rides. Bro, he's trying to do something good for New York City, man. Like, 6 months.
He should ban chemicals in food. That would be a good one.
Yeah, he probably, is looking into that as well. I'm not sure, bro, but imagine this. He's 33 years old, right? And when he went and did the debate with the other people, every single other candidate said, what? We're gonna go to Israel. We're gonna go to Israel. He's the only one that said, no, stay in America. And I'll go and meet the Jews in America, in New York, and I'll sit with them and I'll listen to them. And bro, they started attacking for that because he didn't want to support Israel. Because he didn't say, I'm gonna go to Israel, but he said, bro, I'm gonna back up the Jews. I love the Jews and all this. And he didn't say nothing bad. And look how much they attacked him.
I hate how the media be creating the narrative that make you hate a certain group. I never believed the media, ever.
Yeah, bro. Our religion, man, does not teach us to hate anybody, bro. We have respect for everybody. Matter of fact, it teaches us that the neighbor, my own neighbor, has rights over me. So this is why when Mamdani, they're trying to label him as this extremist. Bro, I'm like looking at him like, oh my goodness, bro. There was one guy, and I'm talking about the politicians of America are doing this. Not regular people, politicians, bro. They're going out on X and they're going out on all these platforms. One guy literally made the Statue of Liberty with a burqa and said, look, this is what New York City's gonna be. Look how racist this is, bro.
Yeah, that's shit crazy.
Israelis compare Israel to Nazis. Do Israelis compare themselves to Nazis? Do they?
Yeah, totally. That's the number. Yeah, one dollar he came out. This was yesterday. He was compared to Israel. He said that even Netanyahu said that the concentration camp inside Gaza. So he's pretty much calling for Nazi. So each Israeli will come back with a former Israeli prime minister. And Netanyahu is the new one, right? So each both of these are done. And then we have this other one is called Moshe He was in the Likud party. He was the defense minister back in 2015. They make this such a big deal. And then Iran is arresting some people. Like when I lived in Saudi Arabia, I'm talking about before, about 20 years ago or so. Back then, women could even drive. And they had to make sure they wear hijab. They don't wear anything to keep their ass or do whatever. Buy a car over there in Saudi Arabia. The women rights, it's some of the.
That was 20 years ago.
Yeah, so
My goodness.
So what I'm saying is, so America doesn't say shit about it. Even after the 9/11 that happened, do you know a lot of the victims, the family members, they wanted to file a lawsuit in the international court against Saudi Arabia because the hijackers were Saudi national. And America came out and they protected the Saudis. They said, no, what they did, instead, they attacked we see Afghanistan, we see Iraq, right? And it's all thanks to the Zionist disgusting entity that gave us fake intelligence about Iraq and Africa and its destruction. If you Google it, right, or ask ChatGPT, it'll tell you that we got freaking, the intelligence for this disgusting Mossad. And recently, a CIA official came out and he said, we don't even allow any idiots manufacture money. They always told us that we can't do that. We're spying devices. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to get in there so that they can steal our data. But the data's going to spy on America.
Only thing I knew about, really, about Saudi Arabia is that we went over there to make Hajj.
Yeah, go revenge the odds and, we do that. It's a holy spot.
No, I'm thinking it's like I'm thinking this is like some big perfect country.
And universal data, crazy. So inside, so usually the non-Muslims are not allowed, right?
They're not allowed where?
They're not allowed in Mecca, right? They can't close to Mecca. Yeah, and they're not allowed in Medina as well. It was reported that times was a guy literally dressed up in Arabic, that dress, whatever they wear, the men, and then he was inside the mosque, inside the Medina mosque. See what I'm saying? The big mosque where the grave of Muhammad is considered, right? And he taking pictures and whatnot. And he came back and he was posting the Taj Mahal. And I was shocked. This is the type of security that they have. They're idiots. They don't know who's coming in, who's going out. Anytime if somebody wants to attack, they can easily attack. Boom, they did. So, what you call it? And there's a lot of and now they're starting to, pretty much trying to become secular, but just the people. Like, when it comes down to the government, still you cannot say shit against a dictator. If you do that, you get arrested. You might even get chopped into tiny pieces. Nobody can even find you. I lived over there, man, and I know how the rights were over there. So and the only thing that I liked about it was the holy place. They had the Mecca, the Medina. That's about it. Other than that, there's nothing there, bro. It's a desert.
So let me ask you a question. If you say you beat the hell out of your wife, you don't go to jail for that over there.
Yeah, you do go to jail. So if she can't prove you, you have to prove it. They bring you in front of a Sharia judge. It's basically just like American system, bro. You see what I'm saying? It's similar to it, but it's a little bit different. They asked, I think they asked the wife, what do you want him, what do you want him to do? You want to leave him? You want to divorce him? Or, it's just like I'll give you another example. So somebody robbed your store, right? I had a store in Los Angeles for about, for 10 or 12 years, right? I got robbed about 10 to 12 times. And let's say somebody robs, right? According to the Sharia law, right? Sharia means divine law. I would be given an opportunity. What do I want to do with it, right? If I report it to the police, they arrest him, they'll ask me, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to ask him for restitution? There's no jail time. You want his hand chopped off? Are you going to forgive him? So you can pick. And a lot of the store owners in Saudi Arabia, they usually, forgive them and they ask for money back. That way, the person doesn't end up losing a finger or a hand or something. But sometimes it does happen. You lose a hand to set an example for the society. And, this is the divine's law. But there's no jail time.
So there's no jail time?
There's no jail.
I'm thinking they get like 10 years in prison or some shit.
Nah, America, bro. So this is the downfall of America. In American prison system, we spend about $55,000 to $95,000 per year per prisoner. You see what I'm saying? And we keep them in there for 25 years, 20 years. Can you imagine the amount of money that goes in there? Yeah. Right? And some of these people, they need to be, either castrated or killed or something, like the pedophiles. Right? You can't have pedophiles back on the streets. Even with the little, the tracker. The rapists, you cannot have these rapists back on the streets. So, right? The rape charge is what, 20 years or 30 years?
Yeah, something like that. So, but what do they do in Saudi? What do? They hang them or something? Stone them?
They kill them.
Oh, shit. Y'all probably got zero rapists out there.
Bro, if you go to Saudi Arabia, you go to the jewelry shop over there, they got thick, fat chains, gold chains, hanging right by the door. Nobody robs them because people are scared of the laws.
What do you mean, gold chain? Real gold chains?
Yes, real gold chains. Yeah, and the real gold, you only find it in the Middle East. You don't find it in America. America sells shitty gold.
You're right.
It's garbage gold.
Is it more expensive than America?
Some place, I mean, it depends. It's cheaper, and they have their own currency, whatnot. It depends, man, where you can find a deal. Somewhat is similar because, it does have a global market. It goes by, I think, by the ounce or something. So it depends where you shop.
Didn't they have American military base in Hijaz? Do they still have American military base in Saudi?
Oh, they have multiple of them. These people can't even fight. They always need America's help. They're idiots.
According to Islamic laws, it should be illegal. Where are all those Salafis not whining about kafirs in the Holy Land?
They passed the fatwa, and they tell the scholars to pass a ruling on it, right, to their convenience. Then today we're going to allow this, we're going to allow this. And the scholars, when they speak up against the ruler, they get locked up. That's why a lot of scholars are locked up in jail.
Do you know how many Salafis are shut down with this argument? They couldn't say anything. They know they're wrong. But Saudis can do whatever they want, I guess.
Amir.
Yes.
Do they have strip clubs in Saudi Arabia?
So they're starting to open these up nowadays. They recently started opening up clubs, bars. I think they even allow alcohol, in a land where there's a holy place. That's disgusting, man. Disgusting.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I would want to go just because I would be curious to see a strip club in Saudi Arabia.
Amir, did you hear about the clubs and the nightclubs they open in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Al-Ula.
Exactly in the place where the people of Lut got punished by Allah.
Yeah. Al-Ula, right? You heard about it?
No, I forgot the name. Probably I did. Yeah.
So that was forbidden by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and that's where they opened up the club.
So exactly where they opened the club is where Allah's punishment came down, right?
Yeah, I think it's called Al-Ula.
Yeah. So Balenciaga, if you want to go to a club, go to the place of Lut, where all the gays were. And there's the clubs.
Oh, they have a gay community too out there?
No, but that's where the punishment of gay people came. The punishment the gay people got.
So you can't be gay like wearing a rainbow flag in Saudi Arabia.
You can wear the rainbow flag, but there's a lot of gayness inside the Arab community.
Yeah, shit, I ain't never know that.
Here, but no offense to people, but there's some gayness inside the Arab community.
You can
if you want to talk to Israelis, If you want to talk to Israelis, go to Dubai. It's best vacation for Israelis. So a lot of Israelis go to Dubai for vacation.
I wanna go to Saudi Arabia, but I don't want to go to Hajj. I want to go to just go visit the country.
Yeah, touristy though. Don't forget your LGBT flag, yeah?
No, I'm saying it for example, not me.
I don't know if they will allow you in Saudi. I think they will allow you in Jeddah, not in Mecca though. They will allow you in Jeddah. That's where I lived. Jeddah. Jeddah is about an hour away from Mecca, right? So they will allow you there, but and they'll probably allow you in Riyadh. That's the capital city of Saudi Arabia.
I want to go where clubs is at. Lube.
You know what, Balenciaga? You don't need to take your LGBT flag. You can just wear those trousers you're wearing.
I don't have an LGBT flag.
You got some tiger trousers though. That's the same. Fucking oh my god, Balenciaga.
I mean, do you know what's the most respected Wahhabi imam?
No, bro, we don't know what. It's,
I want to follow the fatwas and
so it's Chozan, yeah, but I'm talking about the imam of his name is Sheikh al-Sudais, and then there's another one, Sheikh al-Shurayn, and these two, they take turns in the Mecca. They're pretty big. And Fawzan, you have the Albani. I think Albani passed away, did he?
He's still right?
Albani passed a fatwa in 1993 calling the West Bank a Dar al-Kufr.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Does it apply to the Habiri? Very law applies only.
I talked to a lot of Salafis, especially Chechen Salafis. We argue all day. I will gather all this information and throw in their faces.
And where did Salafis come from? In the 80s, it was. In the beginning of the 90s, it was all about Sunni. Actually, Sunni and Shiite.
Well, familiar.
I'm Shia Ismaili, but we don't do those stuff.
Okay, there's a lot of noise on your microphone, bro.
Yeah, I know that one.
One second. And now, is it better now?
Yeah, better.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Balenciaga, you don't need to take your LGBT flag with you. I recommend you.
Now, I gotta get on you now. Now I gotta get on you, my boy. For them Yemens y'all be wearing with no drawers on. Now you wanna talk about something?
Just take them trousers with you, that's enough.
But anyways, Nergis, you can check your back channel. And what I was going to say was, so Balenciaga, what's your family's position in relate to this Trump and Kamala, when,
Kamala,
when they broke Kamala?
Kamala is the evil bitch. That's number one. I think she, in my personal opinion, it's just my personal opinion, I think she absolutely hates black men. Because when she was over there in LA as a prosecutor, she was sending black men to hell and back, with no evidence. But that's all a part of that justice system in America. But nevertheless, man, I didn't believe shit was coming out of her mouth. I would rather fuck with Trump. Because guess what? You know what you're getting from Trump. he gonna say some crazy shit, but you know what you're getting. That sneaky shit Kamala on, I ain't with all that sneaky shit.
That's true. So you know what Kamala did, right? She was going to talk to the pro-Pallies, right? She canceled on them, right? While she was going from different states or whatever, right, trying to rally for the campaign, she was going to talk to the pro-Pallies, and she canceled on them. And on the 7th of October, she planted like trees or whatever in her backyard for the victims, for the Israeli victims, right? And I was thinking about that. Why didn't you plant some for the other side as well? Why are you such a one-sided, hypocritical bitch, right? And this is what I didn't get is that her daughter is pro-Palestine. The daughter from her husband, right? She even raised funds for the Palestinian cause, and even though the guy is Jewish, so I don't know, man. It's just it's kind of. And then people were debating if she's black, if she's white, if she's yellow. And that was another debate.
I think her family comes from the Indians that have the red dot on their head. What is that, Hindu? And so what I don't like about them is I used to date a Hindu girl when I was in like the 9th grade or whatever, and I had to walk. When I would walk her home from school, I had to stop at the end of the block. I couldn't walk her home because she said her family didn't agree with dating outside her race and that she would get kicked out the family will. And so, me, I'm black, so I'm like, fuck that will, because we ain't got no will anyway, right? But they take that shit seriously as hell. And I didn't like, I didn't like that. So Kamala is, I think her family is like Hindu Indian. Whatever, so that's like more of a reason.
So it's half. The mother is Hindu with the red dot, right? And that's not the only issue. The other issue is the caste system. So even the people from the same religion, right, they get discriminated against because they're from the lower caste. Same religion, but from the lower caste. So that was another issue as well. And and then there's a big support in India for this right-wing government, right, that oppresses and suppresses Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, any minorities in India, except for they want to turn India into a Hindu nation, strictly like the upper caste Hindu nation, just like the Zionists, right? They want to convert the Zionist state into just a Zionist state, a Jewish Zionist state. They don't want any other races. They're just like Hitler. Hitler wanted Aryan race, right? So this is the thing, man. They all have like similarities, and they used to glorify Nazis. These Hindus, right, with the red dot, especially the upper caste, they used to glorify Hitler. Back in the days. And if you see the Hitler symbol, it's Nazi symbol. It came from swastika symbol. The swastika symbol from the Hindu religion. It's the exact same one, just like the one they have. So there's a lot of connections there.
Yeah, I never.
That's why you see them, Israel and India, they always lick each other's asses well every opportunity they get. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Israel, yeah? Free Palestine, yeah? Alright then, we coming. Alright then, we coming to Aqsa. We coming.
One thing I don't get, the Indian government position is Hamas is not terrorist. I just don't get it.
Fuck Israel, man. I want everyone to say it 3, 2, 1. Fuck Israel. No? Nobody with me? Alright, I'm here. Remove everyone. Yo, Balenciaga, don't take your flag with you. Please, brother. We don't want you to end up being in jail or...
So the reason why I wouldn't say that with Israel is because Israel is the name of the prophet, makes nothing on it, right? We shouldn't even be calling the state Israel. It's blasphemous according to the Muslim paradigm.
No. Even the term from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It came from the Jews, right?
It did, and then it came from Palestinians as well. But that's what ended up happening. I mean, they just stole their land. What do you expect? You steal their land. I mean, you didn't give them. You didn't allow them to come back. I mean, it was expected. It was bound to happen, and it did happen. But what can you do? These people are just demonic, man. The Zionists are demonic.
They're real demons in the flesh, you know that.
You can say that. But there are. So I did come across.
You know how we believe in God, yeah? They actually worship Satan. Did you get it? That's what Allah said. That's why Allah said in the Quran also, yeah. There's Shaitan is this whole entity, this whole occult, these secret societies, yeah. These things are real, you know.
Yeah, they're real. Do you wanna become an Israeli? Somebody gave me an idea. Nergis, he said what you could do is marry the Israelis, have babies, right? And then have your babies marry other Israelis and turn the nation and take over the nation from inside.
I really think that is a very good solution, actually. I've discussed it before with people. You really think about it. Not about taking over the nation, but I think that should happen, right?
What would you do with Israel, Nargis, if you had the chance? Actually, don't answer that question. I don't want you to answer that question. No.
What would I do?
Don't answer that question.
What would I do?
If you had the magic room, Nergis, you could do everything with a magic room. What would you do? You would
I used to think, eternal hell is a BS concept.
Right.
I used to think that eternal hell, is such a harsh, cruel thing, like within the Abrahamics. Now that I think about it, dude, eternal hell is necessary for some.
It's definitely necessary, yes, you're right.
Like after seeing what happened.
Awesome. That's why these people think the punishment of this world is less worse than what the punishment is of the hereafter. You get it? You rather, if you
Maybe people don't believe it. That's what happened.
Okay, what do you believe in, Valencia? What do you believe in?
You know what? I know this what I believe in. I believe that I know for a fact people don't believe that, because if that was the case, people would be doing the things that they're doing.
Right? Yeah, but we're all human beings, yeah, we're all sinners, right? You can confess your sin to me, what is it? Yeah, okay. In the name of the King, you can confess your sin. No, I don't. But Leila, I do have a question for you real quick there.
Yeah, what's up?
I read your bio. You have it written down in tribal language. Can you speak that tribal?
It's not a tribal language, it's a folklore.
Is it the Urdu, right?
Yeah.
It is Urdu. I can see. I'm also with the tribal language, but what you mean this? Let me explain to you. The tribal language, come down, right? Give me a little bit. إشكالينا كجنونها بيه باقية زهرة من ذاتك وشوالبية basically, I mean, what this said, yeah.
Whoever just said that I gotta marry you.
This is why you just say version. You, Balenciaga, you need to go to Saudi Arabia with your LGBT flag, yeah, and your tiger trousers.
Don't listen to him.
You're gone.
He's just trying not. He don't want us to meet up.
No. Hey, Balenciaga, you have no right to speak into Leila. You get it?
I have no right. I'm in America. I have all the right. Thank you.
You can only speak to non-Muslim girls, Balenciaga. You don't want you to speak to Muslim girls. Did you know it's sunnah to shoot with bow and arrow? Yeah, but kids use it nowadays. So I thought about this, right? That we way out of Islam, the worst thing is there are swords. You can't use crossbow. Nowadays it's like this stuff, the knives, like this. It's like those days are gone, like crossbow. Bro, it takes a while to forget get the crossbow ready. Sometimes that shit you get stuck. It's like, come train me, bro. Come I used to sell crossbows at my side. I had a store for 10 years. I used to sell crossbows. He got the race and all shit. I would say that to especially, I did. It was with license.
Before he got robbed by them LA Crips.
See, I knew it, but it's the other one said something. I knew it. It's trying to
You said you got robbed 12 times.
driver's license, they said that she and a lot of time, their stories are freaking bullshit. I come across so many people on the side, and I think you're working extra there. You see what I'm saying? And I bought all this stuff, and there was a lot of money on the 7 of even. I was like, buy it. Actually, this the last robbery that came before I actually sold my store. It was behind Border Patrol, and these two guys came in. One of them was standing by the door, the other one was inside. He wanted to buy a big hookah pipe, one of those hookah pipe. So the cashier, this guy, he was like $100 hookah pipe. He had to go outside of his Border Patrol box to get the hookah pipe, and then the guy forward and back with the gun. Robbed the store, bought was it 8 to 12 grand worth of shit behind the counter. And they were gonna kill the kid. These two guys. They were gonna kill the kid, and we saw everything. We reported to the cops, and now it's insurance. Insurance said I think they're over 5,000 or something. We got their bit of money, but at the same time, the kid was in bad shape. We got this last one.
Boy, y'all mentioned my name. People was gonna start liking me.
Kim has mentioned it. I don't know. Kim, do you love Balenciaga? Is that why you mentioned his name every 2 seconds? He asked some weird questions, but I don't know. No, he didn't ask a weird question. He was asking me, is it okay when I travel? That's not he asked earlier, he asked some weird question about, do they have this in Saudi Arabia? Do they have that in so weird. It's so weird. It's not weird. No, it's not weird. Trying to say that, now he's trying to say that, the more you mention my name, the more the girls that, what are you here for, man? What are you here for, man? This is my room. I allow everybody. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, I allow to kick you out of the room. Respectfully. Sorry, right? Yeah, I allow everybody. You're not gonna come in here and talk about people. It's true. Yes. You said you organized protests and stuff later. So when you talk to the Zionists, I know at the protest they put up. I used to go there. I went to protest maybe, I would say maybe 5 or 6 times. Wait, where are you from? I'll tell you about it later. I don't remember. Okay, but later doesn't help because I'm listening to that. Bro, there's a guy in the audience all the way at the bottom. You see that son of a gun is recording right now. You see all the way at the bottom? Yeah. There's a guy, do you know that elder? Yeah, the guy that's supposed to run with you. Yeah, but he records my voice. I don't account like he's a husband. He doesn't stop. And even the Jewish side, they had a problem with this guy recording their voice. I don't think he's funny. He's just maybe homosexual. You haven't seen his picture? You haven't seen him on the camera? He's got like 30 phones. You go up on account, you open up a new account. He's a psychopath. So you organized about, you said how many protests? I thought maybe like 20, 30. What do you think? 20 protests? How many protests? I mean,
they do give you a lot of hard time. Like they ask you like, why are you here? Like they've held me, at one of the checkpoints entering into the West Bank. They held me there for 4 hours. Yeah, like so basically I was going from Bethlehem. I was visiting an extended family member. I was visiting my dad's second cousin in Bethlehem. She was getting married, and her daughter was getting married. My bad. And from there, I was going to the West Bank to meet some more family. And on the way to the West Bank, I stopped at a checkpoint. And at one of the checkpoints, they had asked me like, "Why are you visiting? Like, where are you from?" And I was like, I'm from the U.S. I'm from the U.S." And he was like, "Oh, where are your parents from?" And I was like, "My mom's from Pakistan, and my dad's from Palestine." And as soon as they heard that, they were like, "Oh, we're in Palestine." And I was like, "Let's." And they were like, "Oh, we're in Gaza." And I was like, "Beit Lahia." And they started asking me like,
is from Bethlehem?
no, Beit Lahia.
Okay.
They were like, "Oh, they were like, why are you visiting the West Bank?" And I was like, "I'm visiting family." "Why are you visiting family?" They started asking me questions and stuff like that, and they thought I was lying for some reason. So number one, they didn't believe that my identification card or passport, I guess you could say, was mine. They thought that I was forging it for some reason. I don't even know, even though I don't really need to. It's easier for me just to show my American passport to get around everywhere, but I still carry my Palestinian identification card. It's supposed to make it easier for you to get in and out of Palestinian territories, but it just makes it even more difficult. So they thought like, oh, I was forging it. So they kept me for 4 hours. I had to call the U.S. Embassy. I had to like get my lawyer on the phone, and stuff like that. I had to show my birth certificate. I had to show them that I was an American. And then finally, after 4 hours of some BS, they let me through. But yeah, it's pretty common.
There's about 920 checkpoints in the West Bank. And I guess the Palestinians are the ones that get stopped, but the Israelis don't get stopped. These Israeli settlers, disgusting settlers.
Oh yeah, no.
And some of these checkpoints are very, very, long lines and whatnot.
Yeah, and that was the most messed up part because I stood in the line. There was a line where I was number one. It's crazy because I came at like 10 p.m. in the night, So I was tired, and I was like, "You do not want to play with me right now. I'm so exhausted, from this long car drive from Bethlehem to the West Bank, So basically, like I'm saying, so I'm waiting in the line.
You learned your lesson. Next time, don't use that Palestinian identity. Say your dad's from Pakistan.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely easier.
Hey, you say your dad's from Pakistan. They're not gonna check up on this. Where your dad is from. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, no, but the thing is right now, right? Is that on the Palestinian identification card. So basically, if I tell them that, okay, so let's say, right, hypothetically, if I were to tell them, okay, yeah, like I'm fully Pakistani and I'm just here on pilgrimage, like I'm visiting Masjid al-Aqsa or something, or I'm not a tourist, and they see my Palestinian identification card where my father's name is listed, they're gonna be like, "What the heck? Like she just lied," and that could get me actually kicked out of Israel, I won't be able to return. So it's just easier for me to tell the truth.
Can they really check your father's identity? Does your father still has identity over there?
Yeah, because the only way that you get a Palestinian identification card is if you have proof of Palestinian lineage, like if one of your parents is from Palestine, So like for an example, like my friend, she is Syrian, like her parents are from Syria, but her grandmother is from Palestine. So she applied for Palestinian identification card because she wanted to visit Palestine, she wanted to visit Nazareth so she could see her grandma's side of the family, and she was denied Palestinian identification card. She has a Canadian passport. So,
if you would not have applied for the card, I think you would have been okay, right? Like if you were to use your U.S. passport.
Yeah, I would have been okay, but for me, the Palestinian identification card, the reason why me and my brothers applied for it, and the reason why a lot of Palestinian children, even though they live in America, apply for it, is because it's one of the ways that you can continue visiting and continue claiming property rights over your land in Palestine. So right now, a lot of families, like for example, like my family, as an example, we are fighting a very long custody battle over our land in Palestine. You know, that's been going on for decades, ever since my dad's side of the family was expelled. You know, and that they were fighting that when they were in Masr, when they were in Egypt, they were fighting that when they came to the United States. And my dad is old, right? And like, you know, it scares me he's gonna pass away one day, right? So you wanna have somebody who can lay claim to that land. And the more people, the better, you know? So that's why like Palestinians are always like have a lot of kids, you know, like you're gonna go back to your like we're like you're gonna go back to Palestine and stuff like that, you know? So like for me, like having the Palestinian identification card, it's good and it's bad. It's good because you know, like in some way, like I'm able to go. I'm able to pass by the house that my dad lived in. I'm able to like lay a claim to it, but also because of the fact that I have a claim, you know, to some Israeli occupied land, I get stopped at checkpoints, you know, because these IDF soldiers, they know why these American children have these identification cards.
That's it. So that's why you get it, because of the property rights. That way you can go claim the property. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking if you're not claiming anything, you just go in there to like maybe visit your cousins and whatnot, and you don't have any property because a lot of people got kicked out, so they pretty much don't have any property, right? Because they were kicked out, and some of them are living as refugees in Syria, some of them are in Egypt, some of them are in Jordan. You see what I'm saying? So I thought maybe it was that type of case in your case,
Yeah, I mean, there's a Zionist living in my dad's house right now. Like they have it, like basically like in Beit Lahia, like it was a very populated. It was a city, you know. Like a lot of people like you. I don't know if you know anything about Palestinian culture, but like, are you like Madani or are you Falahi? Like like Falahi is like farmer, Madani is like city girl, you know. So for me, like Beit Lahia was a city. So all the houses were next to each other. So when the Israeli occupiers came, they couldn't really like demolish it. So a lot of the Falahi land that you'll see, a lot of like the single houses with a lot of plot of land, they'll break those down and they'll start building buildings, you know. But for like the cities and the villages that already kind of have like established homes, like apartments and homes and buildings that are connected to each other, kind of like a neighborhood or like a suburb, basically. They'll just kick out Palestinians from those houses and they'll replace them with Israeli settlers. So for me, like that house, my dad's house hasn't been demolished, so there's still a way for me to claim property on it. You know what I'm saying? So like the biggest thing are like the keys. You know, a lot of people think like, oh, the keys are a very very symbolic part of, you know, like Palestinian, you know, like culture. But yes, it is. It's a form of resistance, but it's also like a legal form of resistance. You know, because when like these Israeli settlers, when when the Palestinians are first kicked out, they can't open any of the locks. They have to change the locks. They have to break down the doors. There's just so much crap to get into the house. You know, when the court, you know, like asks, you know, like the Jew, the Israeli and the Palestinian families, like, you know, about like, oh, like when they ask them like why were the doors changed, why were the locks changed? And, you know, like the Israeli family is gonna respond with like, oh, we couldn't get in, and the Palestinian family is gonna be like, yeah, because you didn't have the key, you didn't live there, you know. So that kind of stuff, if that makes any sense.
I don't know. Have you seen the documentary Settlers right now?
I have not.
Have you seen Baby Files?
I have, yeah. That one I have.
Okay. Settlers is available for $10.
That's crazy. There's a report I was reading the other day. I study international relations and political science. So, like, for me, a lot of the time for my assignments, I have to like read up on like current events and stuff like that. So this was a topic that came up. We were studying like like modern day political African affairs, and the UAE came up, of course, and there was a stat that I was reading. Basically, it says that by 2050, the UAE will have more non-Muslim residents than Muslim residents. So it won't technically be considered a Muslim country anymore. Because by definition, if you study like global geography, you'll know that in order for a country to be considered a Muslim country, it doesn't have to even follow Sharia law. It just has to be majority populated by Muslims. So, like, for example, there's so many countries that like don't follow Sharia law, but like are Muslim majority.
I just call them Muslim majority. I don't call them Muslim countries because there's a lot of shit that they do there. It's un-Islamic.
Yeah.
You want to say something, Nova? Nova, do you want to come say something, sister? Nova?
No.
You agree with the point I said?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh my God, you agree with what I said? Oh my God, how could you? You agree with everything I said? Whoa. Somebody wants to come up. I wonder if it's a troll. What did you say, Nova? I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat again, sister? No. Okay. Yes, Chen Greta.
Yeah, hi everybody. Morning.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Good, bro. How are you?
I'm doing alright. What you been up to? Are you pro-Pali, pro-Israel, pro-humanity?
I'm all about
anti-genocide.
I'm Arab. So you already know.
You're Arab, okay. Yeah. Are you pro-Pali, pro-Israel, pro-Saudi Arabia, pro-Tel Aviv?
No, I'm just
LGBTQ.
Yeah. I'll probably like between all those choices. I would just go with LGBTQ.
Oh my gosh. The least controversial.
So are you pro-Pali, Chen Greta?
I mean, it's less work out there. Just like LGBTQ, STMI, PS5, all that.
I hear you, but are you pro-Pali or pro-Israel? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't even know the difference, right? What's pro-Pali difference?
Pro-Pali. Yeah,
I'm Palestinian, yeah. I'm blood Palestinian, for sure.
Are you Palestinian?
I'm not Palestinian, but I'm Arab, so Palestinian.
What Arab are you?
Mauritania.
Oh, okay. Wait, are Mauritanians Arab?
What the fuck do you think we are?
Next to Morocco, questioning his identity?
Yeah, that's not I'm questioning my Arabism, bro.
Oh my God! Can you put your ID? Can you prove it? Can you put a birth certificate?
Like literally the name of my country.
It says Arab on his certificate, man.
The name of my country is like the Republic Islamic of Mauritania.
No. Look.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that you come from a Muslim country. But what I'm saying is that I don't know if Mauritania. I know, but look, like Moroccans, Algerians, Tunisians, Libyans,
so Mauritania,
they consider themselves North African.
Yeah, but with Arab still.
Okay.
And my
So Jen Greta, brother, you support Propelli. I know you probably support Palestinians. What do you think? What's gonna happen in the Middle East? What's your take on this?
To be honest, I have no clue. I'm not I don't think I'm eligible to talk about it because I have no clue what's going on. It's all about politics, propaganda, bullshit. We don't know the truth. They know. But I think...
you don't know the truth about Palestinians?
No, I don't.
Seriously?
I don't think nobody here about
Okay, what question do you have? I'll clarify it for you. What question do you have? Because every day I talk about the news and, I try to keep myself up to date on
why did this start in the first place?
So it started because one of the reasons they call it is Al-Aqsa flood, right? So there's a lot of things that happen inside Al-Aqsa. I don't know if you know about it. They beat up a whole bunch of people. They arrested them. They even fired bullets and they shots and whatnot. They disrespected a lot of people. They walked all over the carpet with the shoes on. And that was one of the thousands of reasons. And 2022 to 2023, one of the deadliest years for the Palestinian children, according to the UN. There's a lot that was going on.
No, I'm talking about the beginning, since the beginning.
In 1947?
Is that the first time this started?
So it started after the partition plan bullshit that came around in 1947. About 8 to 10 countries were part of the UN partition plan. You wouldn't believe it, the US president, it was Harriet Truman. He was sent letter bombs by a Stern gang, Jewish militia gang, right? Actually, you know what? To be honest with you, I think I'll start with the white paper thing, because after the British, they decided not to give them a state. They just wanted a state regardless of British helps them or not. In 1939, they issued white papers, and they denied the Israeli state. They said the Palestinians are going to have this state, right, in the next 10 years. And so in 1940 to 41, you had the Lehi Jewish militia gang. They approached Hitler, right? They approached Hitler, and they wanted Hitler's help to take down British mandate.
Sorry to interrupt, man. Can we go back to the white papers? I haven't heard about this one yet.
You haven't heard about it? No, I don't know about this. So the white papers, brother, in 1939, the British, they issued the white papers. So what ended up happening was Arabs, they actually revolted against the British, right? And the British finally, there was a day in time where the Jewish militias, they actually booby trapped a whole bunch of shit. Let me go step by step. Let me pull up the whole record, man, because I don't want to, because I might mix up the date. Let me see. Let me pull up the.
I just want to talk to somebody down there. He said we're not Arab. Bro, Saudi Arabian Sheikh comes to my country to study the religion and Arabic culture and Arabic language itself. So how the hell we're not Arab, bro? Are you kidding me? They call us the country of million poetry. بلد المليون شاعر. Like, what the fuck about شاعر in what? Come on, fellas. I mean, seriously, you know what I mean?
No, but Ali, you're not from Morocco. Ali's from Morocco, though.
Senegalese speak French. I'm not Senegalese. I speak French, but I'm Arab. It's my first language. Arabic is we were colonized by France, yeah, but we're still Arab.
So what ended up happening, bro, was there was all right. So when we look at the Arab revolt, right, that actually began in 1936. They were revolting against the British because they didn't want the British to allow these people into the state, into a British mandate Palestine, right? They didn't want these people migrating, and so they actually, there was an uprising by Palestinian Arabs against British colonial rule and Jewish immigration, It was sparked by fears of growing Zionist movement and Jewish land purchases. So they started buying a whole bunch of lands. They got pissed off and whatnot, right? And they revolted against the British. And then,
moving on, the Civil War, this Arab Revolt started in 36, and they had a Black Sunday. Now, the Black Sunday, it happened in 1937, October 17, following the assassination of, assassination of British District Commissioner. The British launched a brutal crackdown on Arab leaders. Hundreds of Arab political leaders, activists, and intellectuals were arrested, deported, and exiled. Now, what ended up happening with the Black Sunday, the aftermath was that the Jewish militias, they booby trapped milk containers, they booby trapped cucumber boxes at restaurants and whatnot, and then ended up killing like 20, 30 Arabs at these locations. They did it like flat attacks, right? So they've been booby trapping shit for a while. And then moving on, so after all of that happened, so in 1939, British issued a policy document, issued in May 39 in response to the Arab Revolt, marked a major shift against Zionist goals. Limited Jewish immigration to 75,000 people over 5 years. Restricted Jewish land purchases in Palestine. Promised an independent Palestine within 10 years and governed jointly by Arabs and Jews. So they rejected the Jewish nation. This was done in 1939. This was the white papers. So the Zionists, they got pissed off, right? So they had that lady gig in 1940-41 that approached Hitler. They were asking Hitler if they can get help from Hitler to offer the British mandate. Because British mandate, they did not want to give them a Jewish degree. And that's what ended up happening. It led up to this Kitover hotel bombing in 1946. You had the train and a whole bunch of other attacks that they did in 1946. And then in 1947, they passed this, they came up with this partition plan. It was a good partition plan. They brought America on board and they brought a whole bunch of other nations on board. And they actually terrorized the fuck out of Various Truman. Various Truman was sent out of bombs by Jewish militia gangs, the British men in Palestine. And they sent 1 million postcards. And there was a whole bunch of gangs in America. They were pretty much pressurizing and bombing Various Truman to be part of it. And the UN partition plan was issued. And you know how that UN partition plan was very viral. So the UN partition plan was issued in 1947. Jews, they were getting like a bigger piece of land, and then the Arabs, they were getting a smaller piece of land, right? Like they were majority. So the Arabs, they actually said it's not fair. I live in your children. And then they denied it into the end. Then the Jewish militias, they went from one village to another, and they started to ethnically cleanse the Arabs out of the villages. And it started making And it's not. British allowed them to have properties. Bro, go check the data instead of talking out of your fucking ass. Why do you come out here and make bullshit? Why do you even make a bullshit? Like you make a bullshit every 2 seconds. Fuck yeah, bro. Let's stop with the bullshit. We made up a claim right now. Oh no. Congress, they took over. It doesn't work like that. They literally had keys. British team. They work and British let them have it. They didn't take over their properties. Okay? Get rid of the fucking program. You're such a little bit. You kept on debating. I'm not wrong. What you're talking about. Bro, you just get, you're playing like a fucking Monopoly or guessing game or something. British did not want to get the Jewish state. No, they did not. No, they did not. British did not want to get the state. They did not. So they did the Balfour Declaration that was addressed to the Rothschild. And then in 1917, yes, there was a promise. But slowly in 1930, they realized these motherfuckers are terrorists. I'm not gonna get it. They decided not after Black Sunday. They decided not to give them land. And look, read up on the white papers, and you realize that the British decided not to give them the land. Why do you think they did the Kitover hotel bombing? It was because the British decided not to give them the fucking land. The British were in the way. They were in their way, because they wanted to create a Jewish state by force or whatever. Just like Timothy says, universal, make Korea go to the sacrifice, they acquire their books.
The tactic that the British used to divide and rule certain groups of people during the colonial period, which is exemplified in what they call it the Sykes-Picot Agreement, the French. Those two superpowers at that time. They did it in many regions. In Sudan, they did it in Nigeria, Somalia. I know quite well how they done it. It's like it's social engineering basically. What they do is they come to they bring a group of people to a piece of land where those people don't belong, and they arm a certain group of people who they favor. Once they arm the certain group of people, they get the invading group to start clashes with the other group of people, and then what they do is they come in and they say we're going to mediate between these two groups of people. So initially what the British are trying to do is they try to make a buffer, like a buffer zone or like expand their influence in a way. Then they'll come in and then they're going to say we're going to mediate the conflict. Then they're going to grant the invading group of people part of authority or access to the land. So those original inhabitants don't have no longer have a legal claim or cultural claims to the land no longer. And this is all it's going to do is going to sow enmity between the two groups of people. They've done it in Somalia with the certain group of tribes of people who they favored and who they used when they were expanding. They did it with in the Ugandan region. They did it in the northern regions. They did it in many places. I know the example of Somalia quite well, but I did read that they did it in different places like the Sudan, Nigeria, and other regions where they did colonize. So this tactic is nothing new. They've been doing it.
Why do we blame the Jews? Why do we blame the Jews? They're also
because the Jews are the invading group of people, you idiot.
No, they're not. They're just there.
They are.
How would the Jews know that the Arabs will not accept the partition plan? Like, what do they got to do with that? I'm just saying, like,
I'm not too sure if the Arabs did accept the partition. Amir, what did he say?
They didn't. They rejected it.
What do you think?
I have never read anywhere Arabs accept.
Every time he speaks, bro, I zone out. This idiot that just speaks nothing but lies. Go and speak again.
wasn't a British partition, that was a UN partition plan. Go look it up, man. Do your due diligence, bro. Instead of talking out of your ass. That was a UN partition plan, not a fucking British plan. British decided not to give them a state. I just told you, I can prove it with white papers. They decided not to give them a fucking state. 1946. Okay, make it make sense. 1946, they did the King David Hotel bombing, right? That was a British, a military base or whatever. Do you think after them, these Zionist motherfuckers bombing their facility, do you think they're gonna give them a state? Fuck no. It was the UN, and they got America on board by terrorizing the fuck out of Harry S. Truman. They sent him letter bombs. They literally sent him letter bombs. They sent, the 1 million postcards, right? Pretty much, sort of like forcing Harry Truman to be on board with the UN partition plan. Letter bombs. Letter bombs. Are you okay with letter bombs? Sending it to the president?
It's not letter bombs.
Do you want it? Do you want the data?
No, that's one conspiracy.
Do you want the data?
That's a conspiracy.
Literally, the daughter, she wrote it in her book, and the daughter was in her 20s when this happened. Okay? So, you like to talk out of your ass. I like to talk based on data. And provide me data, they refuse that claim.
It's irrelevant.
Daughter living with the father, right? Would she know better, or you would know better? You're just an idiot, man. You like to bully club. You're a fucking grifter. Seriously. You're just a fucking grifter. You're a grifter. You're a piece of shit grifter. From California, right? So you want to earn a couple bucks, so you just went over there.
You want to reduce it to that instead of...
You're a grifter.
You
are a fucking grifter.
I'm with truth. I'm living truth. The things that I do are connected to truth. You want to call it this, and there's some secret agenda.
There's no truth.
Someone's paying you.
Somebody is definitely paying you.
I would make way more money in America than I would.
Yeah, you don't. You never did.
I never made money.
Anyways, you think you're special over there because, people respect you. Maybe you get, respect from 4 people, and then the rest of the world don't give you respect. You think that you're somebody over there.
But I'm somebody in America, too.
Yeah, you could have lived in Los Angeles. You could have become a famous rabbi like Rabbi Shimon.
That's why.
And you could have opened up your porn shop, but no, you wanted to go and fucking move to Israel.
It's a beautiful country. It's so beautiful here.
Yeah, did you see his sex dildo shop getting attacked after Iran did the attack?
It's not true. More fake news.
Okay.
Just because you can find an article of it does not make it true. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Just because I can find data, it makes it true.
Just with the wind and
so money, Black Rabbi.
This idiot, man, seriously.
So much for money.
Hey.
The sales of the jackrabbit and the other dildos. I mean, I would have bought half the store.
Oh my God.
She just totally open. Hold on. She just totally opened the dildo store. I would have invested with you, in fact. But you decided to go all the way live in some settlement over there and just, be a slave to your masters. What a pity, man, Black Rabbi.
That was weird. Hey, the thing is, you guys have to create these narratives because that's how you justify difference, right? So it can't be genuine. It has to be some weird subversive, conspiracy theory. Because if it was true, then you would have to question your own beliefs. So instead of questioning your own beliefs, you created a false narrative around the person's giving you the cognitive dissonance, right? So it's all good. I learned.
What's the cognitive dissonance?
Just this everything.
So present it positive as an argument. What's the cognitive dissonance?
Cognitive dissonance is...
No, I know what it is, but what is it in this case?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The cognitive dissonance in this case is the idea that I grew up as a Muslim and a very happy person in a very loving family. And through knowledge, research, I was able to see that the concepts of Islam are not necessarily as accurate as they say. And a lot of the belief systems that are given to African Americans about who they are and their identity are also false. And I was able to
aside the types of things that I thought were important in life. So instead of accepting that, then I have to be, oh, well, you hate yourself, or you love white people, or any of these types of things. Because if I can find my truth outside of the collective I was born, then that puts pressure on the next person, and they don't want that pressure because they want to believe a dogma that they were given in their communities growing up, right? So Amir has
all these like claims, right?
These are what?
Claims. You provided no evidence for your claims. You posited just a bunch of opinions.
Fine. I mean, I don't. The thing is like this. Truth hits people in the chest.
You didn't posit the truth. That's what I'm saying. At least give a logical argument for what you're saying. Because you pointed out your cognitive dissonance. Where's the point of pointing out? Was it a claim?
I just did.
You gave a bunch of opinions. That's what you gave.
No. I talked about my life and what's been said.
It was just a bunch of opinions with no evidence provided.
Wait,
whatever the heck you said.
Amir just said what he said. That's evidence.
What did he say?
You didn't hear what Amir was saying.
What was it in relation to what you said? Show me the similitude.
Amir said that everything I'm doing is for an agenda, and I said to Amir, I'm doing everything for pure intentions. And I said the reason.
I would have have with Amir's school of thought or how he is conditioned as a child, or all that big narrative you give, which is nothing but opinion and presupposition.
Yeah,
You suppose
that
he had such and such a life, and it had nothing to do with what you said. When cognitive dissonance is, it's with you. You have shown no similitude between what he said and what you said.
I'm bored. Anyways.
No, you're not. You're a bullshitter. And you know how you get caught? When you make fallacious statements, where they're logically incoherent. So don't fuck with people. Don't fuck with people by giving them moralized views. When you have nothing to posit as evidence. Sadly, you're a bullshitting slave of your master.
Okay, now you've lost the argument, like chilling with the girl, like please lost the argument.
You should have freaking off.
You argued like a little feminine bitch. It's like concerning. It's like they've taken your manhood as soon as you got to Israel. It's like you've lost your manhood.
Because I have an African husband.
Look at him. Look how much of a bitch. You're so saucy. Look at you. So feminine. This would the gay people that you come for that are Jewish are the same thing because they act like. I don't know why you come and talk about gay people. You're obsessed with Nigeria, man. You're so obsessed. If you want a Nigerian man to say so, would you mind to a gay man? It's not a problem. Stop obsessing everything with Nigerians. Thank you very much. You can never be a Nigerian man anyways. Take down a film an 80-year-old Nigerian woman. How's that going to be better life? How's that going? How is it going to continually give her up the rate of the Nigerian girl that was in 80%? Yeah, perfect. No, but it was a fact that you only gave her a really young, like, not 50. Why are you the 80-year-old to live with it anyways? Because you're 50 and she's like 18. You're 50 and she's 18. Like, look at the link. Just watch the link. Just click on the link. You're just an idiot, man. For real. Are you
grifter. Very good, grifter. You should change your name to Grifter. Black Rabbi the Grifter.
Yeah, why you gay?
Why are you gay? Why you gay? Why are you gay? You know,
But that's only
need to learn.
you're one of a kind of word.
You need to learn some new facts about Palestine, man, for real. Bring something new to the table instead of giving out the same bullshit. Iran is the enemy.
It's a very easy argument.
Okay. How about I debunk your Iran claim? Do you know I'm going to use Ehud Olmert? Can I use Ehud Olmert? You know who Ehud Olmert is?
I don't know.
You know what he said?
What
You know what he said? Hold on. You always make this stupid claim Iran is an enemy. Hold on. Iran is an enemy. You always make this stupid claim. Hold on. Ehud Olmert is a former Israeli prime minister. He said Hamas is an enemy, not an enemy. He said the Hezbollah is an enemy, not an enemy. He said, what else did he say? He said Iran is an enemy, not an enemy. He said the biggest enemy is enemy within. Okay? And this is Ehud Olmert, his testimony. All right, let's go to Moshe Yalon. We call him Boogie Yalon. He was a defense minister. Hold on. He was a defense minister from the Likud party. Just calm down. You're going to get butthurt and triggered because I'm going to talk about your officials now. You're just a fucktard. You come up here, you say nothing but bullshit. Boogie Yalon, in 2016, he was a defense minister from Likud party. He said Netanyahu is ethnically cleansing people in Gaza. He said IDF is not the most moral army in the world. And he was the defense minister back in 2016 from the Likud party. All right, moving on. Ehud Olmert came out today. He said that Netanyahu is setting up concentration camp in Gaza. Pretty much Israeli, Ehud Olmert is calling another Israeli a Nazi. Pretty much he's calling Netanyahu as a Nazi. All right, moving on. Smotrich, the criminal psychopath, he said, the hostage don't matter. We're going to continue the war and we have to go after all of these people. You had the Ben Gvir, same motherfucker. They're both on the same side. They're both anti-ceasefire. They want to annex the West Bank. But these idiots don't know if you annex the West Bank, which means you have to give them Israeli passport, Israeli citizen, Israeli rights. If they do that, there's going to be a demographics problem. Demographics meaning they could become majority. You know, the Palestinians, they usually have more kids versus puppies. These Israeli Jews, they have way more fucking puppies than kids. You know, that's what it is. Oh yeah, Paul, he said 9 people died. Well, that's crazy. Like Rabbi, look at what's happening in America. We need money to help these folks that are dying, right? Because of fire and whatnot, right? And you sitting here and you're crying, you know, about your Israeli cause. Keep crying. What's up, Palestine? How you doing, bro? Assalamu alaikum.
Salam. What's up, Sharif? How was your weekend? Did you did you get anybody pregnant? Sharif?
Or did you get pregnant yourself?
Nothing goes up. Usually get.
No, he's been trying for 50 years, but that happens, man. I think you just adopt somebody, bro. I think it'll be better.
I don't think he's gonna adopt a Palestinian child because he thinks that all of them are terrorists, including the newborn.
Yeah. Maybe when he goes to Nigeria, you know, it'll be better out there in Lagos. Shake your ass to the Afrobeat, maybe you'll get lucky, right?
Or you can go into one of those bunkers, you know, if Iran does another attack, you know, talk about orgy and whatever.
Yeah. tunnels in New York. They got good mattresses over there. You can lay down, do your little thing. No?
Why do you guys speak in such bio way?
Come on, man. You from Hollywood, bro. You a Hollywood type of guy. He was on red carpets, man. Don't act all innocent. Mr. Baby Oil. You the R. Kelly of Tel Aviv, bro.
What? I thought you guys were like Muslim people. I thought you guys
Guys, he's so strong. Why is he a rabbi?
He was a rabbi. Yeah? No?
You guys do better.
He was a rabbi.
You guys do better.
Oh, he was the black rabbi, bro. No kids, no wife, shekels running out, no investments, no nothing. You know, 2 people read your book, 3 people check your YouTube channel. Oh. Go back to Hollywood, man. Make a movie, bro. It's better for you. Go back to Hollywood. I heard you going right. I heard you talking to your wife or something. So wait.
I've been telling this idiot to go back to this. This is not his cup of tea. Living over there doesn't know history about Palestine and Israel, and he just makes up bullshit as he goes.
He's just a dumb American, bro.
I don't even live over there. I've never been over there by the Red Black Rabbi, and I think I know way more than you could ever fucking learn.
I'm American.
Please, I run circles, right?
You go in circles like the Hindus do, 7 rounds. You get married to the whoever comes in the middle of the circle.
No, I said run circles around you.
Dude, you need to run, bro. That's what you need to do. You need to start running with that big neck of yours. You need to be doing. I like you, bro. I just wish you would take care of yourself, make your health. Don't stop drinking too much. Every weekend, drinking, smoking weed, smoking weed. It's not good, man. That's why everybody's like, hey, you're 50, you're 60. And you're like, you're 40. And people say you're 50, 60, bro. It's all that unhealthy shit.
Yeah. But I still get pretty girls, bro.
You get all the pretty girls? Where they at?
Yeah.
Why are you always alone? Always on Clubhouse alone, crying. You be drinking, smoking on Clubhouse. Sometimes you start crashing out, kill all the babies. Like, doesn't sound like a man that get a lot of women. If you had women, you'd be all up in it, bro. 11 kids. You got nothing.
I don't know about that.
But if you get women, if you had women, bro, you'd be having babies. Especially near your age. Alright, whatever. Maybe you go to Thailand and you get quote unquote women. Yeah, but them lady boys you meet, bro, they can't really give you no kids.
You don't want a narcissist to have children, bro. Like, you don't want that. You don't want pain and children to go through. Your parents like Black Rabbi. It would be very. Not only is he a narcissist,
Why do you treat women like shit?
he also has no empathy. That's why he doesn't have anyone. He's so unattractive in his personality and ethics.
Yeah, I can imagine any guy wanting to hear her.
There's something wrong with this. There's something wrong with this idiot.
$1 billion. I would not go on a dinner date with you, Black Rabbi.
Oh my God.
$1 billion.
I'm so
Because you're disgusting.
I'm so
So repulsive.
wow.
It's okay, I mean, if you're gay, we're not judging you. We're not judging your sexual orientation.
decided that, hey, they can go in the private sector and make so much more money. So why is it that someone would stay in the government sector? Maybe it's because their perception of job security. Maybe they feel like, they can get away with murder without accountability. That might have something to do with it. Maybe that might have something to do with it.
Anthony, like for real, you can't just get away with shit and come down. Why y'all think that shit?
Why would somebody go to the government and stay in the government? It's a question. So you want to retirement program? So is that why they have
Me retiring in 40 years means that I could be bringing home almost $11,000 a month and I don't have to fucking do a fucking thing. Okay? Then on top of that, I have a fucking TSP. Right now, and what I have saved in my TSP, some of you motherfuckers are gonna be retiring on.
I understand what you're saying, Patty. God bless you, right? Patty, why would you consider moving to South Africa? Like, why would the government, I know I'm asking her. I genuinely want to know. What do you mean? What type of question is that? Why would you South Africa? What is the point of her moving to South Africa? She's talked about it on stage. Please, bro, I'm not trying to come at Patty. See, but then you came in me hard body. No problem, bro. I'm just saying, okay, if because for me, from my perspective, right, I think that the United States has, I definitely plan on having homes outside the country, but I don't plan on moving anywhere else, because I just think that when it comes to, I was under the impression you said you would move. That's why. My question was, why would you move to South Africa? If the answer was, I'm not moving to South Africa, that would have been cool. I'm not firing shots. I'm just trying to conceptually understand. Cool. I plan on doing the same thing, so that's cool. That's exactly my plan. Spending, 3-4 months out the country and then the rest of the time in the country. So cool. We on the same page. It was a hustle. I'm just joking, LeVon. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay, you really got me there. Most people say it's closed when I help people or whatever. I help people who are in foreign service or other military, whatever. Sometimes they feel closed on their life. They want to travel. They want to see the world. They want to, spread democracy. It's a multitude. I know a lot of people that work for the government. I mean, for the government. My daughter works for the government. I know a lot of people are idealistic and they have not all of them, but many of them, especially in foreign service, they feel like there is a calling or they want to go on and spread democracy, help other people see the world, especially young people. They get to be out in the force and see the world around them. I mean, it's a lot of altruistic reasons. And I will tell you, like, that TSA, my daughter, she was creating that safe plan. It's very few private companies operating like that's my girl. And that's separate and apart from the pension that Patty talked about. And then another piece is,
All of that is wonderful, right? If we don't do something about the deficit, what happens to your TSP? What happens to your standard of living? What happens to America? What happens to America if we don't do anything about the deficit?
are you worried about the deficit now? Because that's a different issue. But I know it's related, but so it's what priority does the deficit take?
that's we're grown-ups. The country is not ready for austerity. I'm saying to you that the government has what it's done is it's mission creep. The government was never intended to do all the shit that it does now. It was never intended to do all of this shit. I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think that the government does too much. I think that the government's way too large. I think that it contributes greatly. I think there's a bunch of people that have figured out how to game the system. Of course, it has to. If we have a larger population, we're going to need more people. That's not. No. Patty, listen. As a constant, yes, the government, the population expands, government needs to expand. As a constant, we can agree to that. But what's happened is this thing has expanded exponentially. The mission creep has created this big, ugly monster that we call the U.S. government, and all of these employees. So, okay. What I'm talking about, for example, is the military-industrial complex. All right? Do you know how much money the military wastes? Okay, so what I mean waste, all right. It's a well-known fact, but I don't know which question to ask first. I don't answer first. I have no idea. What was your question, Steve? Is Trump shrinking the military? No, he's not. Patty, there's documented cases where the military pays multiples of what other organizations pay for the same goods and services.
So you know why they may pay multiples? Like,
no, Patty, could you please tell me why?
No, you tell me why it's far.
No, I don't. You're in the military. I don't know why the military pays multiples of what other organizations pay for the same goods and services. I don't know why.
What you call multiples? Because this is something that obviously.
Patty, I have anecdotal information. I have not studied this closely. I am under the impression that the military industrial complex pays multiples, like a roll of toilet paper. What an organization might pay, the military industrial complex pays like way beyond, above and beyond what any organization would pay.
For multiples, let me give you an example. There's this thing called Blue Force Tracker and an MFS. Blue Force Tracker is a whole different company. MFS is a different company, but we have contracts for both. A Blue Force Tracker is what you use when you go on convoys, right? So you can contact back to your cop. They can track where you are. It's almost like a GPS system where they can see you and you can have the conversations. And if something imminent or a threat happens, they know that you've been hit. And then also we can pinpoint on the map on that GPS. Like, say for example, if one of our convoys get hit and we get out, we can pinpoint on the map we got hit in this area, right? So other people that's within theater can see, right? Then they have MFS, same exact thing as a BFS. What has happened is, like, say for example, one general did a contract and said, we need the system, it's amazing. The proof of use came out to be nice because a lot of times they let us use it for 2 or 3 years and then we purchase it and make it part of our equipment inventory. So that journal says, it's great, I love it, we're going to buy it. Indo-PACOM, and I'm in Indo-PACOM, or it wasn't Indo-PACOM. Indo-PACOM, we're going to buy this. We purchase it, he tells us, homeboy general, it's great. We're already adding it to the U.S. Army inventory. At the same time, another general did a proof of use for that MFS. So guess what? We've added two exact systems, almost exact systems, and we've
created a contract. That's it. I don't understand what you're talking about because you've added something else on to this conversation, but you're saying why do we have multiples of the same thing? And that's because you have two systems that two people may not have been tracking, but they both decided they thought it was great for their fucking soldiers. They thought it would protect their soldiers. So
hey, Patty, I never said why do we have multiples of the same thing. This was never words that came out of my mouth. I just did a quick Google search. I said, literally, that's what I heard you say. Does the military overpay for goods and services? I just did a quick Google search. Yes, the military sometimes overpays for goods and services due to a variety of factors, including a lack of competitive practice.
Said earlier about goods and services, but go ahead, babe.
Never mind, Pat. It's all good. I'm cool. Thank you.
Yeah, but even with us paying over for certain goods and services, we're supposed to get the lowest. We choose the lowest bidder. Sometimes you can't get the lowest bidder because it's something unique to that.
But even if this is true, right? What the military is buying goods and services from the public market, right? So they buy from, for example, Kelly Clark or Procter and Gamble, or they buy from Lockheed Martin or Boeing or something like this, depending on whatever the thing is, which is essentially feeding the public market, right? So the government through tax dollars is feeding the public and people's jobs through tax dollars, right? So it's not a waste of money. It's actually like income that goes into the general public.
So if we, at a certain point, the system breaks, all right? We're spending, it's like the deficit is blowing up exponentially, and the interest on the deficit is ridiculously expensive. I understand that there's a lot of people that don't care about the deficit because conceptually it doesn't keep them up at night. It's not a big deal. It's a problem that we can kick down the road.
I mean, nobody in this
our party doesn't care about.
I don't know why you're explaining it because I think everybody in here does think that the deficit is a problem.
Patty, I don't even like. I don't. So Patty, like when it becomes when we're talking about government and the expansion of government and government spending, right? And we don't talk about the deficit. I don't think we're having an honest conversation. All I heard was nobody said anything about the deficit when we were talking. I was the person that brought the deficit into the conversation.
I got you, but nobody here thinks that we need to continue to fucking keep keep blowing the damn deficit up. I don't know.
Okay, so Patty, what are our choices, right? We can either raise revenues or we can spend less. Or we can do both.
It's not an either or.
So I said, we could do both. All right. So if we're gonna lessen spending, we have to lessen the size of government.
This is the reality of government, but you also have to be able to convince people that what you're saying is correct.
So, Marshall, so convincing that's what my whole point, Marshall. I don't disagree with you. The American people are not ready for austerity.
No, that's not what I was going to go toward. Where I was going to go toward, and I've known you for a couple of years. You yourself are a fiscal conservative, but our party's last budget to Congress was